Chapter 221, How can you handle it when I play with applause? Who made me a successor of the Zize Gate? Longevity Immortal City. At this moment, City Lord Feng Yuan's face was as gloomy as water, while Pei Linya below had bright eyes. However, his expression was not too excited, but the white hand gripping his magical weapons was enough to prove his inner tension. Feng Yuan quickly responded, laughing, Master Liang does have a good suggestion, but now the situation in outer space is unclear, and I still need to be cautious. To be on the safe side, I need to consider it carefully. For now, let's first capture the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage, and after a thorough investigation of the outer space situation, we can plan the next steps. After all, the outer space previously experienced turbulence, and even I only temporarily stopped it from descending into the Immortal City. I have to be cautious about this. Of course, during this time, Master Liang can supervise from the side so that I can better protect Master Liang. After all, no one knows whether there are any remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage lurking in Immortal City or not. If anything happens to Master Liang, it would not only be a personal matter, but a loss for the entire Immortal City. After all, I have already promised the Daoist friends in Immortal City earlier not to occupy any more quota, and you still need to help them refine spirit tools in the future. So your safety is of utmost importance to the Immortal City. Feng Yuan could only change the subject at this time, and once it concerned their personal interests, the Immortal City cultivators indeed did not want Liang Sheng to take any risks, so they all began to persuade him one after another. At this time, Liang Sheng did not speak immediately, and Feng Yuan secretly thought it was really dangerous. How could he let the remnants of Seeking Truth lineage enter outer space first? If others didn't know what was going on with outer space, didn't he know it very well? It was merely a bait. If the fish ate the bait and escaped, it would be a huge joke. It would be like a slap in his face. At this time, Liang Sheng also just smiled, and it seemed that he really didn't care at all about Feng Yuan's claim. On the contrary, he even provocatively said, City Lord, is there only danger in outer space? Feng Yuan tried his best to maintain a smile at the corner of his mouth, but in the depths of his eyes, it was extremely cold. Today, I have already given him enough face, but he's pushing his luck. Such a shameless man. However, Liang Sheng seemed completely unaffected by the cold look from Feng Yuan. He even appeared somewhat challenging as if he wanted to be stubborn to the end. Even the Immortal City cultivators, who had been blinded by the benefits of refining spirit tools earlier, finally noticed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere between the City Lord and Master. Something seemed off. But just as they had this feeling, Liang Sheng suddenly laughed as if everything that happened earlier was an illusion, and their feelings were mistaken. But the City Lord is also right. Regardless of whether we arrange for the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage to be sent to outer space to die, we still have to interrogate them first. After all, no one knows now whether there are any remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage left in the city. It's really a tough problem for the City Lord to solve for the safety of us cultivators. Master, don't worry about it. As the Immortal City Lord, it's just part of my duty to take care of these minor matters. Although Feng Yuan also didn't understand why Liang Sheng suddenly backed down, he went along with it. However, Liang Sheng didn't seem to back down out of fear of Feng Yuan. Before Feng Yuan could figure it out, Liang Sheng spoke up again, City Lord, since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, and today's encounter was quite shocking, may I return to my humble abode to calm myself down? Of course, you can. Do you want me to send someone to escort you back? Feng Yuan didn't want any more accidents to happen now and couldn't wait for Liang Sheng to leave, so he naturally wouldn't disagree. Liang Sheng expressed his gratitude but did not ask for an escort from the City Lord mansion. Before leaving, he turned to the Immortal City cultivators and said, Dear Daoist friends, since the City Lord has completed the spirit tool refining task, if you have time tomorrow, you can come to my humble abode. My previous promise remains unchanged, and I can refine spirit tools for everyone free of charge. Master Liang is truly a virtuous person. At this time, matters concerning the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage and the danger from outer space had nothing to do with the Immortal City cultivators. They only wanted to refine their own spirit tools as soon as possible. As they watched Liang Sheng leave leisurely, Feng Yuan was on guard. However, as Liang Sheng's figure disappeared completely, no accidents occurred. At this moment, he involuntarily sighed in relief. He didn't expect that a mere nascent soul cultivator would put so much pressure on him. It was simply incredible. While he was contemplating in his heart, he was still considering whether the person behind Liang Sheng's courage was a sacred land representative or not. If not, he couldn't let this person stay. But fortunately, although things had gone through some twists and turns, the result was not bad. Pei Linyu and the other Seeking Truth lineage cultivators were all caught in a net. With his arrangements in outer space, he only needed to wait for the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage to come, and it would be like catching fish in a barrel. Just at this moment, a sound suddenly echoed throughout the entire Immortal City, drawing everyone's attention towards Pei Linyu. Pei Linyu and the others had been silent just now because Liang Sheng had already made arrangements, secretly sending his voice to them. At that time, Pei Linyu was somewhat incredulous, his pupils shrinking. Who would have thought that Liang Sheng could transmit his voice under Feng Yuan's watchful eyes, and even secretly give him something? Using the time when Liang Sheng confronted Feng Yuan earlier, Pei Linyu had already found out what it was, a top-grade protective magical item and a magical axe. Now that Liang Sheng was about to leave, Pei Linyu's eyes became determined. It was just seeking death, but if it caused trouble for Feng Yuan, the despicable scum, it would be worth it. Besides, why would he not want to create trouble for the bastard Feng Yuan? With this in mind, he finally spoke out in front of everyone. Feng Yuan, you scoundrel, do you really dare to let us go to outer space? You only mentioned the dangers existing outside but stayed silent about the possible opportunities. You really are a good city lord of Immortal City. My deist friends, Feng Yuan has deceived us all here. He blocked outer space because he didn't want you to explore it. Since our path forward is cut off, let me create an opportunity for you to go to outer space. As the echoes of his words were still in the air and before the Immortal City cultivators could respond, Pei Linyu rushed towards outer space. The other disciples of the Seeking Truth lineage naturally followed suit, although they didn't know Pei Linyu's plan. But at this point, what else was there to contemplate? Just go for it. Feng Yuan had regained his sense at this point. Watching Pei Linyu and the others rushing to outer space, his eyes were filled with hostility. He had just breathed a sigh of relief from Liang Sheng's departure, daydreaming, who would expect these remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage to still want to sow discord and cause trouble for him. However, he had to admit at this moment that the other party's plan succeeded because he could already feel the skeptical glances from the Immortal City cultivators. In fact, since Liang Sheng's challenge, seeds of doubt had already been planted in their hearts. Pei Linyu was doing nothing more than pouring salt on the wound. After all, anyone who wasn't a fool, and had listened to the conversation between Liang Sheng and Feng Yuan, could not help but question if outer space held nothing of value. If it was true, why not send the Seeking Truth lineage to explore outside instead of considering the consequences, which would be a blow to the Seeking Truth lineage while also investigating outer space situations. But now that Pei Linyu is rushing into outer space with others in tow, the cultivators of the Immortal City certainly couldn't fully trust what Feng Yuan had previously said. The events of the night were indeed guided by Liang Sheng, and even if a cultivator is strong-willed, they also have emotions and desires. Otherwise, why should there be a giving bodhisattva in the Immortal City? Cultivators are also human. Feng Yuan, seeing the doubtful gazes of the Immortal City cultivators, finally couldn't suppress his anger anymore. He directly looked at Pei Linyu and the others, who were racing towards the barrier of outer space, and roared. You remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage dare to sow discord. You deserve to die. The next moment, a golden giant palm descended from outer space, materializing instantly. It came directly from the sky, clapping down. The spiritual power contained within was so potent that it instantly sobered up the Immortal City cultivators below, who could feel its earth-shattering power from afar. They had just dared to doubt the City Lord. This is the power of soul emergence that crossed the heavenly tribulation. How dare they express their dissatisfaction? Do they not want to live anymore? Silence befell the Immortal City cultivators, while Pei Linyu, leading several Seeking Truth lineage members, continued rushing forward fearlessly under the golden giant palm. Colleagues, we must die today. Are you willing to accompany me? Without any retreat, the people of the Seeking Truth lineage bore the shadow of the giant palm and pressed forward, ready to die generously. At this moment, Pei Linyu felt extremely satisfied. The disciples of the Seeking Truth lineage never retreat. He continued to transmit his voice throughout Immortal City with his divinity transformation cultivation on full display. Feng Yuan, you scoundrel! You want to monopolize the opportunities in outer space. That's nothing more than wishful thinking. Deist friends of Immortal City, today the disciples of our Seeking Truth lineage, even if we die, want to fight for everyone. Ha ha ha. With that, Pei Linyu laughed loudly. Immediately after, the giant palm met with them, creating a spectacle as brilliant as fireworks. Even though most of them were nascent soul realm true monarchs, stronger than the average immortal city cultivators, they had no chance of escaping under Feng Yuan's palm. But when the golden light faded, one person still survived in the sky, his laughter continuing to fill the entire immortal city. Ha ha ha. Do you think only your longevity immortal city has spiritual tools? Back in the day, all we in the Seeking Truth lineage wished for was a fair investigation of the truth for heaven and earth, yet we were slandered by you immortal dynasty cultivators to this day. Previously, the cultivators of my Seeking Truth lineage came to Immortal City and openly challenged your city lord mansion. Did any of you dare to fight? Only ordinary Immortal City cultivators died. In the end, you bullied us. After the tragic death of my two deist friends, we didn't even have a corpse to collect. Did you think we came unprepared this time? As expected, you couldn't help but make a move. So, did you think that with you undergoing the tribulation in Immortal City and being fused with the destiny of the city, you could achieve mutual benefit? Did you also not mention that you sucked the blood out of the Immortal City, achieving such success? You're simply a hypocrite, nothing more. The Seeking Truth lineage elders made a mistake, we admit that. But we never deceive the world. This opportunity in outer space, we, the Seeking Truth lineage, will fight for it. We will let all the deist friends of Immortal City have a chance to compete, and will let your ulterior motives go in vain. Open sky. With this roar, a giant axe appeared in Pei Linyu's hand, glowing with the spirit of a spiritual tool. It was clearly a top-grade spiritual tool. Feng Yuan frowned at this and even forgot to act immediately to stop Pei Linyu. He had not found out that Pei Linyu had such spiritual tools before, otherwise why just have Li Cheng and some others surrounded? Where did they get spiritual tools? Was it Liang Sheng? Seeing the spiritual tool armor and the giant axe, Feng Yuan now calmed down and didn't mind Pei Linyu continuing to smear him. Lots of dirt has already been slung, a bit more doesn't matter. Moreover, at this moment, his mind became clearer when he calmed down. Something is not right. Including my previous emotional state, it's also not right. Someone has been secretly manipulating my emotions without me realizing it. The thought of it brings cold sweat to my forehead. After analyzing the situation, I am certain that someone in the shadows is setting up a scheme. I must stay calm at this moment. Only by being calm can I avoid being affected, avoid being led by the nose. I never wanted to open outer heaven. Because outer heaven indeed contains opportunities that for most cultivators aren't that significant, but for the Seeking Truth lineage, the effects are exponentially greater. But now, I don't want to stop Pei Linyu from opening the path to the outer heaven beast swamp. If I were to stop now, I would fall directly into their hands. From the reactions of the Immortal City cultivators below, it is clear that they deeply doubt my intentions. The fluctuations in my fortune are the best evidence of this. The person acting behind the scenes probably wants me to lose my senses and stop Pei Linyu, but I won't be led by the nose anymore. The remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage have already appeared anyway. The capture of them might take a bit longer. What's urgent is to get out of this game as soon as possible. In this way, I'll be able to see things more clearly. But at the next moment, he involuntarily opened his mouth slightly, unable to hold back the anger in his heart. You despicable person! What was originally Pei Linyu hacking on the barrier of outer heaven with the magical axe, suddenly there was a burst of fire, followed by a miserable scream from Pei Linyu. His spiritual device armor exploded and turned Pei Linyu into ashes, leaving only their last words. Feng Yuan, you bastard, that was a clever trick. But I had never made a move just now, Pei Linyu clearly self-destructed, trying to frame me. But nobody would know this is a trap. Even the way people like Li Cheng looked at me was full of suspicion, thinking I made the move, not to mention the other bystanders from Immortal City. While Feng Yuan instinctively got angry, suddenly a voice reached his ear, Deist Feng Yuan, stay calm, don't fall for their schemes. It was the Kaiwan child who was out of the chaos and was more sober instead. Feng Yuan felt a chill. He was almost influenced by the other party again and cannot continue to stay here. He needs to stay cool-headed. Fellow deists of Immortal City, don't fall for their tricks. Everyone needs to calm down first, and the truth will come to light soon. Then Feng Yuan left without caring about their reactions, regardless of whether the Immortal City cultivators would believe him. It doesn't matter at this point. He may need backup, as his emotions were unknowingly tampered with just now. The immortal city cultivators seemed to listen to Feng Yuan, and they scattered immediately, no longer watching the scene. As for their speculation about outer heaven, their eyes were still flickering, but they didn't dare to move forward. They'd rather wait and see. See whether someone can't help but go to outer heaven, will they be killed by the city lord or not? Didn't the divinity transformation spiritualist of Seeking the Truth say that? The city lord wants to monopolize the opportunity. Just look at how he reacts when someone rushes to outer heaven, and you can verify the truth. Liang Sheng's mansion. The Zize independent cultivator had just finished watching the big show and was still unsatisfied. When Liang Sheng came back, he respectfully bowed. Feng Yuan's previous emotional outburst was facilitated by the Zize independent cultivator. His existence was also part of the plan. It's just that the Zize independent cultivator didn't know this, and instead looked at Liang Sheng, who seemed indifferent at his side and couldn't help but shake his head. This disciple of mine is really sly. Who would have thought after he'd mastered the free method, he'd show his cunning side? This was really unexpected. However, the Zize independent cultivator didn't mind. In fact, there is nothing wrong with being cunning. If he had been that way in the past, he wouldn't have lost that bet. This mentality is actually biased. If someone else was this cunning, the Zize independent cultivator would have told him to get lost long ago. But this one was the only disciple of the free gate, right? No matter what he does, it's right. Even if you are disgusted, you have to bear it. What are you planning to do next, disciple? Feng Yuan will definitely not let you go. Looking at their reaction, they should have already figured it out. I'm afraid your actions will bring their old backers to the stage. With this result, not only do you not have a greater advantage, but it also increases the difficulty of your plan. Why do this? Do you truly believe that you can overturn Feng Yuan by refining weapons for the immortal city cultivators? This idea is too naive. Liang Sheng shook his head with a smile. Master, what I want is for their supporters to show up, because there's no way the Seeking Truth lineage will reveal their trump card otherwise. As he spoke, Liang Sheng's eyes were deep and continued to thank the Zize independent cultivator. Of course, if you weren't here, Master, I wouldn't dare to plan like this. We only just got started, but who made me a descendant of the free gate? Feeling Liang Sheng's confidence, the Zize independent cultivator couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. I must cherish my own disciple. Just let him do as he likes. Chapter 222, Talent is worthless in the face of strength. Longevity Immortal City. City Lord Mansion. At this moment, the Kaiwan child and fellow deist Feng Yuan sit face to face, silent. Today has indeed brought them a sense of tremendous failure. After calming down, they began to review why such a result had occurred, and they noticed that they had totally failed in today's whole plotting scheme. Today was supposed to be an opportunity for them to capture the Seeking Truth remnants to use as leverage when dealing with the main force of the Seeking Truth lineage that was about to enter the Immortal City. But now these Seeking Truth lineage cultivators have all died, and they didn't capture a single one. Although Chen Chen is still alive, he is now staying with the Zhou family, and it's not easy for them to take action. The power behind the Zhou family is powerful, possibly involving his influence in the background today. Both Feng Yuan had suffered a loss, and how could they continue to act carelessly? If only the Seeking Truth remnants had not been captured, the result would be bearable, but now the Outer Heaven Beast Swamp has been used by the opponent as a weapon to severely damage the prestige of the City Lord Mansion, which is truly helpless. Feng Yuan looked up at the fluctuating internal energy in the Immortal City, feeling extremely helpless in his heart. They had underestimated the enemy after all. But who could have expected that Liang Sheng, who had prepared 10 sets of refining materials in advance, would have completed the refining process in just a few months, and successfully refined 2 spirit tools. A single mistake led to the entire game being lost, and even the acquired spirit tool recognized Li Chong as its master as it was blood refined. Upon reflection, Feng Yuan's expression became darker and darker, and all this was because of Liang Sheng, who must have harbored his plans for a long time and was ready for his treacherous plot beforehand. Otherwise, how could he explain the existence of blood refined spirit tools? It only indicates that the other party had been planning against them for a long time, and they were careless after all. Originally, they thought they already paid enough attention to the enemy, but little did they expect they had underestimated him in the end, resulting in such a situation. Fellow deist Feng Yuan, in fact, all of this is just a minor issue that you don't need to care too much about, for in the cultivation world, strength is the most respected after all. However, Precisely because of this, the cultivation level of anyone who can control your emotions unnoticed must far exceed ours. So as long as he stays in the immortal city for a day, no matter how perfect our plans are, we inevitably lack strength. At this point, if we don't want to sit and wait for our doom, then we must break the opponent's suppressive strength. Feng Yuan naturally understood the meaning of the Kaiwan child, but he was still a bit hesitant as he was the immortal dynasty's chosen. But by doing so, even if we can exterminate the seeking truth remnants in the future, I'm afraid we won't be able to convince the adults in the capital city Soul Song, I'm afraid. Unfortunately, before Feng Yuan could finish his words, he was interrupted by the Kaiwan child, but at least, in that way, we have completed the mission of annihilating the seeking truth remnants, rather than being utterly defeated as we are now. Fellow Daoist Feng Yuan, think carefully, have we ever gained any advantage in our planning since Liang Sheng caused a disturbance at the gate of the city lord mansion? Now I even have a terrifying thought, was our plan to release the beast swamp in advance part of the other party's plan? Keep in mind that we originally planned for the beast swamp to appear only at the final capture stage, but now the greatest cultivator of the seeking truth lineage has not yet appeared, and our ultimate trap has already been openly revealed to everyone. Do you think we would be in such a situation? At this point, the face of the Kaiwan child was already grim, and Feng Yuan's expression was not much better. As they revisited step by step, they found that they had been led on by someone in all their actions. Upon realizing this, Feng Yuan finally made up his mind and was no longer hesitant. Alright, then let's listen to fellow Daoist Kaiwan, let's immediately send a message to the capital city, hoping the arrival of our master can change the situation. Otherwise, this trip to the longevity immortal city will not only fail to provide us with bargaining chips for competing as the talented children, but will also affect our opportunities. Seeing Feng Yuan finally come to his senses, the Kaiwan child heaved a sigh of relief and looked in the direction of the capital city Soul Song, feeling a little desolate. Yes, who could have thought that what we thought was our opportunity to climb higher has turned into this? Even if we go all out, I'm afraid the result won't be much better, which is rather frustrating. Saying this, the Kaiwan child sighed helplessly. But seeing him so downhearted, Feng Yuan straightened up unbearably. Until the end, no one can say what the outcome will be. This is the era of great contention after all, and we are not inferior to others, we're just strenuously chasing after them. At this moment, Feng Yuan, the one who spoke, had bright eyes and an expression full of infinite ambition on his face. He bounced back from the defeat. Even the heavenly tribulation can be crossed, what can these difficulties count for? The Kaiwan child was influenced by his passion and also regained some courage. Seeing Feng Yuan, there's no wonder he's the genius who can cross the heavenly tribulation. Without such courage, the opponent would have vanished into the smoke by now. The two of them shared a smile. The golden era. Let everything come. Zhou family. At this moment, Chen Chen was slumped in his chair. Dead. All of them dead. Even though he had a bad feeling in his heart, he never thought that the result would be so tragic. Not one of the many people around senior brother Pei Linyu survived. In the following days, the Zhou family did not chase him away, nor did they pay him any attention. However, he was free to move around the Zhou family's courtyard as long as he did not enter sensitive areas. He was deeply grateful to the Zhou family for not kicking him when he was down, but when he wanted to negotiate with the Zhou family, Zhou Ning avoided seeing him. After all, the noise made by Pei Linyu had been seen by the immortal city cultivators. Zhou Ning could now allow Chen Chen to stay, it's all because Jin Guangziu had agreed to it. In the following days, Chen Chen felt lost and confused. Whenever he thought of Pei Linyu's heroic sacrifice, his heart was filled with turmoil. He even wished he could die with him, but unfortunately, he couldn't die now, because he was the only one left from the seeking truth lineage in the immortal city. Before Pei Linyu's action, he informed Chen Chen about the upcoming reinforcements. So now, it was Chen Chen's responsibility to connect with them when they arrived. Pei Linyu and the others couldn't die in vain. Chen Chen had to make the Daoist friends and the reinforcements understand what had happened. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't die, at least not before meeting the reinforcements. So, despite his grief, he had to keep on living. Thankfully, the Zhou family didn't bother him nor tried to drive him away, which he considered a significant improvement in their relationship. After all, he was from the seeking truth lineage. If he appeared in front of the city lord mansion now, it would undoubtedly mean a dead end. So, their current relationship with the Zhou family was already remarkable. He was waiting for the arrival of the reinforcements, which was the only way for the Immortal City to have a chance in this current opportunity. He actually wanted to meet with Liang Sheng because he knew Pei Linyu very well. It would be impossible for him to have two spirit tools on him. So, judging by the situation that day, it was undoubtedly Liang Sheng who had given Pei Linyu the two spirit tools he possessed. Under these circumstances, Chen Chen had mixed feelings about Liang Sheng. What was his attitude towards the Seeking Truth lineage? If he was friendly, why did he reject them from 1,000 miles away? On the other hand, if he didn't want any relationship, why did he help Brother Pei? At this moment, Liang Sheng appeared like a layer of fog to him. He couldn't see through him at all, but at least he could be sure that he should be a friend rather than an enemy. What exactly was he thinking? Chen Chen, who couldn't figure it out, could only hide in the Zhou family and silently wait for the reinforcements. He cannot die now. Liang Sheng's mansion. In these days, the Immortal City seemed peaceful on the surface, but there were hidden undercurrents. The storm from that night was still secretly brewing. At this moment, there was a long queue in front of Liang Sheng's mansion. There were many cultivators who had prepared materials for spirit tools, and they were eager to get one for themselves. Though there was a risk, a 20% success rate was already rare. They were willing to take the gamble for the spirit tools. However, Liang Sheng's method remained the same as before. He'd only accept materials from 10 people, then close the main gate without paying attention to the cultivators outside. But this time it was different from the last. After learning the results, many cultivators still sent people to wait outside. After all, Liang Sheng's efficiency in refining tools was quite high. It might only take a few months to complete the tasks, and he might leave the closed-door practice in no time. They didn't want to miss the opportunity again. Thus, they were willing to keep waiting. As for Liang Sheng, he didn't care about the situation outside as long as no one was noisy. He wouldn't reveal himself before the reinforcements from the Seeking Truth lineage arrived. However, he didn't bury his head in refining tools all the time. Instead, he tried to sense the movements in the City Lord Mansion, but unfortunately, there was no movement from Feng Yuan and his companion. And as for the Seeking Truth lineage, there was no need to care as long as Chen Chen didn't make any moves. Under this situation, the most relaxed person was the Zize independent cultivator. He had been calm during this period, and Liang Sheng enjoyed drinking wine with him during the refining breaks, which was extremely comfortable. The Zize independent cultivator had already understood the nature of his disciple. Though it seemed as if he didn't care about anything, he must have already made some plans in his heart. He just didn't ask. As long as nobody tried to kill his only disciple, he wouldn't care even if Liang Sheng made a hole in the sky and caused chaos. He just wanted to watch the show from the sidelines. His principle was simple: nobody could harm his only disciple. So Liang Sheng would occasionally go into his room, and regardless of whether he was refining tools or not, the Zize independent cultivator would just let him be. He even wished that Liang Sheng would be more carefree and release all the constraints he had received over the years. Free gate disciples should be free. This was the only downside of the initial stage of practicing the free method in the Complete Heaven Freedom sect. To be truly free, all negative emotions had to be released. There's a saying in the mortal world: if someone wants to be open-minded, they have to use a lifetime to heal their past humiliations. The same was true for the disciples of the Free Gate. Back when the Zize independent cultivator was at the initial stage of practicing the free method, his actions were even more extreme compared to Liang Sheng's. At this point, Liang Sheng's plans were far better than his at the time, and to him, it seemed like just child's play. Not to mention other things, there was now an endless abyss in the west of the Zai Immortal dynasty that was unintentionally created by his master in order to protect him back then. Even now, the Zai Immortal dynasty that had suffered a secret loss still held its breath and pretended nothing had happened. And this was the confidence of the Free Gate. This level of strength was also the foundation for them letting their disciples do as they please. He even thought that his disciple was still too cautious. After all, it was just a matter of the junior disciples of the East Victory Immortal dynasty. In the era of great contention, there was no need to think too much, just do it. As a disciple of the Free Gate, why bother thinking so much? But since Liang Sheng came up with this plan, he could only stand beside him and play the role of a protector. He looked in the direction of the capital city Soul Song and couldn't help shaking his head. Why hadn't anyone from the East Victory Immortal dynasty arrived yet? He didn't even have to think about it to know that those refining void cultivators were hesitating, wondering whether they should come in person or not. Under this circumstance, Zi's a independent cultivator could only wait with curiosity about what his disciple would do when that time comes. After all, his disciple was only a nascent soul master, and in the face of refinement void Dao monarch's strength, any plan would be useless, causing some influence on Liang Sheng's carefree technique. Today, Liang Sheng raised his head to watch the sky while taking a break for a tea break during his weapon refining. In recent days, many Immortal City cultivators had been secretly sneaking towards outer heaven. On that night, quite a few people in Immortal City had seeds of doubt planted in their minds, but there were not many fools, most of them were waiting for others to make the first move. As for those tempted fools, they naturally came back empty-handed. If the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators did not come, the passage to the outer heaven beast swamp wouldn't open. He even suspected that Feng Yuan was turning a blind eye to this matter, with the intention of cold treatment. After all, when Immortal City cultivators get nothing for extended periods, even if they suspect the City Lord Mansion's intentions, they can only let go. Just now, another fool returned dispiritedly. However, Liang Sheng didn't care, as it was just human nature. Under heaven, everyone is drawn by interests. He could actually cause a commotion, open the beast swamp passage and let the Immortal City cultivators go to outer heaven one after another, affecting the fluctuations in Immortal City's destiny. But now is not the best timing. As long as the Seeking Truth lineage's support hasn't arrived, he will wait quietly. None of the main characters in this drama can be missing. Only when the Seeking Truth lineage arrives, can the whole play be lively and colorful. The reason was simple: not only did Liang Sheng have his sights set on the Immortal City, but with Zi's a independent cultivator behind him, he wanted to obtain more. Immortal Dynasty competition has now become Liang Sheng's greatest opportunity in his heart. Under the talent of innocent foolishness, all he needed was cultivation resources. The more, the better. Perhaps the Seeking Truth lineage is also cautious at this moment. However, as long as the outer heaven beast swamp exists, they will eventually arrive. Under this waiting, the entire Immortal City became increasingly calm. All the previous tensions seemed like an illusion. In the meantime, there was some movement in Zhou Shen. When he appeared in front of the Zhou family members, he had already reached Golden Core consummation. Golden Core complete at under 300 years old was an achievement that even talents like Feng Yuan didn't have at this age. Even Zi's a independent cultivator, who was considered a free and easy person, couldn't help but be amazed at this feat. He had previously seen the facial appearances of Zhou family disciples and had some perception of their bloodline abilities. However, he was somewhat apprehensive and dared not examine them too closely. Sometimes, knowing too much about certain matters might bring more troubles upon oneself. Therefore, even if Liang Sheng asked indirectly about the Zhou family bloodline's abilities, he would only mention other matters, saying that the time was not yet ripe. Jin Guangzhou was overjoyed and sent a message to Liang Sheng immediately, as Liang Sheng had a high-grade nascent soul pill, and now was the time to get the nascent soul pill. In this situation, Liang Sheng did not make an appearance at the Zhou family. Instead, he sent Huang Yifan personally to deliver the pill and stay at the Zhou family. Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child turned their gaze to the Zhou family in real time, keeping an eye on the commotion at the Zhou family, not daring to be negligent. Previously, they had suffered greatly due to the Zhou family and Liang Sheng, so they could not afford to be careless this time. He also felt helpless about Zhou Shen's Golden Core consummation, as even he couldn't help but feel envious. When had they ever heard of a nascent soul master under 300 years old? Is the Immortal Dynasty competition truly a gathering of gifted youth? Moreover, Zhou Shen's destiny is not to be underestimated. Back then, his master, Qinyangzi, although struck nonchalantly, even a Golden Core true person or a nascent soul divinity transformation might have perished. But Zhou Shen miraculously survived, proving his unbeatable destiny. At this thought, a flash of spirit light crossed Feng Yuan's mind. Previously, Liang Sheng's interference had caused fluctuations in Immortal City's destiny. Could it have helped propel Zhou Shen's own fortune, allowing him a smooth Golden Core complete breakthrough? Surprised and calmed, he immediately adjusted his emotions. He had already learned his lesson and did not want to be covertly influenced by others. He looked at the place where Zhou Shen was, with a deep and gloomy gaze. What's the big deal about breaking through to nascent soul? Potential is just potential after all, and talent has yet to be converted into actual strength. In the face of true strength, it's worth nothing. Chapter 223, Dancing on a Tightrope, What can the Daoist refiner of virtuality do? Longevity Immortal City. Zhou family. At this moment, the Zhou family was on high alert, with Jin Guangzihu personally guarding the outside of Zhou Shen's room. Zhou Ning led the family members on constant patrols, afraid of any accidents happening. As for Chen Chen, he was aware of this and didn't have any thoughts of approaching Zhou Shen's location. Instead, he patrolled the perimeter of the Zhou family, doing his bit to help. This made Zhou Ning's impression of him improve a lot, but even so, he didn't express anything, not even verbal promises. However, without realizing it, Zhou Ning's daily meals had greatly improved. Anyway, those who understood the situation would understand. Chen Chen gladly accepted this and understood everything without needing any words. Saying it out loud would just make it awkward. Yesterday, under Liang Sheng's instruction, Huang Yifan had arrived at the Zhou family and personally delivered a bottle of nascent soul pills. After that, Huang Yifan did not leave the Zhou family and instead hid in the shadows, cooperating with Jin Guangzihu to guard Zhou Shen's breakthrough. The two of them, one out in the open and the other hidden, formed a joint force, hoping to help Zhou Shen successfully break through to the nascent soul realm. This would be the first homegrown nascent soul master of the Zhou family since they joined the Immortal City. The Zhou family had been waiting for such a nascent soul master for a long, long time. Therefore, the Zhou family would not tolerate any failures. Their current top priority was to block all unexpected factors and not let anyone disturb Liang Sheng. At this moment, the sky had turned dark, with stars scattered across the sky. The light curtain that Feng Yuan had cast to cover the outer heaven beast swamp was still emitting a faint glow. Ordinary cultivators in the Immortal City knew very little about Zhou Shen's impending breakthrough to the nascent soul realm today, but the city lord mansion naturally knew about it. However, they kept it tacitly. Feng Yuan did not have any intention to stop Zhou Shen's breakthrough. At this time, their concern should be focused on the person behind the Zhou family, not Zhou Shen himself. Although he indeed possessed the talent of a gifted child, innate talents that have not been converted into actual strength were not worth mentioning at this time and did not pose a threat yet. There were priorities in everything. As a cultivator of great strength like Feng Yuan, he understood the importance of prioritizing things during this era of great contention. Having been tense for several days, he finally relaxed a bit today because a reply from the capital city had finally been received. His master, Qinyangzi, would soon arrive. Ling Ziazi ultimately decided to stay in capital city Seoul Song to be prepared for any eventuality, while Qinyangzi, eager to protect his disciple, decided to personally visit Longevity Immortal City after much deliberation. As for the person behind the scenes described by Feng Yuan, Qinyangzi was also somewhat uneasy in his heart, with hardly any confidence of success. After all, based on the introductions of Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child, the other party's cultivation level was likely higher than theirs, but he had no choice but to come. If he didn't come, all their prior planning and efforts would probably be in vain, merely providing assistance to others. Not to mention that this involved the Seeking Truth lineage. If he had known about this, perhaps he wouldn't have been so greedy back then, and now he had no choice but to press on with gritted teeth. Emperor Dongshen's seclusion in Hidden Dimension did not mean that he was unaware of the situation of the Immortal Dynasty. For the sake of Feng Yuan's future, Qinyangzi had already decided to disregard everything. However, during this great contention, being slow once would make one slow every step of the way. In history, there had been people who had succeeded in catching up, but they were rare and could be considered as precious as a phoenix's feather and a unicorn's horn. Under such circumstances, Qinyangzi did not want to gamble. He did not want the plans of Longevity Immortal City to affect Feng Yuan's progress. Therefore, he was even more anxious than Ling Ziazi. Moreover, Feng Yuan was more outstanding than Kaiwan Child, which was understandable under such circumstances. According to past records, once he crossed the heavenly tribulation, Feng Yuan would actually be more qualified to participate in the final battle of Heaven's Pride compared to other gifted children in the Immortal Dynasty. Therefore, when Qinyangzi replied to Feng Yuan that he would soon come to Longevity Immortal City, he immediately set off without any hesitation. That was the reason why Feng Yuan could temporarily sit still. Thinking about his master's impending arrival, he glanced at the Zhou family's direction once more and finally decided to close his eyes and not look, out of sight, out of mind. As for Kaiwan Child, he was tracking the movements of the cultivators in the Immortal City heading to the outer heaven. Before Qinyangzi's arrival, he didn't want the cultivators in the Immortal City to disrupt their plans. In any case, before Qinyangzi's arrival, there must be no disturbances in the Immortal City. This was their lowest tolerance for the situation in the Immortal City. Just wait a little longer, and the situation would soon change. Zhou family. At this moment, after adjusting his state to perfection, Zhou Shen did not hesitate and immediately took the nascent soul pill that Huang Yifan had brought him. He had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, especially since he had almost died on the stage earlier. He had become somewhat impatient. After all, if it hadn't been for Liang Sheng's rescue, he probably would have perished long ago, and where would he have had the chance to pursue the path of immortality cultivation now? Therefore, personal strength was the foundation of cultivation. Moreover, since the Zhou family had moved to the immortal city from the desolate regions for so many years, it was time for a nascent soul master to emerge. This was not only a matter for Zhou Shen himself but also represented the Zhou family's fortune. If he succeeded in breaking through, it would undoubtedly be a huge inspiration to the young members of the Zhou family. Furthermore, he didn't want to disappoint any member of the Zhou family. However, he also knew that having such a mentality during an imminent breakthrough was not ideal, so he immediately adjusted his mindset accordingly. He was a golden core consummation cultivator not yet 300 years old. Even if he failed this time, there wouldn't be too much of an issue. If not this time, there would be the next time. After all, he was taking a high-grade nascent soul pill, and failure wouldn't cause any damage. There would be no significant setbacks, so he had plenty of time to wear down the bottlenecks. After adjusting his mindset, Zhou Shen no longer hesitated. Once the nascent soul pill entered his body, there was a loud rumble inside him. A tremendous force surged through his body's spiritual veins. In that instant, Zhou Shen had no time to concern himself with anything else. He devoted all his energy to operating his techniques, using the power of the nascent soul pill to slowly break through his current bottleneck. As Zhou Shen prepared to break through to the nascent soul realm, Liang Sheng did not continue refining spirit tools, as even with the law of cause and effect, he was afraid of unforeseen accidents. It was always better to be cautious in all things. If a small mistake led to flaws in his plans, it would be truly unfortunate. Fortunately, up until now, Immortal City had been extremely calm. As time passed, Liang Sheng saw the fortune covering the Zhou family slightly increase, making him feel more secure. From this, it could be known that Zhou Shen should be able to break through to the nascent soul realm in one go, otherwise, it would not match the condition of the fortune covering the Zhou family. However, it must also be said that with Zhou Shen's cultivation aptitude, the breakthrough was naturally achieved like water flowing into a channel. Even Liang Sheng was a little envious of this. If his cultivation speed could be so fast, he would have probably broken through the refining gods and reversing the void stage by now, so why be so careful? However, everything has its pros and cons. Comparatively, he actually preferred his own cultivation without bottlenecks. After all, he had a long life to live, and he could slowly endure it. How many gifted children ended up with a tragic end due to exhausting their lifespan? The next moment, Liang Sheng's eyes lit up, and he returned to his room to continue refining weapons. As Zhou Shen had broken through to the nascent soul realm, according to the scene he saw under the law of cause and effect, Immortal City would soon liven up. Zhou Shen successfully broke through to the nascent soul realm without making any noise, which was almost silent. When Jin Guangziu saw Zhou Shen come out, he couldn't help but tear up. In the not-too-distant future, his disciple would surpass him, embracing a brilliant future and shining in the era of great contention. Master! At this moment, Zhou Shen saw Jin Guangziu standing outside the house and immediately knelt down to salute him, but Jin Guangziu stopped him. It was better for them not to reveal their master and disciple relationship within the Zhou family. At that time, Huang Yifan also appeared in front of them. Today, he still needed to return and report to Liang Sheng after he had completed the task. Both of you, the master has ordered me to inform brother Zhou after deist friend Zhou Shen's breakthrough. After that, wait for the master's news, and there might be a surprise. Hey? Surprise? Jin Guangziu couldn't help but feel puzzled upon hearing this. Could it be that Senior wanted Zhou Shen to participate in the upcoming conflict with the City Lord Mansion? If it had been a while ago, Jin Guangziu would have hoped that everyone would be more cautious, but now that they were already in an open conflict with the City Lord Mansion, stopping was impossible. Moreover, Zhou Shen's rapid breakthrough to the nascent soul realm was due to getting the opportunity to fight against the City Lord Mansion. Since this was what the senior had said, there must be a reason for it. Therefore, Zhou Shen naturally wouldn't refuse, and Jin Guangziu wouldn't object either. Please tell senior that Shen'er will stay at home from now on and will not go out unless ordered. Huang Yifan nodded after hearing this and then disappeared. Jin Guangxiu and Zhou Shen looked at each other, and Jin Guangxiu laughed. Today is a day to celebrate, come, accompany me for a drink. On the other hand, Chen Chen saw that the Zhou family was relaxing. Although he did not see Zhou Shen appear in person, he naturally knew that the matter had already achieved its result in his heart. Did he fail to break through? If that was the case, it would also be understandable for the Zhou family's calmness. However, there was no need to rush, as Zhou Shen was young, and he had plenty of time left. In the end, the result would be a good one. Chen Chen soon stopped paying attention to these trivial matters and, after thinking for a moment, went to inform Zhou Ning that the backup for seeking the truth lineage was finally arriving. However, Chen Chen did not try to persuade Zhou Ning again in the end. Although the Zhou family's attitude towards him had softened, they had not fully expressed their stance. As Chen Chen excused himself and left, Jin Guangxiu and Zhou Ning did not react much. Instead, they continued to maintain a low profile for the Zhou family, growing secretly, and only refrained from closing their doors to visitors. The city lord mansion had been monitoring Chen Chen's movements. The moment Chen Chen took action, Feng Yuan immediately became alert. However, this time Feng Yuan did not act recklessly, as the seeking the truth lineage backup was bound to be at least at the out-of-body great might level if they truly arrived. The current situation was different from before. They had to be cautious and careful. It was best to wait for Qinyangzi to arrive, as that was the most important thing at the moment. It was just a pity that there had been a mistake before, otherwise Feng Yuan and the others would not have to be so careful. On the contrary, they could have used people like Pei Linyu to test it out. Unfortunately, with Liang Sheng's interference, this plan had already failed. Liang Sheng's previous actions had left them somewhat restrained. They wouldn't act recklessly unless they were absolutely certain. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan immediately stood up, his face full of excitement, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Master!" It was Qinyangzi who had arrived in time. As Chen Chen went to meet the seeking the truth lineage backup, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel excited, looking at the place where they were going to meet and nodding silently. He looked at the city lord mansion again. Refinement Void Dao Monarch had also arrived, but this time seeking the truth lineage did not underestimate their enemy. The two sides were evenly matched. After all, who would have thought that seeking the truth lineage would go all out in the end, sending out a refinement Void Dao Lord? Chen Chen was pleasantly surprised when he saw the leader who had arrived. It was just a pity that Brother Pei couldn't see such a grand occasion. Thinking about it, Chen Chen couldn't help but have red eyes, his emotions indescribable. Apart from Liang Sheng, the only other person who noticed the movements of the city lord mansion and seeking the truth lineage was the Zize independent cultivator. Seeing the strength of both parties, he looked towards Liang Sheng. The carefree independent cultivator thought that his disciple would be nervous, but he didn't expect him to be somewhat excited, almost as if he had a big heart. It seemed that his disciple had great trust in him, otherwise it would be impossible to explain his current reaction. What the carefree independent cultivator didn't know was that Liang Sheng was so excited because he was even more confident in his own safety. Because he was equivalent to being in the intermediate stage of the soul emergence, he had no fear in the face of both refinement Void Dao monarchs, and even had complete confidence in victory. In that case, there was no need to hold back. Why not make the scene more lively? At this moment, Liang Sheng decided to launch his plan ahead of time. After years of living in obscurity, he no longer had to be obedient to everything with the carefree independent cultivator by his side. "Master, let me treat you to a fireworks show next. But I need you to help me delay the city lord mansion's reaction by a few breaths." "Hey? Fireworks?" Since Liang Sheng had never told the carefree independent cultivator about his plan, he didn't quite understand the meaning of Liang Sheng's words. Still, he followed his request and sealed the city lord mansion's reaction for a few breaths. The moment he made his move, more than a dozen puppets appeared around Liang Sheng. These puppets, of course, were not as good as Huang Yifun's body. Although they looked lifelike, ordinary cultivators could not tell their true identity in a careless glance. However, the carefree independent cultivator could see the difference at a glance. It had to be said that his disciple's weapon refining skills were unfathomable. Could it be that in the future, the frigate would have another weapon refining inheritance? These puppets all had a cultivation level in the nascent soul realm. The carefree independent cultivator did not marvel at the fact that Liang Sheng had so many defensive measures, but rather marveled at how much his disciple seemed to fear death. After all, if the materials used to refine these puppets were used in exchange for cultivation resources, his disciple's realm would probably advance a step further. Of course, this was just a possibility. However, it no longer mattered which was better. The carefree independent cultivator was more interested in the fact that each of these more than a dozen puppets held a spiritual tool in their hands. This shocked the carefree independent cultivator. Just how many spiritual tools did his disciple refine? By now, he had begun to understand his disciple's intentions. Sure enough, he saw Liang Sheng's mouth curl slightly, and then the more than a dozen puppets flew into the sky without any hesitation. Because everything happened so fast, Feng Yuan and Chen Yangzi met for a moment but didn't have time to react. Then they saw a series of explosions outside the sky, and the light curtain they had set up instantly shattered. The self-destruction of more than a dozen nascent soul cultivators, along with their spiritual tools, was not a small force. However, in theory, this was not enough to break the heavenly seal. But the key was the spiritual tool secretly hidden by Liang Sheng, the spiritual tool refined with Li Chang's essence blood, that was also self-destructing. At that time, Liang Sheng had actually refined 3 blood-refined spiritual tools using Li Chang's essence blood, but he had only taken out 2 of them last time. Also, these 3 blood-refined spiritual tools were all hiding a secret. So when the puppets ascended into the sky, 2 rays of spirit light emerged from the city lord's mansion. Because the carefree independent cultivator secretly helped, Feng Yuan and Chen Yangzi had no time to react. As a result, all the cultivators in the immortal city saw the city lord's mansion seemingly participating in the destruction of the sky curtain. What on earth was going on? The immortal city cultivators couldn't help being dumbfounded, as they couldn't understand what was going on. Wasn't it the city lord's mansion that had personally set up the sealing array before? But soon their attention was drawn to the outer space, where the previously seen red-eyed giant pit appeared again in the sky of the immortal city. After Chen Chen and the Seeking Truth lineage had met, they hadn't had time to explain the situation when their leader Refinement Void Dao Monarch looked up at the outer space, his eyes involuntarily brightening. Why did the outer heaven beast swamp suddenly open? He could clearly see the 2 spirit lights from the city lord's mansion, and Chen Chen couldn't help licking his lips. Protector, could this be a trap set by the city lord's mansion? Feng Qingzi shook his head after hearing it. I don't know if this is a trap set by the city lord's mansion, but we have to go because if our plan succeeds, we have hope of returning to the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. So, we cannot miss this opportunity. At this moment, Feng Qingzi had a determined look in his eyes. However, both Feng Qingzi and Chen Yangzi had concealed themselves when they entered the Immortal City, so both sides had not yet discovered each other's presence. As the Immortal City was in a state of astonishment, Zhou Shen received Liang Sheng's message and, without any hesitation, rushed to Liang Sheng's mansion. Jin Guangziyu didn't come along because he knew that with Liang Sheng there, he wouldn't fail to protect Zhou Shen. His presence would make no difference. At this time, Liang Sheng patted Zhou Shen's shoulder. Would you like to accompany me on a trip to outer space? If I have the opportunity, I would not dare to refuse. Good. After that, Liang Sheng suddenly let out a long cry. His voice could be heard throughout the immortal city. Fellow deists, the spirit tools have been successfully refined, with 3 out of 10. Deist Xiao, Deist Chen and Deist Wang may now come to collect them. As for the poor deist, I am going to outer space to seize the opportunity. At this moment, I would like to thank the City Lord for his grace. I had misunderstood the City Lord before. City Lord, you are truly selfless. Then Liang Sheng took Zhou Shen directly into the sky, heading for outer space without any hesitation, straight towards the red-eyed giant pit. At this moment, in the City Lord's mansion, Chen Yangzi's eyes were cold. Now he realized that what his disciple Feng Yuan had told him before was somewhat restrained. Liang Sheng was indeed arrogant. Just then, another loud laugh echoed through the entire immortal city. If it wasn't Feng Qingzi, who else could it be? Young friend, you have courage. Poor deist Feng will accompany you on this journey. After that, Chen Chen followed Feng Qingzi and the others directly to outer space. Seeing this, the cultivators of the immortal city finally hesitated no more. Liang Sheng was a refining master, how could he possibly be a fool? Besides, they had clearly seen the city lord's mansion take action, breaking the heavenly seal. They could not let the opportunity slip by, for it would never come again. In an instant, countless people ascended into the sky from the immortal city, filled with excitement. At this moment, Chen Yangzi finally understood. Liang Sheng really had an inseparable relationship with the Seeking Truth lineage. This was nothing short of dancing on a tightrope, challenging the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. As Liang Sheng entered the giant pit in outer space, he even looked back at the city lord's mansion with a look of disdain. I dance on tightropes, but what can you do about it? Chapter 224, Liang Sheng's courage covers the sky, so what if he destroys the Immortal City spirit veins? Longevity Immortal City. The incident happened so abruptly that the Immortal City cultivators did not react until Liang Sheng disappeared into the outer heaven beast swamp with Zhou Shen. Then, without any discussion or exclamations, those who were prepared began to levitate, followed by countless others. But there were also Immortal City cultivators who, at this moment, did not immediately follow, opting instead to silently approach Liang Sheng's mansion. Before Master Liang departed for the outer heaven, he had mentioned that the old servant in his house possessed 3 spirit tools. The owners of these 3 spirit tools were currently preparing for failure, despite having provided the materials, yet in a short period, they received unexpected joy. How advanced was Master Liang's weapon refining skill? Why does his creation of spirit tools seem as simple as playing house? Fortunately, only 3 out of 10 were successful. Apart from those 3, the other cultivators were unlucky and the spirit tools they commissioned were ultimately not successful. Even so, these cultivators could only silently bear their losses. They could not badmouth Liang Sheng, for it was stipulated beforehand that no one could be blamed if there was failure. If Liang Sheng were still at home, other cultivators would probably not dare to make a move, but now Liang Sheng was absent. With only the old servant at the house, many Immortal City cultivators started having inappropriate ideas. Why couldn't these spirit tools belong to them? Therefore, when Xiao, Chen and Wang arrived in front of Liang Sheng's mansion and perceived the commotion, they couldn't help but frown. The trio, in their urgency, sped up, but before they could enter the courtyard, some people had already dashed in. Not good. The trio felt a sudden chill in their hearts, but before they could react, the several intruders were flung out. When they landed on the ground, they had already lost their breath. Immediately in the next moment, a tall figure appeared at the mansion gate. If it wasn't Huang Yifan, who could it be? The previously submissive and weak image was gone, replaced by the full presence of nascent soul great perfection. Who would have guessed that Master Liang's seemingly weak old servant was actually a cultivator at the stage of nascent soul great perfection? How horrifying! At this point, Huang Yifan didn't even glance at the corpses on the ground. Instead, he looked at the crowd outside the gate and spoke softly, "Our deist friends Xiao, Chen and Wang here." The trio came forward upon hearing this, respectfully presenting their tokens. After Huang Yifan verified the tokens, he directly handed them the 3 spirit tools. The rest can leave now. The refining of spirit tools will be put on hold until my master returns. No one needs to come over in the future to avoid wasting time. When will Master Liang return? With 3 more successful spirit tools being forged, it severely shocked the other Immortal City cultivators. Had they known this before, they would have gone to all lengths to prepare the materials for the spirit tools. Now, they regretted missing the opportunity. Huang Yifan did not answer this question. After returning to the mansion, he directly closed the door. How could he possibly provide an answer to the cultivator's query? Xiao, Chen and Wang were still immersed in the joy of receiving the spirit tools when they suddenly felt a chill, realizing that the atmosphere was a bit strange. They looked at each other and then without any words, decided to stick together. Seeing the 3 of them banding together, the other cultivators temporarily put aside their malice. As the mid-level cultivators from the 3 families arrived, these cultivators felt even less likely to make a move and had to give up. They realized that it was due to their own lacking luck, but they still had other opportunities to compete for. With this thought in mind, they all looked up at the sky at the same time. At the moment, there are still many rushing into outer space from the Immortal City, which sparked interest in many people's hearts. Finally, a cultivator in front of Liang Sheng's house could not resist the excitement anymore and shot into the sky. At this moment, their thoughts were straightforward. Who said the opportunity could not be theirs? Considering all the preparations the city lord's mansion had done, maybe Liang Sheng's words before were not groundless. The city lord's mansion. At this moment, Pure Yang's face couldn't be any uglier. Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child were both silent. Chen Chen was preparing to meet Feng Qingzi. They sensed something, but it was too late to act. After all, Liang Sheng's sudden grand spectacle has completely upended their plans. By now, they realized they had been outfoxed. If it weren't for that, when Liang Sheng rushed into the sky, they should have instinctively tried to stop him instead of wasting time. They had underestimated Liang Sheng after all. Moreover, when Liang Sheng took off, it was only then Feng Yuan realized that the other was not a nascent soul master but a divinity transformation spiritualist. His techniques of concealment were extraordinary. He had remained undiscovered by them, who had reached the out-of-body stage, for such a long time. Liang Sheng's ascension with someone also complicated the situation in the Immortal City, which enraged Feng Yuan to the point of nearly losing control. How dare the insignificant Liang Sheng do this? Even pure Yangzi felt agitated, as he could not forget the provocative look Liang Sheng gave him before entering the outer space. He dared to belittle the city lord's mansion. Truly audacious. However, now that the Immortal City cultivators were rushing into outer space one by one, it completely disrupted Feng Yuan's original plan. And so, at this point, the qi from Feng Yuan and the others fluctuated extremely. Pure Yangzi quickly decided to minimize the losses. Feng Yuan, what's done is done. We don't have a better option. We need to stop the bleeding in time and capture the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage. After that, we'll go to Outer Heaven. Although the opportunities in the beast swamp of Outer Heaven might not be suitable for us, the cultivators of the Immortal Dynasty, we can't just hand them over to others. Yes, Master, we'll follow your orders. Since Zhenyangzi had made a decision, Feng Yuan and the others stopped thinking too much. However, at this time, the movements from Chen Chen's side also surprised them. At this moment, Feng Qingzi suddenly released all his qi, revealing his cultivation level as a refinement void Dao monarch, which enveloped the entire longevity Immortal City, causing the bustling city to fall silent. In the city lord mansion, Zhenyangzi's face changed once again. Feng Qingzi's appearance was beyond his expectations, and it was now too late to stop him. Thus, they could only watch as Feng Qingzi led the Seeking the Truth lineage directly into Outer Heaven. Zhenyangzi's heart couldn't help but grow heavier. Feng Yuan looked at Zhenyangzi beside him with a somewhat downcast mood. He had a reason for thinking this way after all, who could have imagined that their plan would encounter problems one after another? Did they do all this in vain? There was a reason for his thinking. Zhenyangzi himself might not have known how big the Outer Heaven beast swamp was. So entering at this time would be quite difficult. However, they couldn't just give up the beast swamp to someone else. So they had no other choice. As for Liang Sheng's mansion, Zhenyangzi didn't dare to go. Someone had easily blocked his perception just now, causing him to react slower. So now, he tried his best not to offend the other party. Thinking of this, he made up his mind completely. Feng Yuan, gather your men and follow me. Li Chong and the others had already been assembled. When Feng Yuan saw that Zhenyangzi had made up his mind, he didn't hesitate, and with Kaiwan Child, led Li Chong and the others behind Zhenyangzi, heading straight towards Outer Heaven. However, just before entering Outer Heaven, Feng Yuan's eyes involuntarily twitched, and he couldn't help but feel a bad premonition in his heart. Could there still be a problem? It couldn't be possible, right? Inside Liang's mansion. After Zhenyangzi led the city lord mansion's cultivators to Outer Heaven, the Zize independent cultivator continued to lie leisurely on his recliner. He seemed completely unconcerned about his disciple Liang Sheng's current situation in the Outer Heaven beast swamp. At this moment, he suddenly asked a question. Disciple, aren't you worried that the city lord mansion's people will snatch the opportunities in Outer Heaven? Your actions seem a bit hasty. As soon as his words fell, Liang Sheng, who had just been seen by everyone heading to Outer Heaven, suddenly appeared in front of the Zize independent cultivator, with the clueless Zhou Shen standing beside him. Liang Sheng shook his head at this time. Master, thank you for helping me conceal the heavenly secrets just now, allowing me to return to the Immortal City without anyone's knowledge. I don't know what the opportunities in Outer Heaven are. But since it's a trap set by the City Lord Mansion for the Seeking Truth lineage, I'm afraid they must have some means of guarding against the situation in Outer Heaven, otherwise how could they talk about traps? Since going to Outer Heaven might be playing into the hands of the City Lord Mansion, wouldn't it be a loss if I followed their plans? So you went against their plan and triggered all their schemes in advance, driving them out of the Immortal City? But in doing so, what can you do? As long as Feng Yuan remains alive, the changes to the Immortal City's destiny won't be significant, since he carries the city's fortune. The Zize independent cultivator's point was simple. It seemed that Liang Sheng's actions had shaken Feng Yuan's destiny, but in reality, they had not shaken the foundation of the immortal city. In addition, the Ziza independent cultivator also knew the specifics of the outer heaven beast swamp's situation. Although there were many opportunities, obtaining them would be extremely difficult. That's why it would take a long time for the Seeking Truth lineage to achieve anything. Otherwise, why would the beast swamp have been abandoned in the desolate regions, with no one paying attention to it? Of course, it couldn't be said absolutely like this. At the very least, previously, the East Victory Immortal Dynasty had some precautions against the beast swamp. When the desolate regions still existed, the Immortal City used to help solve the beast tide issue in the desolate regions, just to keep the beast swamp's situation under control. Now, in the era of great contention, the opportunities in the beast swamp actually had unique uses. So it seemed a bit of a waste for Liang Sheng to give up on them just to outwit the City Lord Mansion. However, at this moment, Liang Sheng smiled confidently. Master, who said we can't shake Feng Yuan's foundation? I don't want to go to outer heaven precisely because there's a better place to go right now. Why would I take the risk of going there? Hey! The Ziza independent cultivator was stunned. Immortal Dynasty spiritual veins. When the Ziza independent cultivator heard this, he immediately sat up from his recliner, looking straight at Liang Sheng without blinking. He felt as if he had underestimated his own disciple. What do you plan to do? How much do you know? Don't get too excited, Master. I actually know quite a bit because I used to know someone who was once the leader of the Church of All Beings. Upon hearing this, the Ziza independent cultivator immediately understood what was going on. He then looked at Zhou Shen and asked, how do you plan to arrange this young man? Naturally, I'll bring him along. If we're going to overthrow Feng Yuan's foundation and wait for the City Lord Mansion's people to return and find the City Lord Mansion's destiny has changed, what kind of expression will they have? I don't know what their expressions will be, but I do know that they'll slap you guys to death. That won't happen, Master, you'll be there. The Ziza independent cultivator couldn't help but smile bitterly. You, still with the flattery? Go on then, how did I end up with a disciple with such a complicated mind? I can't go now. Why? There's the mustard seed mastery blocking the back mountain passage, and I can't get in. I need your help, Master. You little brat, I thought you could solve everything, but you're still here waiting for me. Liang Sheng would never reveal that he had the Sumeru mustard seed method. Otherwise, Feng Yuan might suspect that the previous incident was not so simple. Since there was a risk of exposure, Liang Sheng naturally wouldn't take any chances. After all, there was the independent cultivator Ziza to take the blame, so why bother taking risks himself? At this time, Ziza independent cultivator said nothing directly and led Liang Sheng and Zhou Shen into the backyard of the City Lord Mansion. And then, Liang Sheng spoke again. Master, please help Zhou Shen gather the immortal city's destiny. I will give him everything I earned before. Are you sure you want to do this? Of course, this destiny is useless to me. I am a seeker of the great unrestrained one, bound by such trivial destiny, would that not be putting the cart before the horse? Good young man, has your free method already reached a high level? Liang Sheng nodded directly, and Ziza independent cultivator couldn't help but become happier. As long as he could exchange for such progress of his disciple, doing these little things had meaning. Moreover, it was because of the conflict with the City Lord Mansion that his disciple made such progress. They didn't offend too much later, so he wouldn't kill them. But his disciple is also a daring one. The best way to shake the foundation of Feng Yuan is to let the immortal city's destiny completely reverse. Ziza independent cultivator has already thought of what Liang Sheng will do in the end. What a daring young man! Liang Sheng spoke at this moment, Master, I want to explode the immortal city's spirit vein branches, please help me. Ziza independent cultivator secretly said as expected. He did not speak and sent Liang Sheng and Zhou Shen directly into the mountain rock space. Afterward, Ziza independent cultivator looked at the surging spiritual tide in the spiritual veins, but there were occasional fluctuations. After all, people's hearts were floating in the immortal city, which was natural. At this moment, Liang Sheng's eyes were shining with fear. The next moment, Liang Sheng saw Ziza independent cultivator's grasping hand and forced himself to stand still without dodging. The next moment, he felt his immortal city destiny transfer to Zhou Shen's body. Zhou Shen's body trembled involuntarily before being directly thrown into the spirit vein by Ziza independent cultivator. Then Ziza independent cultivator clicked on several points in the void, and the next moment, an invisible barrier appeared in mid-air. If you really want to do this, remember to take a spiritual tool and self-destruct at this light spot after obtaining the opportunity of the spiritual vein. The spiritual vein branches will self-destruct. Thank you, Master, I'll go first. Immediately afterward, Liang Sheng entered the spiritual vein. What about cutting off the spiritual veins of the immortal city? Then Liang Sheng didn't care about these things. At this time, he didn't activate the ancient techniques in his body, he would maintain this state for the next period. Otherwise, once he absorbed the heaven and earth spine, Zi's independent cultivator would suspect his origin even if he loved him. After all, who could swallow the spirit vein spine of heaven and earth? Zi's independent cultivator also stayed for a while, seeing that there was nothing happening in the spirit vein, and left directly. Liang Sheng began to go upstream. This time, he wanted to see the source of the branch veins. His plan this time was a bit crazy. Without the existence of Zi's independent cultivator, he would never have come up with such a crazy plan. He wasn't worried about Zhou Shen's situation. The situation Zhou Shen was experiencing now was not much different from Feng Yuan's plot to gather destiny before. When the plan finally succeeded, it would be a spectacular show. He had asked Zhou Shen before Zhou Shen had naturally agreed. When Liang Sheng arrived at the source, he saw that the source was just a small water outlet, but it was such a water outlet that was full of infinite temptations. At this moment, Liang Sheng suddenly felt an impulse to drill into the main vein, but he quickly suppressed the desire in his heart and returned to the branch vein again. This was the foundation of the Immortal Dynasty spiritual veins. Liang Sheng glanced at Zhou Shen and finally activated the ancient techniques in his body. In an instant, the heaven and earth spine roared into Liang Sheng's body. After that, the heaven and earth spine in his body filled him almost entirely. He forcibly cut off the connection with the spiritual veins and then looked at the spiritual vein source. He would never have ideas about the Immortal Dynasty's main spirit vein, but with Zi's independent cultivator present, the Immortal City's spirit vein branches were not impossible to tinker with. At this moment, Zhou Shen sunk to the bottom of the spiritual vein. His destiny was already fully stabilized. Liang Sheng waved his hand, and the remaining heaven and earth spine in the spiritual veins gathered and was pressed into Zhou Shen's body by Liang Sheng. Then Liang Sheng made up his mind, grabbed Zhou Shen, disappeared into the spirit vein branches, and then a spiritual tool appeared at the light spot. The next moment, a loud noise appeared in the branch veins, and then, like a chain reaction, the entire spiritual vein branches gradually collapsed. Liang Sheng had just appeared in the backyard of City Lord Mansion and disappeared without a trace. Immediately afterward, the Sumuru mustard seed rock burst out instantly. The entire immortal city suddenly rained spiritual essence, and the cultivators felt that the spiritual energy density of the immortal city had erupted again, inexplicably joyful. Why is this? Immediately afterward, they stopped thinking about it. If they didn't cultivate at this time, when would they? Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. A sudden thud in Feng Yuan's heart made his luck drop sharply, and he was inexplicably horrified. What's going on here? Chapter 225, As your teacher, I'll back you up, Liang Sheng breaks through again. Longevity Immortal City. Liang Sheng's mansion. Liang Sheng returned to Longevity Immortal City with Zhou Shen, who was still immersed in his cultivation trance, and immediately took him to a room. At this moment, the city was still receiving the rain of spiritual energy, a phenomenon so concentrated that it was hair-raising. Perhaps only the spiritual energy density within the Emperor Dongshen's residence in the entire East Victory Immortal Dynasty could rival this current situation. The Zi's independent cultivator looked at the carefree Liang Sheng, seemingly indifferent to what he had just done, and asked a question he couldn't help but vocalize. Disciple, are you really not worried about the situation to come? You might be in for a lot of trouble afterwards. But Liang Sheng really wasn't perturbed by this, as everything was within his calculations. In fact, if Zize was not present, he wouldn't have planned this way. Master, didn't you once say that if disciples of the free sect wish to attain freedom, how can they be free of trouble? Shouldn't a newly initiated disciple of the free sect tread fearlessly? Upon hearing these words, the Zize independent cultivator couldn't help but look at his disciple in even higher regard. It astounded him how candidly his disciple deduced the circumstances of free sect disciples with his brief comments. What was even more surprising was his decision to not only accept his fate but to also expedite the process with careful planning. He himself did not have this wisdom back in his younger days. In retrospect, his journey was littered with thorns. In this aspect, he was inferior to his disciple. However, thinking about it from another perspective, if this disciple continues unfettered, his accomplishments would certainly be higher than his own. Thinking of this, the Zize independent cultivator laughed. What you say is true, my disciple. If you desire freedom, you cannot attain it without sacrifice. In this respect, you are doing even better than I had imagined. As he said this, he looked up to the sky. His voice was faint, yet it resonated with an outlandish air of dominance. Since you are prepared for this, proceed as you wish. For anything beyond your ability, you need not worry. Your master will stand by to support you. Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng's heart warmed, but he refrained from discussing the matter further and instead outlined his incoming plans. Master, I am afraid I will have to trouble you in the coming days because it seems I am about to make a breakthrough following this trip to the spiritual vein. Upon hearing this, Zize was slightly taken aback, he then quickly understood what was happening. You've seized an opportunity in the spiritual vein? Very well, my disciple. You go and close off for cultivation. With me here, no one will be able to disturb you. Liang Sheng did not say any words of gratitude, but bowed down in respect, his frame full of thanks unsaid. Following this, he disappeared from Zize's sight. Liang Sheng had not lied this time because he was genuinely on the brink of a breakthrough. This breakthrough was the last stage of refining the spirit from qi that signified the end of the late-stage soul emergence. If he could advance smoothly beyond this point, he would reach the new world beyond the refining the god and reversing the void realm. By that time, all under heaven was at his disposal, as the immortal dynasty competition was still far off and Liang Sheng had ample time to grow. This breakthrough was not a surprise, as Liang Sheng had already demonstrated his capabilities of the divinity transformation realm in front of Zize. This was done to allay any doubts in advance. Moreover, he didn't have to worry about being found out by the old Zize, with the layers of protections he had set up, combined with the concealment properties of his data panel, not even Zize could make anything out, even if he was right next to him. Moreover, he had a backup plan. At this moment, Zhou Shen had copious amounts of the heaven and earth spine within him, enough to allow him to immediately enter the middle stage of the nascent soul, right after breaking through the early stage. With Zhou Shen's breakthrough serving as a smokescreen, his own breakthrough seems more natural and less significant. After all, this is a Dao Lord in the middle stage of the nascent soul, who hadn't reached 300 years of age yet, a gifted child among gifted children. In the entire immortal dynasty, no one could ignore the existence of Zhou Shen. As for Zize's previous statement that his plans would cause trouble, Liang Sheng had a different viewpoint. At this moment, the outer heaven beast swamp was open and the seeking truth lineage had already entered. Between returning to the immortal city and capturing the members of the seeking truth lineage, Liang Sheng firmly believed that they would choose to stay outside, at least Cheniangzi would choose to capture the members of the seeking truth lineage, and at most Feng Yuan would return to the longevity immortal city. These were the scenes Liang Sheng saw under the rule of cause and effect. As long as there were no other unexpected factors, this result was as good as decided, so why be concerned? However, once he returned to his room, Liang Sheng continued to be cautious. He confirmed once again that his plan had no loopholes before calming his mind and sitting down on the floor. The ancient techniques within his body instantly started operating. As Liang Sheng closed his eyes, only one thought occupied his mind. Today will be the day he breaks through the final stage. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. At this moment, Cheniangzi arrived at the Beast Swamp with Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child among others. But as soon as they entered, Cheniangzi couldn't help but furrow his brows. The swamp was desolate, yellow sand everywhere. Whenever wind rose, sand would fly into the air. Added to that was the Beast Swamp's unique murky spiritual energy, which was not suitable for cultivators from the immortal dynasty. However, this was not the time to dwell on these issues. The seeking truth lineage had already entered the Beast Swamp. Upon arrival, they would surely rush to find the ancient desolate springs. However, the ancient desolate springs appeared randomly in undetermined locations, making it impossible for anyone to accurately track them down. Most people could only choose a direction based on their instincts. However, the seeking truth lineage was different. They were more sensitive to the springs than ordinary cultivators, thus their chances of finding the springs were higher. Naturally, it was difficult for Cheniangzi to find the ancient desolate springs, but their goal was not there, for they were certain to find the seeking truth remnants. If it were not for that, Feng Yuan would not have used Outer Heaven Beast Swamp as a trap, trying to lure and capture the seeking truth remnants. Feng Yuan took out an ancient bronze compass, then gently tapped it with his finger. A faint glow flashed at the top of the compass, and then Feng Yuan raised his head. "Master, this way." At the words, Qinyangzi nodded and led the way, with a group of people following him at great speed. As for the search results, there was no need to say more. As to whether they can catch the Seeking Truth lineage completely, it could only be said that success would depend on people's efforts, and the planning was in heaven's hands. All they could do was to be well prepared. That was because Refinement Void Dao Monarch had been sent by the Seeking Truth lineage. They didn't know how capable he was, but they could see whether he was a worthy opponent for Pure Yang or not. However, the capital city Soul Song of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty would prefer to see Qinyangzi bring back the captured Seeking Truth lineage members. But before they had walked for long, Feng Yuan suddenly changed his expression. He looked pale and stunned, not knowing what to do. He stared at the dissipating immortal city destiny on his body, filled with disbelief. How is this possible? What has happened in the immortal city? Why is my own destiny disappearing for no reason? Not only that, but the same was happening to Kaiwan Child. Qinyangzi frowned in confusion, not understanding why his heart was enveloped by a dark cloud. With such trouble before the journey had even begun, could something unexpected happen in this immortal city plan? At this time, Feng Yuan finally sobered up from the shock and said anxiously, "Master, I have to go back, and I'll leave the beast swamp matter to you." Kaiwan Child also looked at Qinyangzi with the same expression. Chunyang hesitated for a moment before making a decision. "All right, you should both take a few more people with you. In case anything unexpected happens, it's better to have someone to help." Qinyangzi was actually helpless in his heart because, after all, after Feng Yuan became the Lord of Longevity Immortal City, his destiny was already connected to the city. At this time, the destiny on Feng Yuan and the others faded, causing too many variables in their beast swamp operation, but they had to return to the immortal city. "I'm sorry to trouble you, Master. I'll come back as soon as I can." Having finished speaking, Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child didn't hesitate to select a few people and set off directly toward the passage, intending to return to Longevity Immortal City. Watching them leave, Qinyangzi didn't dwell on it any further. He turned around and set off again, looking for the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage. "Let's go. Longevity Immortal City." At this time, Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child were suspended in midair, watching the spiritual rain falling from the sky. They couldn't help but stare blankly, not moving at all. The spiritual branch vein had broken. No wonder their own destinies began to dissipate. It turned out to be the reason. And Kaiwan Child quickly recovered, not because his mood was stronger than Feng Yuan's, but because his communication jade slip flashed crazily, waking him up. It was a message from Ling Suzi. The content of the message was quite simple. Ling Suzi was only asking what had happened in Longevity Immortal City because the capital city Soul Song spiritual veins had just trembled and lost contact with the Longevity Immortal City branch vein. How could Ling Suzi not be worried? However, Kaiwan Child did not know the cause of the break-off, which was why he replied that he would investigate the reason first. Then, he and Feng Yuan went to the backyard of the City Lord Mansion at the same time. By this time, the Sumuru mustard seed rock had already destroyed itself, causing the connection between the Immortal City's branch veins and the main veins to be completely severed, leading to the heavenly spiritual rain. At this moment, Feng Yuan suddenly tensed, because there was still a trace of qi residue where the mountain stone had shattered. Kaiwan Child had naturally also noticed this strand of qi and exchanged glances with Feng Yuan. Both felt that this qi was very familiar. Wasn't this the qi of their long-standing opponent, Refining Master Liang Sheng? Was it really him? But wasn't he leading the Zhou family's talent to the outer heaven beast swamp? Looking back now, their opponent was probably feigning weakness while secretly preparing for a counterattack. Who could have thought that such an excellent situation in the Immortal City was slowly being dragged down into a quagmire by the other party's step-by-step conspiracy? So what should they do now? When the two of them thought of the mysterious great might supporting Liang Sheng, they couldn't help but hesitate a bit. If they confront Liang Sheng directly and the great might interferes again, what should they do? While the two of them were thinking about these things, the spiritual rain continued to fall in the Immortal City, and the cultivators of the city were all making the most of the time to cultivate. Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child both lost their destinies, but these ordinary cultivators ended up being the ultimate beneficiaries. As Feng Yuan considered the gains and losses, Kaiwan Child decided to ask their master Ling Xiaozi for advice first. Far away in capital city Soul Song, when Ling Suzi received the news from Kaiwan Child, he could only be silent for a short while, as he did not know whether or not to continue investigating along the clues. Looking at the situation now, it was clear that Liang Sheng or even the unseen power behind him had already planned this conspiracy in advance. They even took advantage of their eagerness to capture the Seeking Truth lineage in order to achieve such a perfect result. Before, he and Chen Yangzi thought that with Kaiwan Child and Feng Yuan, the longevity immortal city's destiny could lend them a helping hand in the era of great contention, allowing them to seize the opportunity. However, they had never expected it to turn into such a situation. If they had known, they would not have allowed them to go to longevity immortal city in the first place. But now was not the time to discuss this. After all, Kaiwan Child and Feng Yuan were already tied to longevity immortal city. If they could not have a good ending, they would probably fall behind in the future. Even if the Holy Land representative truly stands behind Liang Sheng, there's no need to worry now. After all, since Liang Sheng is personally involved, the Holy Land representative can't directly attack Feng Yuan and the others. Just like previously when he only made some minor moves, it was still Liang Sheng who actually executed the plans. Therefore, facing the rotten situation at hand, Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child could only take a gamble. But before Ling Suzi could make up his mind, the communication jade slip buzzed again. Reading its contents, he stood up involuntarily. Liang Sheng had made a breakthrough. They cannot wait any longer, even if they wanted to. However, his breakthrough might not necessarily be a bad thing given that his realm and Feng Yuan's are now obviously the same after his transformation to the soul emergence realm. Since this was the case, it was reasonable for Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child to confront Liang Sheng. Even the Holy Land representative couldn't do anything about this situation. It seems that the other party couldn't resist the temptation, they were too impatient. If he was only a divinity transformation cultivator, Feng Yuan and the others would not have moved against him. Bearing this in mind, Ling Suzi quickly replied with 2 words. Execute him. Liang Sheng's mansion. The moment when Feng Yuan and the others returned to the immortal city, Liang Sheng sensed their presence, even though he didn't care. At this moment, as the primordial mysterious technique inside him was wildly operating, the heaven and earth spine in his body was directly transforming, and Liang Sheng's cultivation level was steadily increasing. The reason he deliberately showed his divinity transformation cultivator status to that Zize independent cultivator was for this very moment. After all, once he breaks through to the soul emergence realm, he would qualify as a gifted child of the era of great contention. At this moment, Liang Sheng's combat strength was by no means inferior to that of the refinement Void Dao monarch. Who in the immortal city could outmatch him? With the techniques operating within him, the starlight in Liang Sheng's divine soul sea became even more dazzling. A 3-legged golden crow was roaming freely in the star sea at this moment. As the starlight from the entire divine soul sea was twinkling, at the moment of his breakthrough, Liang Sheng seemed to see the gates of the great hall of the refining the god and reversing the void realm, just 1 step away from entering it. However, he didn't know how long it would take to make that step. Nevertheless, under the influence of the talent of innocent foolishness, he didn't need to worry about it. Even the lifespan cultivation technique, which had already made a breakthrough, had also made progress, taking a steady step towards the next realm. However, at this moment, Liang Sheng was still suppressing his qi, keeping it secret that he'd already made a breakthrough. He was waiting for Zhou Shen to also break through to the middle nascent soul realm. Zhou Shen was a crucial part of Liang Sheng's plan to control the longevity immortal city. Regardless of Zhou Shen's breakthrough to the middle nascent soul realm, the fact that he's not yet 300 years old changes the significance of his extent. If that was not the case, why would he bother to bring Zhou Shen on the spiritual vein trip? Meanwhile, as he was waiting patiently, there was finally a movement from Zhou Shen's end. The Zize independent cultivator wasn't concerned about Zhou Shen's breakthrough, at most feeling a hint of envy for his youth. But at that moment, the qi in the room where Liang Sheng was, also exploded. Soul emergence realm? How did his disciple suddenly make a breakthrough to the soul emergence realm? When did he give him the soul emergence pill? Zize independent cultivator couldn't help but slap his forehead at this moment as something felt wrong the more he thought about it. Has he become senile? Chapter 226, Liang Sheng's out-of-body great power, Immortal City changes hands. Longevity Immortal City. Liang family residence. After Liang Sheng broke through to the late-stage soul emergence, he immediately concealed his own qi, leaving only the strength of the initial stage of soul emergence on the surface. After the breakthrough, Liang Sheng's data panel also changed as follows. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 2650. Talent, innocent foolishness, extreme. Techniques, primordial mysterious technique, 4th level, ascending immortality scripture, 23rd level, 20 health maintenance techniques, 29th level, nailhead 7 arrows technique, curse, great freedom heavenly method, entry level, grand solar golden crow contemplation method, divine ability. Realm, refining spirit from chi, late stage soul emergence. Lifespan, 114,076. He didn't feel too much fluctuation about this, but instead looked forward to the breakthrough of his health cultivation method. What surprises would the 30th level of the health cultivation method bring him? As he calmed down and walked out of his room, he saw the suspicious gaze of the Ziza independent cultivator and immediately guessed the reason. However, he didn't want to explain, so he hurried over to the Ziza independent cultivator with an excited expression. Master, I finally broke through to the soul emergence realm. Seeing Liang Sheng's excited expression, the Ziza independent cultivator was also genuinely happy and felt extremely proud. It was well deserved that Liang Sheng was his disciple of the free sect. Now that Liang Sheng had broken through to the soul emergence realm, he had taken another solid step forward in the era of great contention. With the participation of the free sect, the competition would undoubtedly become more intense. At this moment, Zhou Shen appeared at the door of another room, his eyes full of smiles. He wasn't actually aware of the situation within the spirit vein branch veins of the immortal city, but without much thought, he knew that his sudden breakthrough to the middle nascent soul stage must have been due to something Liang Sheng and the others had done. However, before Zhou Shen could say anything, Liang Sheng looked towards the city lord mansion with a slight smile on his lips, showing no concern in his eyes. Feng Yuan couldn't help but want to settle the score with me under this circumstance? Isn't he going to be furious later on? He's just too young in the end. However, the battlefield between me and them is not in the immortal city. After all, with the Ziza independent cultivator present, not only would I be restrained, but they would be as well. Zhou Shen, do you dare to become the Lord of Longevity Immortal City and take down the City Lord Mansion? Ah? Alright. Zhou Shen didn't understand Liang Sheng's intention yet, but he subconsciously agreed. Then, Liang Sheng let Huang Yifan come in and take Zhou Shen to Zhou family. Master, I'll need your help later. I'm going to outer heaven next to lead those people from the City Lord Mansion away. Go ahead, I will act accordingly. You don't have to worry about me. Instead, you should be more careful in outer heaven. The Ziza independent cultivator didn't try to persuade Liang Sheng to stay. After all, how could one gain anything in the era of great contention if he always cowers? Moreover, his disciple had always been very decisive. Seeing his measures before, of course, he chose to trust him. After receiving confirmation from the Ziza independent cultivator, a puppet appeared beside Liang Sheng. Its chi was similar to Zhou Shen, and then they soared into the sky, heading for outer heaven. Afterward, the Ziza independent cultivator lay down on his reclining chair again, feeling somewhat curious. His disciple was quite cunning. He was afraid that the two city lord mansion would be played to death. However, he also understood why his disciple would be so crazy. This behavior was merely a way of practicing the free method, passively releasing the pressure from the past. When he thought about it, the Ziza independent cultivator no longer dwelled on it. Who didn't have some embarrassing moments when they were young? At the city lord mansion, Feng Yuan and his companion were just about to plan when to take action when they saw Liang Sheng leading Zhou Shen back to the sky once more. Upon seeing this, Feng Yuan couldn't help being overjoyed. If you want to die, then I will indulge you. After all, dying in the beast swamp of outer heaven would be for nothing. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan no longer hesitated and, together with the Kaiwan child, led his people directly to follow Liang Sheng again to outer heaven. Now that the spirit vein branch veins of the immortal city had been damaged, there was no difference between dealing with it earlier or later. On the contrary, if Liang Sheng didn't die, their resentment wouldn't dissipate. Moreover, who knows if this guy had any other means if he survived. Therefore, only dead people would be the best solution. Otherwise, even if they started to deal with the spirit vein crisis now, it would only be a temporary solution. However, after they left the immortal city, Jin Guangxiu, who was in the Zhou family, looked at the communication jade slip in his hand and couldn't help but feel stunned. Attacking the city lord mansion? Is senior going mad? However, despite his doubt, with his trust in Liang Sheng, Jin Guangziyu called Zhou Ning over, and soon after, Huang Yifan brought Zhou Shen in front of them. "Brother Huang, what should we do next?" Just as Jin Guangziyu was about to ask how to proceed, he saw Zhou Shen and his eyes widened in disbelief. "Shener, have you broken through to the middle nascent soul stage?" Zhou Ning also couldn't believe it and turned his head. When he saw Zhou Shen nodding, he couldn't help but feel excited. "May our ancestors bless us. Today, our Zhou family has a true monarch at the middle nascent soul stage." It took a while for Zhou Ning to calm down the excitement in his heart. At that time, Jin Guangziyu began to ask Huang Yifan again what they should do next. Huang Yifan remembered Liang Sheng's instructions. "Master wants us to directly break into the City Lord mansion and then support Zhou Shen as the Immortal City Lord." "Ah! Support Shener as the Immortal City Lord?" Zhou Ning looked at Zhou Shen in disbelief. Why did Senior Liang suddenly want Zhou Shen to be the city master of the Immortal City? However, under his own bloodline ability to seek fortune and avoid evil, it was all a great fortune omen. "If that's the case, then let's do it." Jin Guangziyu heard this and didn't hesitate at all, directly instructing Zhou Ning to gather the Zhou family young members. Of course, those who had been hidden in the dark vein before were still lurking. Regardless, it's never wrong to be cautious, which is the rule in the Zhou family's way of doing things. Moreover, they have suffered a big loss before and naturally have to learn their lesson. When the Zhou family's disciples gathered, Huang Yifan led them all, and with Zhou Shen, they marched mightily towards the City Lord mansion, without any attempt to conceal themselves. Most of the Immortal City cultivators were still in closed-door cultivation at this moment, digesting the spirit rain, but many of them didn't close themselves off and were scared and shivering when they saw the Zhou family's movements. What does the Zhou family want to do? Have they gone mad? Amidst the pouring spirit rain, the Zhou family's cultivators followed behind Huang Yifan and the others, their eyes filled with determination, showing no sign of retreat. They charged directly to the outside of the City Lord mansion. As for the guards in the City Lord mansion, they had naturally already received the news and were waiting in strict formation. However, with Huang Yifan leading the charge, the City Lord mansion was rooted. After all, Huang Yifan, who had already been deepened by Liang Sheng into a puppet incarnation, was so powerful that it was a sheer gap between him and the City Lord mansion. Moreover, he had spirit tools at his disposal. So Huang Yifan didn't care about the attacks from the cultivators of City Lord mansion at all, and he directly broke in. Zhou Shen followed along with Jin Guangziyu, one on the left and the other on the right, wielding the spirit tools given by Liang Sheng, forming the sharpest spear, unstoppable. With Huang Yifan's full force and the fact that the City Lord mansion's top masters had been taken away by Feng Yuan and others to outer space, they were no match for Huang Yifan. So, after eradicating the core members of the City Lord mansion, the entire City Lord mansion was completely under Huang Yifan's control, and Zhou Shen was forcibly pushed onto the City Lord's throne. Master instructed that after becoming the Lord of the Immortal City, Daoist friend should focus on cultivating and improving his cultivation level, without considering any other situations. At this golden era, if you don't seize the opportunity, it's a lifelong regret. What should we do next? Now that Zhou Shen was the Lord of the Immortal City, Jin Guangziyu naturally cared even more. At this moment, Huang Yifan took out an inconspicuous mountain stone. Jin Guangziyu was puzzled by this and looked confused, but Huang Yifan didn't care and handed the mountain stone to Zhou Shen. Daoist friend, the master said that when you see this mountain stone, you will naturally know what to do next. Zhou Shen heard this and was stunned for a moment. He quickly remembered the scene of them entering the spiritual vein before. Wasn't it this mountain stone? When did Senior switch the mountain stone? The Zize independent cultivator, thinking back to this situation, was also a little surprised at this moment. He really hadn't noticed when his disciple had swapped the bags before. No wonder his disciple said that he could make Zhou Shen become the Lord of Immortal City. But when he saw Zhou Shen's bewildered face, Zize independent cultivator knew what his disciple had meant when he said he needed to help out. What exactly happened? But who made that young man his only disciple? Let me help him once. Then, the Zize independent cultivator suddenly stood up, stretched out his finger and drew a dragon and snake-like drawing in the void. Next, a phantom spirit talisman flickered with golden light. Later, amidst the sky spirit rain, the thunderclouds dissipated, and after a boom, all the spirit rain clouds quickly shrank into a single point, landing accurately into Zhou Shen's palm. Boom! The next moment, there was a roar like the sound of a drumming gong in Zhou Shen's mind. His whole body flashed with spirit light, and then he heard the Ziza independent cultivator's voice, disappearing into the mountain stone. As Zhou Shen disappeared, the mountain stone had nothing to rely on and was about to fall from the sky, but it was caught by Jin Guangziu's quick hands. What's going on? Where's Shener? But before he had time to figure out what was going on, Zhou Shen suddenly reappeared beside him, and then the Sumuru mustard seed rock returned to Zhou Shen's hand. At this moment, Zhou Shen's body was wrapped in fortune. It could be seen that he had just condensed his fortune but had not completely hidden it within himself yet. The next moment, Zhou Shen didn't speak to Jin Guangziu and suddenly rose into the sky. Today, I, Zhou Shen, am the Lord of Longevity Immortal City. Those cultivators who had been awakened from their cultivation state by the stop of the spirit rain hadn't had time to figure out what was going on. They were already feeling lost, and when they heard Zhou Shen's words, the whole city was in an uproar. But before they could react, Ziza independent cultivator stood in the courtyard at this time, his fingers gently pointing, and the outer heaven beast swamp barrier that had been removed by Feng Yuan reappeared above the immortal city. Even more so, this layer of barrier was different from before. Now, cultivators who entered outer heaven wanted to return, but it was extremely difficult. There were only two possibilities for cultivators to return. Either their cultivation level was higher than that of Ziza independent cultivator, or Ziza independent cultivator allowed them to return. When the light screen rose, the uproar in the city disappeared instantly. No matter what Zhou Shen's situation was, he and Feng Yuan were both powerful existences they couldn't afford to offend. At most, they could curse at him behind his back, but that wouldn't change the outcome. Immediately afterward, Huang Yifan took out a jade slip and gave it to Zhou Shen. After Zhou Shen finished looking at it, he nodded and handed it to Jin Guangziu. Master, I'm going to need your help and Senior Huang in the future. After reading the jade slip, Jin Guangziu knew Liang Sheng's deep expectations for Zhou Shen and naturally wouldn't refuse. Then, he saw Huang Yifan give Zhou Shen a storage bag. Zhou Shen seemed to know what was up. He picked up the storage bag and vanished. Master, the next time we meet, you might see a different Zhou Shen. Could it be divinity transformation spiritualist Zhou Shen? Huang Yifan looked indifferent when he saw Zhou Shen disappear. Fellow Daoist Jin, now that nothing else is happening here, it's your turn. Jin Guangziu nodded. He did not appear daunted by the management of the Immortal City, given that he had once been the sect leader of the Danding sect, he was well versed in these matters. Capital City Soul Song. After Ling Suzi decided to let Feng Yuan take down Liang Sheng, he lost communication contact with them in a short time. Fortunately, their life tokens showed no problems. Otherwise, Ling Suzi might not have been able to stay calm. However, conjecture led him to believe that Feng Yuan must have returned to the outer heaven beast swamp. Just when Ling Suzi was about to let out a sigh of relief, Longevity Immortal City's spirit vein branches reconnected with the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. What on earth has happened? Everyone knows that it's easier to destroy than to rebuild. And the time since the branch vein was severed is still so short. But the reality is right before his eyes. Ling Suzi and the other cultivators remaining in Capital City Soul Song all unanimously looked in the direction of the Longevity Immortal City, completely clueless about what had transpired. But none of them wanted to go to Longevity Immortal City to investigate, because no matter the reason, it indicated that there was definitely great terror within. There are many methods to re-establish contact with the branch vein. The simplest method is actually by having a major raw unification power take action. Ling Suzi felt somewhat hesitant. Could the person behind Liang Sheng be a raw unification power? Under this conjecture, even if the Longevity Immortal City were to change ownership and its destiny changed, he was not overly surprised. After all, if even the spiritual vein could be repaired, wasn't the replacement of the Immortal City Lord expected? However, when the enchantment blocking off the Longevity Immortal City went up, his complexion drastically changed. Because this signified that things would be much more difficult for Feng Yuan and his men to return from outer space, and upon thinking back, did the other party already have preparations in place before heading to outer space? The more Ling Suzi thought about it, the more panic he felt. At this point, he was no longer holding great expectations, he only wished for the safe return of Kaiwan Child. As long as they're alive, they could let go of the Immortal City's destiny. Even if the progress in their cultivation level was slower, they still had ample time in this era of great contention, ample opportunities could be found. If he knew this was going to be the outcome, he would not have been tempted by the shortcut of the Seeking Truth lineage. But the situation has turned so badly, they didn't even make any serious mistakes. They've always followed the plan, and how could it lead to such a situation? And when did things start to go wrong, leading to the current predicament? Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. While Ling Suzi was worrying, Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child had just arrived in the Outer Heaven Beast Swamp with their men, with nothing but desolation before their eyes. There were still no encounters with Liang Sheng. Although disappointed, Feng Yuan did not mind much. All that mattered now was to reunite with their master Qinyangzi, as the probability of Qinyangzi locating the enemy was relatively higher. But before they could make a move, the immortal city destiny on Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child dissipated. They were taken aback, standing stunned on the spot, disbelief written on their faces. This could only mean one thing: they were no longer the lords of the immortal city. Could it be a case of a feint to the east and an attack to the west? Only now did Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child realize, they wanted to return to the immortal city, but discovered it was impossible. The immortal city was in fact sealed off. They couldn't even break the seal, and could only remain in the beast swamp, awaiting an alternate route of escape. This meant that all their years of plotting for the longevity immortal city had gone in vain. Even in his steadfast conviction, wasn't Feng Yuan at this moment filled with fury? Liang Sheng deserved to die. He was certain that the change of the immortal city lord was Liang Sheng's doing. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan and the others had no more hesitations. Let's go. We must find our master now. If Liang Sheng is not in the outer space, so be it, but if he is in the beast swamp, Liang Sheng must die. Chapter 227, Oasis Traces, Frightened Birds. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. At this moment, amidst the vast yellow sand, a group of people was slowly moving forward. From time to time, someone casually killed demonic beasts hidden in the sand and then threw their bodies aside. The leader of this group was none other than the soul emergence power Feng Qingzi of the Seeking Truth lineage. After arriving at the beast swamp, they did not separate. After all, their purpose in coming to the beast swamp was very clear: to find the ancient desolate springs. They didn't care much about anything else. Even if people from the city lord mansion came, they would not have to worry too much about it with Feng Qingzi present. However, up to now, they had not seen any traces of the ancient desolate springs. But Feng Qingzi was not anxious at all. After all, according to ancient texts, the ancient desolate springs appeared randomly within the beast swamp. They already had an advantage, as it was even more difficult for ordinary cultivators to find the ancient desolate springs. It was because their cultivation methods of the Seeking Truth lineage were closer to the ancient techniques than the modern cultivation methods practiced by other cultivators, so they had a stronger perception of the ancient desolate springs. The Outer Heaven Beast Swamp was vast. Although they didn't encounter many demonic beasts on their way, this was only relative to the whole area. If one were only to count the number of demonic beasts, there were actually quite a few. Feng Qingzi was fully spreading his divine sense. Anyone in the beast swamp would have their perception suppressed. He was now relying on his perception to move forward, but in reality, he had almost no plan. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and they didn't encounter any trouble. This situation was quite reasonable, since the lowest cultivation level among them was the nascent soul realm. Naturally, there wouldn't be many other unexpected situations. Except for making a commotion by killing demon beasts, they were silent during the whole journey, but their eyes were full of determination. Once they found the ancient desolate springs and used a method to pour the spring water into the longevity immortal city, it would completely change the situation of the immortal city. By then, the cultivators of the Seeking Truth lineage would be able to return to the East Victory immortal dynasty and no longer have to hide in other immortal dynasties and struggle to survive. This was the reason why the Seeking Truth lineage was so persistent in coming to the Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. Even knowing that it might be a conspiracy of the immortal city, they were still willing to take the risk. The group of Seeking Truth lineage cultivators continued to move forward in silence, but even Feng Qingzi did not notice that someone was hiding nearby. It was none other than Liang Sheng. Of course, even Liang Sheng was surprised that he had landed so close to the Seeking Truth lineage after entering the Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. In fact, in his plan, he should have started looking for the traces of the Seeking Truth lineage as soon as he landed. He didn't expect his plan to go so smoothly. His luck seemed to be a little too extraordinary. Although the Seeking Truth lineage didn't know that their whereabouts had been exposed, luckily, Liang Sheng temporarily had no intention of informing the Immortal City lineage about their tracks. Ultimately, Liang Sheng would bring both parties face to face. He didn't take any action at the moment because he wanted to know if the ancient desolate springs were just as he had guessed. Back in the desolate regions, Liang Sheng had accidentally entered the beast swamp once, and fell into the oasis spring water, which made his cultivation level soar rapidly. The properties of the oasis spring water were similar to the heaven and earth spine, but there were some slight differences. So, if the oasis spring water was the ancient desolate springs they mentioned, Liang Sheng would naturally not give it up. With that in mind, Liang Sheng completely concealed his qi and followed the seeking truth lineage, hoping that they could find the ancient desolate springs sooner. In the beast swamp, the sky was always dark and there was no sunlight, so there was no concept of day and night. However, there were no vision problems for cultivators. Just then, Feng Qingzi and his group suddenly stopped, and in front of them were flickering fluorescent lights. After a closer look, they realized they had encountered a herd of beasts. Feng Qingzi had no intention of fighting the beasts directly and flashed through them, leaving them to the seeking truth lineage cultivators behind him. They didn't know how long they would be staying in the beast swamp, so Feng Qingzi couldn't personally deal with everything. This was also an opportunity to train the soldiers. After he passed through the beast herd, he landed and did not move. Several nascent soul cultivators voluntarily stepped forward with magical weapons in hand, ready to handle the beast herd. Seeing Feng Qingzi pass through the beast herd, the other people began to set up camp. In a short time, a perfect campsite appeared. Those nascent soul cultivators who took action seemed excited. In the monotonous environment of the outer heaven beast swamp, they were actually grateful for the attacks of the demonic beasts along the way. After all, long-term silence was even more torturous. So, even for cultivators, they should not be too nervous and should combine work with leisure. As soon as the camp was built, Feng Qingzi entered a tent without even looking at the situation of the cultivators fighting the demon beasts. He sat down and began to meditate. At the same time, as the seeking truth lineage cultivators fought openly, the casualties of the beast herd outside increased. In fear and panic, the beast herd eventually retreated and fled. The cultivators of the seeking truth lineage did not pursue them but found a few third realm or higher demonic beasts on the ground and slaughtered them, soon placing them on a grill. With their cultivation level, they could naturally abstain from food, but given a chance, they would not refuse to satisfy their appetites. At this moment, one couldn't help but admire the discipline among the cultivators of the seeking truth lineage. Those without a task began hiding inside the camp tents, practicing meditation. After all, the spiritual energy in the beast swamp was different from that of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty, so it was more suitable for cultivating body techniques. They wouldn't waste a moment to practice in their spare time. By the time their roasted demonic beasts were almost ready, the other cultivators woke up from their cultivation. Feng Qingzi was still in his tent, drinking by himself, while outside, people were feasting. For them, it was all too easy to store fine wine in their storage bags. Seeing this in secret, Liang Sheng was somewhat tempted, but fortunately, Huang Yifan had prepared plenty of fine food beforehand, allowing him to enjoy fine wine and the night view by himself. As Liang Sheng gazed at the vast night sky, his heart was actually quite calm. He wondered if Feng Yuan and the others had reached the outer heaven beast swamp and met up with Qinyangzi by now. He didn't know if they would be in a hurry to take revenge on him. But even if they met him, they probably wouldn't be able to detect his presence. He wondered if they would spit blood in anger when they realized he had been hiding nearby and suddenly appeared to snatch opportunities. It seemed amusing to him. If Feng Yuan knew what Liang Sheng was thinking at this moment, he would probably curse him for being inhuman. At this time, on the other side of the beast swamp, Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child, who had already entered the swamp, still had anger written all over their faces. Although they knew chances of bumping into others in the swamp were slim, upon not seeing any trace of Liang Sheng, they felt somewhat disappointed. However, they quickly discarded this emotion and used the jade slip to re-establish contact with Qinyangzi. Once they each knew their respective locations, Feng Yuan immediately led his party towards where Qinyangzi was. Of course, due to the swamp's natural suppression of divine sense perception, it took a while for Feng Yuan's party to catch up to Qinyangzi. When Qinyangzi saw the state of Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child, he couldn't help but frown and promptly asked what had happened in the Immortal City. Feng Yuan didn't hold back and told the entire story. Upon hearing it, Qinyangzi was both surprised and furious. The person behind the Immortal City was indeed aiming for something big, having so easily seized control of the city. However, thinking that the other party's cultivation level should be higher than his own, and possibly even being a unification realm great power, made it all the more frustrating. As angsty as he was, he had no choice but to endure it. After all, his skills were not as good as the other parties. But as powerful as the other party was, why would they bother to compete with him for such trivial gains? Looking at Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child now stripped of their immortal city destiny, Qinyangzi had only one thought in his heart: they must go all out in pursuit of the seeking truth lineage to make up for their losses. However, as vast as the beast swamp was, the chances of them encountering the seeking truth lineage were slim, making it extremely difficult. Nevertheless, Qinyangzi had no intention of giving up. Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child still needed to obtain the opportunity of the era of great contention and make a breakthrough to the refinement void Dao monarch realm. Their opportunities naturally lay within the seeking truth lineage. Luckily, it wasn't too late, as they still had a way to find the seeking truth lineage's whereabouts. As simple as the method was, they just needed to follow the areas with the densest spiritual energy in the beast swamp. Dense spiritual energy was where ancient desolate springs could appear, which the other party definitely wouldn't miss since they had come to the outer heaven beast swamp for this very reason. At this moment, Qinyangzi comforted Feng Yuan and the others before continuing their journey. In fact, he was even more anxious than they were. After all, the mysterious person behind the immortal city had managed to seal off the outer heaven beast swamp with a spell. He had secretly tested it and got a conclusion. At this point, it was almost impossible for them to return, so they had to find the seeking truth lineage as soon as possible. Any further delay, and the situation would only get worse. Once they found the seeking truth lineage, they would go all out in their attack. Even if the other party had a refinement void Dao monarch, Qinyangzi didn't feel any danger. After all, he had his trump card as a refinement void Dao monarch. After figuring out their next move in secret, Qinyangzi led his party to speed up towards the area with dense spiritual energy. They moved quickly to prevent any unexpected occurrences. Once they encountered the seeking truth lineage, not only could they complete their mission, but they could also search for the ancient desolate springs. By that time, it wouldn't be impossible to find another passage. After all, there was more than one entrance to the beast swamp from Longevity Immortal City. Let's hurry and go. Feng Yuan encouraged from time to time, and Qinyangzi occasionally checked the compass in his hand, adjusting their direction and setting off again. Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child gradually became calmer and more quiet, following at the end of the city lord mansion's party. By now, they had begun to feel quite disheartened. After all, they seemingly hadn't done anything wrong previously, yet things had ended up in such a mess. If they could find Liang Sheng, they would definitely shatter his body into pieces. If not for him, they wouldn't have been in such a miserable state as city lords. As the city lord mansion's party ventured deeper into the beast swamp, they encountered more and more demonic beasts. Luckily, their cultivation levels were profound, and the beasts they met were easily taken care of like chopping vegetables. After all, the environment of the beast swamp made it extremely difficult for a demon saint to be born. Halfway through their journey, they met other cultivators from the immortal city who entered the beast swamp. These cultivators had followed Liang Sheng into the swamp due to their excessive greed. No one knew if they regretted their decision now. After all, just walking around would put them at great risk of encountering demonic beasts. Encountering one would be fine, but if they met a horde of them, with the cultivation levels of ordinary immortal city cultivators, they probably wouldn't even leave their bodies behind. If Feng Yuan bumped into these immortal city cultivators on an ordinary day, he would not care about them. After all, they were just swayed by Liang Sheng, causing turbulence in the hearts of the immortal city's inhabitants, leading to fluctuations in his spirit. But now, he was completely devoid of the city's luck, and the city lordship had changed hands. Although these people did not rebel in person, they helped tyrants to do evil. So, in this encounter, the cultivators who were besieged by the monster beasts could not help but brighten their eyes when they saw Feng Yuan, thinking they had been saved. However, they were ignorant of the current situation in the immortal city. If they knew, they would not have been so optimistic. So much so, Feng Yuan vented his emotions by taking action against them. The shocked expressions remained on their faces even in death. They had never imagined that they would die in such a way. Qinyangzi didn't interfere when he saw this. Letting his disciples vent their emotions was necessary. Since these people chose to go to Beast Swamp to seek opportunities, even if they died, they could only blame themselves, not others. However, if they encountered his city's cultivators, it is possible that they were getting closer to the seeking truth lineage. After all, they all came from the immortal city. Through limited entrances, even if they are far apart, they are all within the same region relative to the entire beast swamp. Thinking of this, Chunyangzi became more passionate about their forthcoming expedition and even secretly prepared to encounter the Seeking Truth lineage. Even he was uncertain if they would encounter the Seeking Truth lineage in the next region. However, being prepared in advance will certainly not be a mistake. While Feng Yuan was venting his emotions by killing the Immortal City cultivators, the Seeking Truth lineage was also encountering cultivators of the Immortal City. They differed from the City Lord Mansion in their approach, though. They hadn't considered killing the Immortal City cultivators, but instead rescued them from the demonic beasts and had them follow their team. The Seeking Truth lineage saw these cultivators who dared to fight for opportunities in the Beast Swamp as courageous cultivators. They dared to come to Beast Swamp to seek opportunities even under the pressure of the City Lord Mansion. At least, it proved that they were not completely submissive to the City Lord Mansion, otherwise, they would have stayed in the Immortal City. The Seeking Truth lineage saw worth in getting closer to such people. After all, the path they had chosen was bound to be tough. Therefore, on their journey, they sought to unite all the power they could. Although these Immortal City cultivators had a low cultivation level, what would happen if countless cultivators like these united? The cultivator who was saved by them was all gratitude. He did not expect to survive the attack of demonic beasts. During their conversation of gratitude, the cultivators of Seeking Truth lineage didn't hide their identities. This shocked the cultivators of the Immortal City for a moment, but they quickly put this emotion aside. His life was hanging by a thread just moments ago. He would not bother if the Seeking Truth lineage were good or bad people, as long as they could save him, they were his saviors. After all, only by surviving could he continue to cultivate. Then, walking with them, the Immortal City cultivators saved gradually by the Seekers of Truth reached an astonishing 12 people. The 12 people dutifully followed the Seeking Truth lineage, full of gratitude. However, when they encountered the 13th cultivator, a sudden incident occurred. The other party unexpectedly had a companion trapped in another beast horde. Feng Qingzi thought about it and felt that their current location wasn't too far away. He told a nascent soul cultivator to take that person to find and rescue the Immortal City cultivator and subsequently regroup. Feng Qingzi didn't think about this too much and continued to lead the team. However, not long afterward, the nascent soul cultivator brought back the dead body of a previously encountered Immortal City cultivator. At this time, the nascent soul cultivator reported quietly to Feng Qingzi, "Protector, these people were not killed by demon beasts, but by humans." "By humans?" "Yes, and I also found many footprints. The direction they were heading was slightly similar to us, but there was some distance between us. Based on the remaining aura on the corpse, I am not their match." Feng Qingzi looked at the corpse in surprise. Soul Emergence Realm Cultivator? Could it be someone from the East Victory Immortal Dynasty City Lord Mansion? The nascent soul cultivator nodded in agreement. Feng Qingzi thought for a moment, and then raised his hand to halt the team. "Let's camp here." The Seeking Truth lineage cultivators were slightly confused. They weren't tired, so why waste time setting up camp? Feng Qingzi consoled them in a soft voice, "Everyone, don't worry. No one knows when the ancient desolate spring will appear. At this time, we should not meet with those people from the Eastern Victory Immortal Dynasty. You know what our aim for coming to the Beast Swamp is, generating unnecessary casualties is not the right way. The Protector is right. We were reckless." The cultivators of the Seeking Truth lineage then started to set up camp. Some Immortal City cultivators volunteered to help, and some even joined the hunting of the demonic beasts not far away. Meanwhile, Liang Sheng, who was hidden nearby, unnoticed by anyone, suddenly looked up at the sky, a ripple of unease passing through his heart. Immediately after, a trace of oasis flashed next to them. Liang Sheng was overjoyed and hurriedly moved closer. Wasn't this the chance oasis he had encountered before? However, just as the edge of the oasis appeared, he reacted. And it disappeared once more, as if frightened, leaving no trace. Leaving Liang Sheng dumbfounded. Did he leave a psychological shadow in its mind? Why did it run so fast? Chapter 228. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. At this moment, Liang Sheng was very confused. He had planned everything, but had never expected that the oasis would disappear in an instant just at the sight of himself, like a startled bird. What is going on? Could it be that he had taken in too much than the oasis could handle last time? So much so that it developed a fear of him, running away at the sight of him? Could it be? It's just an oasis, even if it was truly the ancient desolate springs, it should be an inanimate object, how could it behave as if it had a consciousness? Just as Liang Sheng was doubting life itself, Feng Qingzi also seemed to sense something, but when he opened his eyes, he saw nothing. Strange. Why had there just been a trace of the ancient desolate spring's qi? Could it be that he was getting closer and closer to it? Thinking about this, even though Feng Qingzi was a high-level cultivator, he couldn't help but feel excited, wishing that the ancient desolate springs would appear before him immediately to complete this task. However, he quickly calmed down and focused on the report from the Seeking Truth lineage disciple about the murder of the immortal city cultivators. Could it have been the city master's residence cultivators who killed them? This made him increase his vigilance. Then, he carefully examined the bodies of the dead cultivators and found that there were remains of qi from the soul emergence realm cultivators. This confirmed his suspicion. It seemed that the cultivators from the city master's residence were also in the beast swamp. There was no other explanation for this result. His instinct was to avoid direct confrontation. After all, finding the ancient desolate springs was his top priority. He could retreat on everything else for it. So, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he kept the team stationary for temporary rest, letting the people from the city lord mansion go first. Unfortunately, things went awry. The more he tried to avoid trouble, the more it found him. He didn't expect the immortal city cultivators to take a turn and head directly towards them. It turned out that when the oasis appeared for a moment, even though it disappeared instantly, Qinyangzi still sensed a change in the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy density had suddenly surged and then returned to normal. He didn't originally have any specific objectives. Now, he couldn't help but guess what was happening. If they were in the East Victory Immortal Dynasty, this distance would be negligible to him. He could casually sense everything. But here in the Beast Swamp, all cultivators' senses were suppressed, so no matter that he was the refinement Void Dao monarch, he couldn't avoid this situation. After making a decision, he stopped hesitating. Let's go this way. Since Qinyangzi had spoken, who would disagree? And they were somewhat excited in their hearts. After all, changing direction suddenly, wouldn't it mean that the ancestor had found the ancient desolate springs? By the time they were less than 100 miles away from the Seeking Truth lineage, Feng Qingzi also had a sense of them. He looked in the direction the immortal city cultivators came from and couldn't help frowning. Everyone be alert and don't act rashly. So the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators, who were still cultivating, instantly became alert and carefully looked in the direction Feng Qingzi was looking at, but they didn't see anything. After Qinyangzi sensed some movement ahead, he also caused his people to move faster, and before long, the two groups confronted each other. However, one side was grave, and the other was delighted. Qinyangzi was inexplicably cheerful in his heart. It was a stroke of good luck he finally had in this period. He got it without any effort. Who would have thought the Seeking Truth remnants would be here? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeking Truth remnants, won't you surrender now? At this moment, Feng Yuan also roared out. Although he had ruthlessly killed the isolated immortal city cultivators they met before, it hadn't completely vented his emotions. But now, with the Seeking Truth remnants right in front of him, he could kill freely. What a pleasure! The Seeking Truth lineage cultivators hadn't got a chance to speak yet. Those rescued immortal city cultivators were somewhat at a loss. The city lord has entered too. It turns out he was lying to us, stopping us from coming in while secretly entering himself. What a scoundrel! He's a disgrace to the city lord title. Scoundrel! Hypocrite! The sudden outburst of blaming noises naturally drew Feng Yuan's attention to those immortal city cultivators, but he turned a deaf ear to it. At this moment, he only had eyes for the Seeking Truth remnants. Seeking Truth remnants, kill without mercy. The cultivators from both sides displayed murderous intent. However, both Qinyangzi and Feng Qingzi kept silent. Ever since they face each other, they have been staring at each other, no one dared to act recklessly. After all, they were both Dao lords. When they reach this stage, the fight is either for learning, or for life and death. Otherwise, cultivators at their level of realm wouldn't make a move. As for today's situation, unless unexpected, it was definitely a matter of life and death. Qinyangzi had been prepared for this before. After all, he knew that something akin to a Dao Lord had appeared among the Seeking Truth remnants. Seeing it today, it was confirmed. Although he still couldn't determine his opponent's specific realm, it seemed similar to his own, maybe even less than his. Looking at it this way, it was kind of lucky. However, even so, he didn't think of making the first move at this moment. Because he was afraid of losing the first opportunity. When they reached their level of cultivation, nothing could be rushed. After Feng Yuan and Kaiwen Child glanced at each other, they immediately understood their master's concerns. The two were in sync. After glancing at each other, they launched an attack simultaneously. City Lord Mansion cultivators, heed my order, annihilate the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage. Shortly after Feng Yuan took action, the sky was filled with palm shadows in front of the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators. Under the palm shadows, the power was extremely ferocious, causing weaker Immortal City cultivators to sit on the ground in an instant, their eyes filled with horror. Is this the might of the City Lord? Previously, he hadn't used his full strength, no wonder he's a cultivator who has overcome thunder tribulation. But why did he let the Zhou family flaunt their martial prowess before? Had he displayed such strength earlier, how could they have dared to have such thoughts? Feng Qing's subordinates immediately took action to block Feng Yuan and his group's attacks, one side attacking ferociously, the other intercepting cautiously. But Feng Qing's and Chen Yang's still remained motionless, they were the key factors that would determine the outcome of this fight. Though Kaiwen Child joined in, the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators struggled to withstand the pressure for a short while, but the moment Feng Qing's tried to help, Chen Yangzi appeared in front of him with an expressionless face. Deist friend, your mind is in disarray. Your opponent is me. The next moment, heavenly thunder descended. Chen Yangzi's move unleashed boundless might. And Feng Qingzi was forced to do battle with Chen Yangzi reluctantly. Feng Yuan and Kaiwen Child then led their forces to successfully charge into the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators, causing the remaining Immortal City cultivators to shiver with fear at the back. However, facing the people who had betrayed him, Feng Yuan felt nothing but hatred, and at this time, he chose to make them his first target. No. City Lord, we were wrong. Please spare us. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan's heart was as hard as iron at this moment. He didn't care about their pleas. He had already lost the destiny of the Immortal City, everyone present today must die. Several Immortal City cultivators at the front fell instantly, unable to even make a move to defend themselves as they perished. This was even with the interference of the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators. Otherwise, all the Immortal City cultivators would have been decapitated just now. Regaining their composure, the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators separated the battlefield, unleashing fierce attacks on Feng Yuan's forces. For a short while, they managed to block Feng Yuan's assault. You're also a soul emergence realm cultivator. Feng Yuan was forced to pause momentarily, but even so, his expression remained extremely indifferent. However, even if you are a soul emergence realm cultivator, you are still useless before me. You are going to die. Feng Yuan, who had already broken through to the late-stage soul emergence after overcoming the fate calamity heavenly tribulation, was just one step away from becoming a refinement void Dao monarch. Though that step was as distant as the horizon and it was unknown when he would make the breakthrough, he had no fear of any soul emergence cultivator opponents. The Seeking Truth lineage cultivator at the forefront also felt helpless. After their first exchange, he knew he probably wouldn't be a match for his opponent. When they set out from the Zai Immortal dynasty, they had made thorough preparations since the Elder hadn't concealed anything. They knew their enemy would include refinement void Dao monarchs and soul emergence powerhouses. That's why they had Feng Qing's leading the team, ready to deal with any situation they might encounter. But who could have expected that, taking advantage of the unstable Immortal City situation, they would bypass Longevity Immortal City and enter Outer Heaven Beast Swamp, yet their opponent did not play by the rules. Feng Yuan, being the esteemed Immortal City Lord, had not defended the Immortal City and instead brought all his strong hands. Didn't they fear the Immortal City would be taken over? After all, their initial plan to march into the Beast Swamp was due to the Immortal City situation, and the Zhou family was quite powerful. So they doubted whether there was someone else supporting the Zhou family behind the scenes. While seizing the position of Immortal City Lord was unlikely, at least it could distract the City Lord mansion. But who would have thought that Feng Yuan would actually abandon the Immortal City and enter the Beast Swamp directly? It seemed that the Immortal Dynasty cultivators really harbored deep hatred for their Seeking Truth lineage. The most pressing issue at the moment was whether he would be a match for Feng Yuan. But now, he couldn't afford to shrink back. Thus, he launched his attack, making full use of the Beast Swamp advantage, using his physical body to unleash violent spells. Every strike seemed ordinary but was akin to the ferocious ancient beasts. Even divinity transformation cultivators, when faced with his attacks, they could only silently fall. However, Feng Yuan continued to defend effortlessly, while occasionally counterattacking the Seeking Truth Soul Emergence Cultivator, causing him great suffering. At this time, Kaiwan Child didn't even spare a glance at Feng Yuan. Because he believed that the Seeking Truth Lineage Soul Emergence Cultivator wouldn't be Feng Yuan's opponent. This time, he wanted to gauge the strength of his opponents and capture these Seeking Truth Lineage Cultivators alive. After all, having more bargaining chips in hand would make it difficult for the opposing Refinement Void Grade ability to act recklessly. If the Refinement Void Dao monarchs fought and were distracted, it would be courting death. So, Kaiwan Child didn't go for the kill directly, causing the battle between the cultivators brought by the City Lord Mansion and the Seeking Truth Lineage cultivators to be evenly matched for a short while. Centered on this battle, the atmosphere in the Outer Heaven Beast Swamp was chaotic for a radius of thousands of miles, causing all the demonic beasts to flee. They had keen senses, and as they sensed the fight in the center, they felt scared and only wanted to run away as quickly as possible. The Seeking Truth Lineage cultivators cleverly took advantage of their familiarity with the Beast Swamp, but in the end, their strength was relatively weaker compared to the Immortal City cultivators. After all, the East Victory Immortal Dynasty was Feng Yuan's territory, and soon enough, the situation became one-sided. Seeing this, Qinyangzi clung even more tightly to Feng Qingzi, not giving him any room to help the Seeking Truth Lineage cultivators. Qinyangzi had already probed the cultivation level of his opponent. They were evenly matched, and he had feigned weakness when at a disadvantage earlier. However, he hadn't fallen for it because he was cautious. At this time, seeing that the situation on the battlefield below was in their favor, he had to make use of his rich combat experience. He planned to go all out in the attack and not give Feng Qingzi any chance to escape from the battle. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan was still suppressing the soul emergence cultivators from the Seeking Truth lineage with his power. After all, after crossing the heavenly tribulation, there were very few people in the same realm who could defeat him. Kaiwan Child smoothly completed the encirclement, suppressing his excitement. He did not want any accidents to occur during the process. Even if Immortal City failed this time, capturing the remnants of the Refining Void Realm and Soul Emergence Realm from the Seeking Truth lineage would not lead to blame from the Immortal Dynasty. Instead, they would receive plenty of rewards. The desperation of the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators was palpable. They had already exerted their limit, but they were no match for their opponents. It was not that they did not want to send a more elite team, but leaving the Zai Immortal Dynasty meant a significant cost to the Seeking Truth lineage. Being able to send them out was already an extreme rarity. At this point, even Feng Qingzi hesitated, questioning his impulsiveness from before. They should have stayed in the city first, met with the Zhou family, subdued Feng Yuan and his men, and with bargaining chips in hand, they could have come to the Beast Swamp to explore the ancient desolate springs. Unfortunately, the situation was already a reality, and discussing this further was useless. The cultivators below fought bitterly, and their only hope now rested on Feng Qingzi. Of course, they had already thought about the worst-case scenario before setting out. If it came to the point where they had to sacrifice themselves for the Seeking Truth lineage, they would not hesitate to do so. However, they were still waiting for Feng Qingzi's signal at this time. The Protector hadn't sent a signal of his last stand yet, which meant that he might still have a way to break through the encirclement. What they didn't know was that Feng Qingzi didn't want to send a signal, but Qinyangzi's combat experience was so profound that he didn't give him any opportunity. Any carelessness on Feng Qingzi's part would lead to his downfall. He had to ensure his own safety now, as any unexpected occurrences could spell the end for everyone. At this time, Feng Yuan couldn't help but relax a little. Each of his moves was effortless, and Kaiwan Child had closed the encirclement. It seemed that the city master's residence of the Immortal City was on the verge of a great victory, but at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A mysterious cloaked figure appeared on the battlefield. The mysterious figure suddenly appeared beside Kaiwan Child and repelled him with a single move. Then, they tore open a hole in the encirclement and shouted loudly. "Break through, quick! Escape!" The Seeking Truth lineage cultivators, who had been disoriented by the battle, followed the voice and broke through the torn gap instinctively. When they were somewhat more clear-headed, the mysterious figure suppressed Kaiwan Child with another move. "Only when you're safe can your protector break free from his bindings. What are you waiting for? Run!" Upon hearing this, the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators knew that the mysterious figure was right. They did not hesitate any longer and took off running at full speed. This group also included the surviving Immortal City cultivators. Elated to escape death, they wept with joy. Just as Feng Yuan was about to stop toying with his prey and take the cultivators in front of him to support Kaiwan Child, the cultivators on the opposite side suddenly erupted with power. A variable had finally appeared, and although they did not know if the mysterious figure was a friend or foe, they were at least on their side for now. With no more seeking truth lineage cultivators in the vicinity, they weren't going to let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, they could now unleash their full strength without any reservations, as the casualties would not be among their own ranks. However, while launching their attack, a thought crossed their mind: who was this mysterious cloaked person, and why were they helping their side? Feng Qingzi, who had been very anxious, now felt relief. On the other hand, Qinyangzi became more worried and ended up being the one caught up by Feng Qingzi. Because the cloaked mysterious figure was currently suppressing Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child, although their power was not at the refining void realm, it was still stronger than the average soul emergence cultivator. Why did unexpected events always occur? Feng Yuan was furious in his heart, but he couldn't break free from his opponent and felt increasingly desperate as the fight continued. The cloaked figure was none other than Liang Sheng. He originally did not want to intervene, but when the oasis saw him, they fled. He had no choice but to take action now, otherwise, if the seeking truth lineage were to fall, he would likely never find the ancient desolate springs. One could only say that the seeking truth lineage was fortunate. However, he couldn't possibly kill Feng Yuan and the others for real right now, as he still needed them to work for him. With more people working together, they could better guarantee everyone's safety and have a higher chance of finding the location of the ancient desolate springs. So, when the seeking truth lineage cultivators had run quite far, he shouted loudly, "Let's retreat first." Then, he pushed Feng Yuan and the others away and vanished within an instant. Feng Qingzi took advantage of Qinyangzi's impatience and similarly slipped away. The battlefield became quiet in an instant, with only Qinyangzi and the others looking at each other in shock. How did it end like this? Chapter 229, Fleeing the Sacred Land, 2 words of message, suppressing Ling Su Zi. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. Qinyangzi began to gather his subordinates and assess the casualties, while the seeking truth lineage cultivators made an extremely decisive retreat, leaving no room for them to be tracked. Feng Yuan's state of mind was somewhat chaotic, or simply frustrated. From the Zhou family's chaotic immortal city, nothing had gone smoothly for him. Now that they had arrived at the Outer Heaven Beast Swamp and had finally encountered the seeking truth remnants, his side had the upper hand, but in the end, it all came to nothing, a wasted effort. Qinyangzi noticed Feng Yuan's emotional imbalance and quickly advised, "Feng Yuan, don't be too concerned. Our encounter with the seeking truth remnants this time has been quite unexpected. At the very least, we have a clear understanding of the seeking truth remnants' strength in the Beast Swamp. Next time, we won't make the same mistake. This time, I was a bit careless. If I had gone all out from the beginning, they wouldn't have had time to react. So, the next time we meet them, it will be when they surrender. I can guarantee you this. Master, you don't need to worry about me. I'm fine. So, what should we do next? Shall we continue tracking the seeking truth remnants?" Feng Yuan secretly took a deep breath to calm his emotions, then began to ask Qinyangzi about their next plan. He was still somewhat unwilling to accept the outcome, considering the cloaked mysterious man's cultivation level as being within the soul emergence realm. However, they had caught them off guard and led to such a sloppy conclusion. As Qinyangzi said, as long as they didn't make the same mistake, the seeking truth remnants would have no escape. After a short while, Qinyangzi shook his head. For the time being, there is no need to chase the seeking truth remnants. Otherwise, we will be led around by the nose. It's better to continue searching for the ancient desolate springs. Just like this time, it was due to finding traces of the ancient desolate springs that we encountered the seeking truth remnants. So as long as we find the ancient desolate springs, we'll definitely meet the seeking truth remnants again. On the other hand, if we can't put our discontent aside and keep chasing the seeking truth remnants, we may fall into their schemes and suffer losses. Master is right. The fault lies with my impatience. By this time, Feng Yuan realized that he had been too hasty. Kaiwan Child had already finished cleaning up the battlefield, but they hadn't found any useful clues. With that being the case, Qinyangzi didn't waste any more time. After the whole team had regrouped, they chose a direction and continued to move forward. However, for some reason, Qinyangzi's original confidence in this journey had unknowingly been clouded with a shadow. Would they really be able to accomplish their mission and leave the Beast Swamp safely? He glanced at Feng Yuan and Kai Yuan child with the corner of his eye and couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. Disciple, to become a gifted child in the era of great contention, you must withstand such hardships. As there is no way forward, carve out a path of your own. Hang in there. On the other side. After breaking through and scattering in all directions, the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators seemed to have an understanding with each other, with no one escaping in the same direction. Fortunately, after some time, they realized they were not being tracked, so they began to choose locations according to a prearranged signal, waiting to regroup. After Feng Qingzi escaped from the battlefield, his first priority was not to pay attention to his subordinate's condition, but to search for the mysterious cloaked man who had appeared just moments before. Today, if not for the sudden appearance of the other party, they might have been in real danger. Now, their outcome was nothing short of perfect. He naturally wanted to thank the other party, but after breaking through, the other party had disappeared from his sight and couldn't be found no matter what. Feng Qingzi was puzzled as to how the other party could hide so well, and he couldn't help but wish he was in the Immortal Dynasty world right now. Beast Swamp suppressed Cultivator's divine sense perception, otherwise, it would be impossible for him not to find someone at his cultivation realm using the divine sense detection. After several unsuccessful attempts to find the cloaked mysterious man, Feng Qingzi finally had to give up. It seemed that the other party really didn't want to meet him, so it could only be a regret. However, he knew that the other party was definitely a friend rather than an enemy, otherwise, the Seeking Truth lineage wouldn't have escaped today, at least not without shedding some skin. Moreover, the Immortal City cultivators wouldn't have put on such an act. They could have wiped them all out if that was the case, a classic case of gaining a sesame seed but losing a watermelon. At this time, Feng Qingzi stood in place, and after confirming that he could not find the cloaked mysterious man, he began to gather everyone according to the signals left by the Seeking Truth lineage. Not far away from Feng Qingzi, Liang Sheng watched his every move, his eyes half closed. This was something only he could do, hidden under the data panel's concealment, with no one able to perceive him. Today, he was forced to take action, and by now, both the Immortal City and Seeking Truth lineage cultivators were on guard. But Liang Sheng had no regrets about this, because the ancient desolate springs were his first goal in the Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. After that was accomplished, he could then deal with the Immortal Dynasty cultivators. Today's encounter was just a small taste of what was to come. Although he had only crossed swords with Feng Yuan and the others, he was certain that neither Qinyangzi nor Feng Qingzi could challenge him. So, as long as there were no accidents, within the Beast Swamp, he was the ruler, and they could not overcome him. That's why Liang Sheng anxiously hoped for both parties to find the ancient desolate springs as soon as possible. It didn't matter if it was the Seeking Truth lineage or the Immortal City cultivators, as long as they found the ancient desolate springs, it would be enough. With that in mind and feeling that there were no other problems, Liang Sheng continued his journey, staying far behind the cultivators from the Seeking Truth lineage. In a short time, they shouldn't have any more trouble because the Immortal City cultivators wouldn't be so foolish. They would definitely focus on the ancient desolate springs as well. The outcome now depended on which side had better luck. Longevity. Immortal City. Since Zhou Shen became the Immortal City Lord, not all cultivators within the city were convinced. The lingering forces of the original City Lord were still causing trouble in secret. The Zize independent cultivator didn't care about this at all. After all, if Zhou Shen couldn't handle such a small matter, he wasn't worthy of sitting in the position of City Lord. However, Zhou Shen was young and couldn't handle everything perfectly, but luckily Jin Guangzhou was there to fill in the gaps. With the support of the Zhou family, even if someone managed to stir up trouble, they would quickly be subdued. So, within a few short days, Zhou Shen tightened the situation in the city, although there must be some who were still not caught. But to the Zhou family, they were already insignificant. On the contrary, Zhou Shen himself, with the destiny of the City Lord and his own bloodline ability to seek fortune and avoid evil, seemed to be on the verge of breaking through again. This breakthrough wasn't in his cultivation level, but in his perception. He vaguely sensed how the Immortal City should prepare next to cope with the pressure from the Immortal Dynasty. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a message to arrive from the capital city Seoul Song, straight to the City Lord mansion. After all, Longevity Immortal City's branch was still connected to the Immortal Dynasty. How could they be completely separated? If the connection was completely severed, it would probably not be as peaceful now, and the Immortal Dynasty's army would have been at the city gates. However, Zhou Shen didn't take the pressure from the Immortal Dynasty too seriously. He went straight to Liang Sheng's mansion as his first response. This was his vague perception of how to resolve these troubles. Huang Yifan naturally welcomed Zhou Shen, who was now a city lord. However, in the presence of the Zize independent cultivator, he still respectfully greeted him. Ancestor, I have received a message from capital city Seoul Song, and I don't know how to respond. I beg for your guidance. The Zize independent cultivator casually glanced at Zhou Shen and had to say that Zhou Shen now had the air of a gifted child, but there was no big ripple in his eyes. There were countless prodigies in the world, and how many could catch his attention? Moreover, which prodigy could have the last laugh in the vicissitudes of the world? All the Zize independent cultivator cared about was his own disciple, but who could let Zhou Shen, who had promised to take good care of his disciple, play an important role in his plan? So, he took the jade slip from Zhou Shen's hand and saw that the content was ordinary. It only talked about the rules of the immortal dynasty for the immortal city on the surface, but it concealed murderous intent and warning. Zhou Shen's actions had touched the cake of Ling Suzi and his group. If it weren't for the great era of contention, and the heavenly seal arranged by himself, the capital city Seoul Song would have taken action already. No one dared to mess around during the era of great contention. Even when Zhen Yuan fell, the capital city didn't interfere too much with the internal affairs of the immortal city. This was the tacit understanding among the great powers of the immortal dynasty. However, longevity immortal city had always belonged to Ling Suzi's lineage, otherwise how could Su Wu become the immortal city lord in the past? But now there was a youngster who took the peach, and how could they not be angry? They could only say that it was fortunate that there was a Zize independent cultivator, which made Ling Suzi hesitate to take any action, and could only make a warning in words. These are nothing but clowns jumping around. If they really have the guts, why don't they show up in person? Then I might have a higher opinion of them. But now, their behavior is nothing more than that of a spineless rat. After saying that, the jade slip was thrown back by the Zize independent cultivator, who then lay down on his lounge chair and ignored Zhou Shen. Although Zhou Shen didn't get a clear reply, he didn't ask any further questions. He stood by for a while. When he found that the Zize independent cultivator really didn't want to talk to him, he bowed again and respectfully took his leave. Then, escorted by Huang Yifan, Zhou Shen returned to the city lord mansion. He took out the jade slip again, looked at it thoroughly, and then exhaled a deep breath, feeling relaxed. He knew that the old ancestor would not ignore him, for Elder Liang had already guaranteed and discovered the traces of the message in the jade slip. It could only be said that the old ancestor had a cold face and a passionate heart. By now, the person from the capital city must have received the old ancestor's warning, and nothing would happen to the immortal city for the time being. With his ability to seek good fortune and avoid disaster, Zhou Shen felt completely untroubled and completely let go of his concerns. Now was the time for him to focus on improving his strength. At least for many things, it's better to rely on oneself to solve them. If he only thought that he had backing and lacked real strength, he would be nothing more than a paper tiger. With this in mind, Zhou Shen entrusted all the affairs to Jin Guangxiu and Zhou Ning, and then began his closed-door cultivation again. Since he could attain nascent soul within a year, why couldn't he become a divinity transformation spiritualist at 300 years old? Zhou Shen had now fully established his self-confidence. He was a prodigy, not something ordinary cultivators could compare themselves to. As Zhou Shen began closed-door cultivation, the destiny of Immortal City enveloped him, and it seemed to be in harmony with his own techniques, as if heaven and earth were helping him. This situation naturally caught the attention of the Zize independent cultivator. Could it be that Zhou Shen was really one of the children of destiny in this great era? The Zize independent cultivator couldn't help but touch his chin as he quietly marveled at the mighty chi of the seemingly modest longevity immortal city. Not to mention his own disciples, who naturally possess the capital of the gifted child, given that under the Zize door, which one is not like this? However, as the Zize independent cultivator was quietly marveling, he suddenly looked up at the sky, his facial expression turning utterly disgusted. Again, it's those persistent underlings of the old undying ones. It seems the other side also sensed the abnormal chi manifestation of longevity immortal city, and specifically came to inspect, hoping to register the cultivators they fancy for real-time tracking once the era of great contention begins. But I'm here now, why should I let your servants dictate things? Not to mention that I have set up a heavenly seal outside the world. Do you attempting to force your way in, means you're looking down on me? Therefore, next moment, a thought suddenly emitted from the Zize independent cultivator, and it instantly reached the outer space. Outside Longevity Immortal City. At this moment, a cultivator who looks like a fairy is looking down at the Immortal City. The strength of the heavenly seal is strong, but it only targets those below the fourth heaven of void refining. If he wants to force his way in, he can easily do so. But the strange changes in the chi of Longevity Immortal City, coupled with this seemingly casual seal setup, makes him increasingly curious about the Immortal City. As a representative of the sacred land, he has the privilege to monitor the era of great contention, but just as he was preparing to force his way through the seal, a thought suddenly descended. He had no time to react, the entire person stumbled, and then his sea of consciousness was churning with waves. Even though this was just an instantaneous motion, he quickly stabilized his own chi, but in his heart, he was still somewhat incredulous. It was actually him. Wasn't he staying in the Xi Immortal Dynasty because he lost a bet with the ancestor of the Holy Land? Why is he here? Thinking of the other person's achievements, his mouth twitched involuntarily. It's no wonder that weird things are happening in Longevity Immortal City. If he is here, such commotion, let alone a complete turnover, would not be considered anything unusual. Thinking of this, he no longer had the heart to force his way into Longevity Immortal City, but turned around and left without any delay. But as he left, he still had a question in his heart: what could make him stay in such an insignificant immortal city? Did the Zi door has a new disciple? Or is it because he lost the bet, for the sake of the disciples of the Seeking the Truth lineage, that he appeared here? He thought for a while, but he could not be sure what the reason was. However, no matter what it was, he didn't want and shouldn't deal with it. If he were to get tangled up with him, he would be at a disadvantage, so why should he put himself at such a predicament? Several gifted children have appeared in other immortal cities, he should inspect other areas first. He could always come back and check on this situation when he has time. Afterwards, he completely disappeared. There was no movement from the Longevity Immortal City below. No one knew that a representative of the sacred land almost came to the Immortal City. The East Victory Immortal Dynasty. The Soul Song Capital City. At this moment, Lingsu's face was pale, fire burnt in his eyes, but in the end, he could only sit down helplessly. That's because he really didn't dare to go to Longevity Immortal City. Just now, the reply came from the jade slip he used to communicate with the Immortal City. Just 2 words, but it almost broke his mental state. Those 2 words were "come on," the utter arrogance could not be overlooked. But even so, where did Lingsuza dare to go? Let alone anything else, the ban outside Longevity Immortal City was not something he could break. Fortunately, the life tokens of Kaiwan Child and the others were safe, he just had to wait. He could only hope for their good news. Apart from this, he could only temporarily endure. Chapter 230, Liang Sheng explores Beast Swamp, Jin Guangziu takes precautions, and the Broken Life Tablet shocks Ling Su Zi. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. More than a month had passed since the last encounter between Feng Yuan and the Seeking Truth lineage. During this time, there had been no interaction between the City Lord Mansion and the Seeking Truth lineage. It could be described as calm and peaceful. As for Liang Sheng, he was not idle during this period, constantly monitoring the movements of both sides. When they had no gains, Liang Sheng would move in the opposite direction of the intersection of their routes, heading forward. As a result, nearly half of the search area in the Beast Swamp was under Liang Sheng's control. It was only a pity that ever since the last time the ancient desolate springs accidentally appeared and frightened them away, it has not appeared again. However, Liang Sheng was not in a hurry. Before entering the Outer Heaven Beast Swamp, he had already made long-term preparations. Since the current situation was still under his plan, he only needed to search according to the plan and quietly wait for the results. However, as he went deeper into the Beast Swamp, Liang Sheng slowly found that the Beast Swamp was indeed somewhat different from the Immortal Dynasty world. Although he had entered the Beast Swamp during his time in the desolate regions, his cultivation level was too low back then, and he did not have the current keen perception. According to the Seeking Truth lineage, the desolate regions were abandoned as a result of the sky-covering sex attempt to overturn the heavens and the subsequent punishment from heaven and earth. However, the fact that the Beast Swamp connected to the desolate regions seemed somewhat special. Furthermore, the Seeking Truth lineage appeared desperate to find the ancient desolate springs. According to them, finding the ancient desolate springs meant that heaven and earth had accepted them once again. In that case, the Beast Swamp should be very special. However, back then, the status of the Beast Swamp seemed to be below that of the desolate regions, and it was even considered an abandoned land within the desolate regions. Even the demonic beasts in the beast swamp wanted to launch a beast tide to seize the desolate regions, which indicated that the beast swamp itself wasn't anything special. However, now the situation in the beast swamp had reversed. The desolate regions had been destroyed, but the beast swamp still existed. Although it had less spiritual energy compared to the immortal dynasty, it was more suitable for the seeking truth lineage to cultivate. This seemed somewhat strange. If the sky-covering sect had been abandoned by heaven and earth, then why was such a place left behind? Liang Sheng could not think of an answer for a long time, and could only keep this doubt in his heart. After all, one day, as his realm improved, this question would eventually be answered. Ancient desolate springs. Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh at the thought, feeling as if the ancient desolate springs had a spirit-like intelligence. Otherwise, why would it hide from him? However, even the immortal city's spirit vein branches didn't show this behavior and only expelled him from the immortal city after he had absorbed the heaven and earth spine. There were still many secrets in the world of heaven and earth. Liang Sheng even looked forward to it, hoping that the seeking truth lineage and the city lord mansion's forces could find the ancient desolate springs sooner. At that time, they could test it out and try to answer some of their doubts as much as possible. Liang Sheng then calmed down all his emotions, with no more fluctuations in his state of mind, and continued to search slowly in the beast swamp. After all, time had no meaning to him. So, why be impatient? Longevity Immortal City. Since City Lord Zhou Shen went into closed-door cultivation, Jin Guangxiu had truly taken control of the city's affairs, and the immortal city was under his orderly management. The Zhou family was full of respect for the guest elder Jin Guangxiu, and naturally, there were no incidents of him falling from grace. Once the situation in the immortal city had settled down, Jin Guangxiu specifically set up an alchemy room in the city. Any cultivator in the city could join and learn the superior alchemy technique after passing the test. At the beginning, when the news was released, the cultivators in the immortal city were not very interested in it. They didn't know its significance, so there were few applicants. Zhou family disciples also needed to pass the test to join, and only those with alchemy talent approved by Jin Guangxiu could join, treating everyone equally. Zhou Ning asked Jin Guangxiu about his intentions for setting up the alchemy room. However, Jin Guangxiu didn't give him a clear answer. Of course, this matter wasn't a big deal, so Zhou Ning didn't ask further, and the matter was settled within the Zhou family. Actually, it was because Zhou Ning didn't understand the significance of the alchemy room, otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted this way. Jin Guangxiu did this to leave a foundation for Zhou Shen, a force similar to a small sect in the immortal city to help him in the future. The alchemy room would follow the gratitude of teaching and the name of the master and disciple, which was the sprout of forming a small sect. Jin Guangxiu didn't make these arrangements before because it was not necessary. After all, it was just the Zhou family at that time. But now that Zhou Shen was the city lord, if he only had the Zhou family as his backing, there would be no worries in the early stage. But what about after thousands or tens of thousands of years? He eventually needed his own foundation, and besides, Jin Guangxiu also had his own selfish desires. He could never forget his origin. If the Danding sect could continue to exist in the immortal city in another form, he would be justified in his actions to his sect and ancestors. Besides, since the senior went to the outer heaven beast swamp, no one knew when he would come back. If this timeline was long, by the time he returned, he would be happy to see such an alchemy room in existence. Since it was a win-win situation, why not do it? However, the establishment of the alchemy room did not go smoothly at first, as the resources in the Longevity Immortal City were scarce compared to the desolate regions. In the minds of the Immortal City cultivators, the city is rich in resources, and each major family has its own alchemist refining the elixirs. Their status is not high. It's because only those with less talent would choose the path of an alchemist. If they have high talent, wouldn't it be a waste of resources if they don't work hard on cultivation and improve their cultivation level? For cultivators, time is extremely precious. Who among the truly gifted in cultivation would be willing to waste time on such auxiliary techniques? Moreover, at the beginning, those who could receive the news about the alchemy room were major cultivation families. They were more cautious and wouldn't casually push their family disciples in without knowing Jin Guangxiu's intention. However, after time passes and the news gradually fell to the level of civilian cultivators, the situation changes slightly. Because lower-level cultivators understand the difficulties of cultivation better, they will not miss any opportunity to rise in rank. Therefore, the alchemy room slowly began to gain some popularity, but this wasn't as easy as they imagined, and most of them eventually left in frustration. The test criteria for the alchemy room strangely linked cultivation realm with age. Only those who are younger within the same cultivation realm are eligible to enter the next test stage. However, young cultivators with high cultivation levels also possess gifts for cultivation, so why would they be willing to waste time learning alchemy? Because of this situation, the establishment of the alchemy room by Jin Guangziyu seemed like a dead end, and there were very few who could actually enter. However, Jin Guangziyu didn't worry about this matter. After all, he planned to take it step by step, as long as there is no problem in the middle process, and besides, he had countermeasures. A month later, when a successful entry-level qi refining realm cultivator returned home with 10 qi cultivation pills, the situation changed dramatically. Because these are 10 high-quality qi cultivation pills. As long as one successfully joins the alchemy room, they will have a monthly share of cultivation resources, and once they succeed in refining pills, they can get 80% of the profit. Not to mention that the alchemy ingredients were also prepared by the alchemy room. This was practically the city lord mansion's way of aiding the poor, so lower-level cultivators naturally felt extremely grateful to the city lord mansion. Under such circumstances, the alchemy room experienced another surge of applicants, but the tests remained extremely stringent. However, the cultivators from large families sneered at this situation, thinking that it was simply a waste of resources. Why give such good treatment to these lower-level cultivators? Looking at it this way, the rumors of Zhou family having the backing of the Church of All Beings were not baseless. Their way of doing things was somewhat similar. Although they looked down on the city lord mansion's actions, they still dispatched some of their side branch disciples who met the alchemy room's testing criteria to the city lord mansion. If there's a cheap opportunity to take advantage of, not seizing it would make them fools. Jin Guangziyu treated this matter impartially. As long as one could pass the test, they could become a disciple in the alchemy room. It wasn't until Zhou Ning came again and saw the several hundred talented young cultivators in the alchemy room that he suddenly realized the situation. Senior Jin's actions may be aimed at nurturing his own core group for Zhou Shen. It seemed that Senior truly went all out for Shen. He now understood Jin Guangziyu's intention, but he had no complaints. After all, this also allowed the Zhou family to have another backup plan, so why not be happy? Moreover, after recruiting 500 disciples for the alchemy room, Jin Guangziyu temporarily stopped the plan to continue recruiting. This left some latecomers instantly dumbfounded. They had ultimately missed their chance, and regretted it in hindsight. They had been too short-sighted. Not to mention the regret of the Immortal City cultivators, the few hundred people in the alchemy room also began to be uniformly trained. After all, how could Jin Guangziyu do such a foolish thing as to selflessly contribute to others? After these cultivators were eliminated, only a small portion of them would become his genuine core members. By then, they would be secretly developed into members of the Danding sect, so this time, their test focuses on their mentality as the main criterion and talent as a supplementary one. Jin Guangziyu believed that he had never misjudged a person. After all, back in the day, if his 3 disciples were born in Immortal City, they would probably be considered gifted children as well. Half a year later, Jin Guangziyu eventually selected fewer than 50 people from the hundreds and officially accepted them as disciples on behalf of Zhou Shen. They were all Zhou Shen's disciples, and under their heavenly Dao oath, Jin Guangziyu couldn't help but feel tearful when looking at these 50 people. The Danding sect had finally been reborn in Longevity Immortal City in this way, and his disciple Zhou Shen would also have his own core group. In the following time, Jin Guangziyu's task was to do his best to train these children. He wanted the Immortal City cultivators to see who said that alchemy was a waste of time. The Danding sect was able to exist in the desolate regions for so many years precisely because they possessed unique alchemy techniques. Immortal City couldn't give birth to such a sect because it was too comfortable and had abundant resources. There was no need to live like they did in the desolate regions. In comparison, cultivators in the desolate regions were nothing more than cattle and horses relative to the Immortal City. However, even cattle and horses could make those arrogant individuals of the Immortal City swallow the bitter fruit of their arrogance. Meanwhile, the Zize independent cultivator was well aware of Jin Guangziyu's actions but didn't care about them. Upon reaching his level, forming a power was just an embellishment. In the end, the only thing one could rely on in the path of cultivation was one's own strength. For example, the entire East Victory Immortal Dynasty in the eyes of Zize independent cultivator was nothing more than a group of weaklings. Instead, the fact that Liang Sheng had no news for more than half a year made him somewhat concerned, which meant that his disciples' plan to search for the ancient desolate springs was not going smoothly. However, he wasn't too anxious about it, since it would inevitably take time for his disciple to achieve success in such a unique place as Beast Swamp. It's ridiculous that the East Victory Immortal Dynasty did not care about Beast Swamp before, throwing it directly into the desolate regions, with no one taking care of it. They only intervened when the beast tide in the desolate regions became uncontrollable. Of course, the Immortal Dynasty's disregard for Beast Swamp had its reasons, since the appearance of the ancient desolate springs was too random. Even Zi's independent cultivator himself would most likely be blocked by heaven and earth when trying to deduce the heavenly secrets of the ancient desolate springs during normal times. Let alone now in the era of great contention, especially after the disturbance of the heavenly secrets by those two undying old men, it would be even more impossible to find the ancient desolate springs casually. Since this is the case, he doesn't need to be anxious. As long as his disciple is fine, his just broken through soul emergence realm disciple's lifespan will not be an issue for now. As long as the fate calamity doesn't arrive, he can let him grow freely. Moreover, during the era of great contention, fate calamity might actually be a good thing for a free sect disciple. Even if things didn't go well, it wouldn't be a big problem for him to help personally. After all, it's a free sect disciple going through a fate calamity, and he couldn't help? Where did such rules come from? The free gate had never been uncomfortable since ancient times. After thinking about all these, Zi's independent cultivator turned around and felt somewhat bored. He didn't feel it when his disciple was around before, but now that Liang Sheng had left for more than half a year, he indeed felt a bit dull. In that case, there's no need to force himself to be uncomfortable, it's better to go out for a walk and relax. Old Huang, let's go out for a drink. Yes, great master. Huang Yifan still showed great respect, but in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh that in this aspect, these two master and disciple indeed resembled each other. Soon, a building appeared in front of them. Yaoxiang Pavilion. Zi's independent cultivator chuckled. Today, let's have some fun. Capital City Linga. More than half a year had passed since Zhenjiangzi took Feng Yuan and the others into Beast Swamp, and nothing significant had happened in the entire Immortal Dynasty. It was extremely peaceful. Seeing that there were no abnormalities in Kaiwan Child and the others' life tokens, Lingsozi could naturally maintain a calm mood in his heart. Instead, he occasionally received inquiries from within the hidden dimension. Facing these questions, Lingsozi naturally couldn't hide anything. However, as time passed, he had a vague feeling that the court higher-ups' evaluations of Feng Yuan and his disciple Kaiwan Child had inadvertently dropped by one level. Lingsozi understood this, as they had failed to even protect the Immortal City Lord with their current cultivation levels, which indeed didn't live up to their names as the gifted children. Upper echelons were somewhat concerned about this, as when the final stage of the era of great contention came, the all-world talents would inevitably compete on the same stage. Whether the East Victory Immortal Dynasty could gain fortune would depend on the outcome of this heaven talent struggle. Before this, his disciple Kaiwan Child was also on the list of these talents, attracting the attention of the Immortal Dynasty's upper echelons. But now he doesn't have to be too anxious. After all, both Kaiwan Child and Feng Yuan are cultivators who have survived fate calamity, so their starting point is naturally higher than others. So as long as they are alive, they won't be excluded from the court's upper echelons consideration list, no matter what. At this moment, Lingsozi suddenly sensed something and looked up to see the life tokens of the cultivators supporting Beast Swamp shattered into several pieces. Fortunately, Feng Yuan and the others were still safe, but he was still worried and looked in the direction of Longevity Immortal City. With Zhenjiangzi there, could any accidents still happen? At this moment, not only was he shocked, but even Liang Sheng in the Beast Swamp was also somewhat astonished. An unexpected event had finally occurred. Chapter 231, Beast Swamp Underground World, Shape-Shifting Demonic Beasts in the Human World. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. After more than half a year, there had been no gains. Regardless of whether it was Zhenjiangzi or Feng Qingzi, they had now decided to start expanding their search area. They dispatched people in pairs, then scattered them in different directions, but still roughly following the same general direction to continue their search. This way, if any small team had news, they could gather at the first opportunity. In comparison to before, this could save some time and expand the search range as well. After this decision was made, there had been no problems on either side. After all, the strength of the demonic beasts in the Beast Swamp was not strong. Back then, even the desolate regions could deal with most beast-tide crises, let alone considering their strength, they naturally didn't care. In fact, it was the same, even if they encountered demonic beasts along the way, their immediate reaction would be to slay them on the spot. Furthermore, they rarely saw any demon saints, at most they met a few demon kings. Originally, demon saints were no match for these experts, let alone mere demon kings. So, on their long journey, neither the Seeking Truth lineage nor the Immortal Dynasty cultivators cared about the threat of the beast swamp demonic beasts, they were more concerned about each other. And then, for a month, it was calm. Although neither side had made any gains, their search range had indeed expanded several times, achieving much with little. Therefore, in view of this effect, the decision to split and continue was extended. But who could have known that disaster would strike so suddenly? On a certain day, several small groups from the Immortal Dynasty cultivators suddenly lost contact with Qinyangzi, their life tokens shattered, and that very day, Qinyangzi realized something was wrong. He decided on the spot to send a message for an urgent gathering of all personnel who had been dispatched. However, even at the final gathering, several groups of cultivators failed to meet at the set time. Qinyangzi was no longer obsessed with finding ancient desolate springs. Instead, he confirmed the location information previously sent by the fallen cultivators. They followed the address, and when they arrived at the location, they found several bodies that had not been completely destroyed. There were signs of bites on them, evidently the work of demonic beasts, but how could these insignificant demonic beasts be the opponents of these fallen cultivators? But regardless of how unbelievable it was, it had already become a reality. If things were not clarified, people's hearts would be restless. Besides, Qinyangzi didn't feel comfortable continuing to search separately. Therefore, next, they took the places of the incident as the center and spread out in search of the murderer. Several days passed, and they were still empty-handed, and everyone had an uneasy premonition in their hearts. Even the insignificant beast swamp demonic beasts could spring surprises. How could this not be disheartening? They did not know what had happened before, but this already indicated that there had been an accident on their expedition. However, while Qinyangzi did not know the cause of the incident, Liang Sheng was crystal clear. At this point, Liang Sheng had stopped searching for ancient desolate springs, and had gone deep underground. Who could have imagined that there was actually an underground kingdom beneath the surface of the beast swamp? If it were not for the stone wall adorned with night pearls that could be seen from underground, no one would think that there was any difference from the surface. Inside this entire underground world, there were roads spreading out in all directions, broad roads, not to mention buildings indistinguishable from Immortal City. There were also numerous dug stone cave mansions, which were much more numerous compared to the similar buildings in Immortal City. Liang Sheng had the data panel concealment attribute, so naturally no one could detect him. As he strolled alone in the underground world, listening to the familiar shouts of the vendors, he couldn't help feeling a bit dazed. If it weren't for the fact that most of the figures walking in the streets were in half-beastman form, Liang Sheng would almost have mistaken it for an immortal cultivation market. The layout and structure were too similar to the human clan's world. Speaking of this, it was unfortunate for those few fallen Immortal Dynasty cultivators. Who would have known that they would encounter a trading group of demonic beasts in the beast swamp? Of course, at first they did not realize that this was a demonic beast trading group, but just thought it was a normal demonic beast herd. When they subconsciously attacked this demonic beast trading group, intending to send these beasts into paradise, they had never expected that they would be the ones to fall here. These demonic beasts blocked their attacks, and when these beasts took out weapons to counterattack, these Immortal City cultivators finally realized something. These demonic beasts were not right, they were different from the demonic beasts they had encountered before. Most of them were not in their original form, but had transformed into human forms. Of course, some were in half-beastman forms because they hadn't completed the transformation. But without doubt, these demonic beasts were definitely the elite of their kind. Because they repelled the attack effortlessly, it was appropriate to call them elites. What followed was a one-sided situation. In the end, the demonic beast trading group managed to form a circle of containment, and it was at this moment the cultivators suddenly realized they had nowhere to run. In addition, the leading demonic beast had reached the realm of Demon Venerable, a powerful demon comparable to human divinity transformation experts. As you know, demons are almost invincible at the same realm. What happened next to these cultivators was extremely tragic. After their cultivation levels were sealed, they were savagely torn apart by demonic beasts and fell. After the demonic beast trading group killed the sudden human cultivators, they surprisingly did not stop there. Instead, they spread out from this point to search and subsequently found 3 more teams of Immortal Dynasty cultivators. In the end, they killed 5 of the cultivators and left 1 alive. After cleaning up the battlefield and erasing any traces, they finally returned to this underground world. Liang Sheng sensed the situation as soon as it happened, and then watched the whole process unfold. Nobody expected that in addition to Immortal Dynasty cultivators and the Seeking Truth lineage, the demonic beasts of Beast Swamp would have secrets, which left Liang Sheng feeling somewhat numb. Indeed, things could not have developed entirely according to their plan. Looking at the demonic beasts killing cultivators and enforcing rules, the secret of the Beast Swamp was much more significant than previously thought. He believed that if Chiniangzi had known about this situation in the Beast Swamp, he would not have acted in this manner, suggesting that even the East Victory Immortal Dynasty might not know about the existence of these demonic beasts. Moreover, considering the strength of the cultivators in the demonic beast trading group, how could they possibly be stopped by the desolate regions when the demonic beasts launched a beast-tide invasion? But these powerful demonic beasts always hid underground, rarely showing themselves, and deceived everyone, including Liang Sheng. Fortunately, Liang Sheng stumbled upon this matter and followed the demonic beast trading group into the underground world, like opening a new world's main gate. Upon entering this underground world, he found that the methods used by the demonic beasts to seal the entrance were not simple. Even the refinement Void Deo monarch might unconsciously ignore the underground situation if they were uninformed cultivators. Of course, part of the reason was the environment of Beast Swamp, which lowered cultivators' perception. However, it could not be denied that the demon world had unique methods. However, Liang Sheng still couldn't figure out some things. There weren't many cultivators who arrived in the Beast Swamp previously, so why did these powerful demonic beasts need to be so cautious and hide underground? Moreover, they were extremely low-key. The most powerful demonic beasts on the surface were likely to be demon saints, but this was already extremely rare, and perhaps only one would appear every few thousand years. Liang Sheng concealed himself while following the demonic beast trading group. As he traversed the streets, he discovered more than a dozen hidden demon venerable powerhouses. These demon venerable experts were on par with city masters of the immortal city, making Liang Sheng secretly cautious. The more unusual the situation, the more likely it signified a massive secret. After some thought, Liang Sheng silently integrated himself into the human-like crowd. The streets were bustling. On the blue stone-paved streets, people came and went. If you didn't look at their appearances, there would be no difference between them and the human world. There were wine shops and ordinary stalls doing business here, with the demonic beasts assuming a transformed state while walking among them. There were those dressed in delicate silk, as well as those in plain coarse clothing. Different social strata were apparent, but at least they could all assume a half-beastman form. If not for the many half-beastman forms present, Liang Sheng would have felt as though he had returned to the immortal city. After roughly investigating the layout of this underground world, he continued to carefully follow the trading group. After an unknown amount of time had passed, they arrived at a massive mansion. Just like an ordinary wealthy family's mansion, there were guards stationed on either side of the main gate. The plaque above the gate bore the common script of the cultivation world, and there were no strange demonic characters as Liang Sheng had imagined. Fu family? Upon entering the vast mansion, Liang Sheng was once again shocked by the scene before him. Night pearls were inlaid on every building as if they were free. Even underground, it was as bright as day. The size of the courtyard was vast, making it impossible to see the end, and it contained countless rooms within. What amazed Liang Sheng the most was the fact that the mansion was filled with numerous arrays. Even the wealthiest families in Longevity Immortal City didn't have such luxurious estates. Of course, there were naturally many demonic beasts roaming within the mansion too. The trading group ultimately unloaded their cargo at a courtyard, and under the watchful eyes of the guards, returned to the more chaotic West Wing. However, the leader of the demonic beast trading group had completely assumed a human shape. At this time, he exchanged a few words with the guards and pointed to the immortal city cultivators who were sealed below his feet. The guard glanced at them and then led the way. The leader of the trading group followed, accompanied by the sealed cultivators. Before long, they arrived at a room door. The guards in front stopped them, and the leader of the trading group hurriedly reported in a low voice, "Could the two of you please inform our master that Qin Ai has important matters to report?" As soon as his words fell, the room door opened. Qin Ai and the two guards turned their heads slightly and walked in silently. Sitting in the chief seat was a lazy, gentle, and jade-like young man, lounging on his chair as if he didn't care about Qin Ai. It was Fu Yuanpi, the head of the Fu family. Master, I have returned. Very well, you've worked hard on this trip. You can rest for half a year and then go to the backyard to receive 3 dense origins to cultivate. Fu family cannot do without you. Thank you, Master. However, I have other urgent matters to report, related to the surface world, which is why I am so eager to see you. Upon hearing the surface world, Fu Yuanpi opened his eyes slightly and straightened up, but did not speak, only listening quietly. Qin Ai began to recount the encounter with the Immortal Dynasty cultivators, not hiding a single detail. Fu Yuanpi's expression became more solemn, and he whispered. Where's the prisoner you mentioned? Right outside the door, just waiting for Master's instructions on how to deal with him. Upon hearing this, the young man pondered for a moment before lying back down. First, lock him up in the backyard dungeon for a few days. During this time, you should treat him well, and we'll discuss it later. Of course, just to be safe, you should not rest for now. Go to the Hu family and request one of their direct disciples to come over. Remember to be courteous. Yes, Master. Off you go. After Qin Ai departed, Fu Yuanpi slumped down, not reacting further. But after a long while, a sigh echoed in the room. Could it be that the great calamity prophesied by our ancestor is approaching? I initially thought that the time of the prophecy had passed, that the issue was resolved, but now there's a new twist. Troubled times are upon us, I fear. After this, the room fell silent. However, a gentle breeze suddenly blew outside the room. Elsewhere, Liang Sheng chose not to stay at the Fu family. Wanting more answers, he followed Qin Ai in the opposite direction. In no time, he arrived with Qin Ai at another sprawling mansion, with 2 characters written on the plaque. Hu Mansion. Qin Ai respectfully told the guards at the Hu family's gate, could you please inform them that Qin Ai of the Huang family is here to see the Hu family's manager. After giving his name card, Qin Ai stood beside the gate, his eyes closed in meditation while he waited for the Hu family's manager. Liang Sheng, however, stayed hidden, marveling at how these demonic beasts appeared almost human, apart from the demonic aura they emitted. Who would have thought that I'd encounter such a bizarre experience in Beast Swamp? If I told others that such a world exists beneath Beast Swamp, I doubt anyone would believe me. Despite the flurry of images flashing through Liang's mind under the law of cause and effect, the final scene never appeared. This was clear evidence that he was dealing with the biggest variable he'd experienced since starting his cultivation, so Liang Sheng naturally stayed hidden and watched carefully. Although he hadn't yet seen a specific image through the law of cause and effect, his heart didn't sense any danger. Instead, his heart was pounding. Maybe this unexpected journey will solve some of my doubts and bring me closer to the secrets of the cultivation world. Just then, the gates of the Hu mansion opened. A short white-bearded elderly man dressed like a wealthy commoner appeared. Judging from Qin Ai's reaction, Liang Sheng knew he must be the Hu family's manager. A mere manager dressing like this implies that the Hu family is a significant force in the underground world, favoring human culture. As Qin Ai clarified the situation and followed the Hu family's manager into the mansion, Liang Sheng, incognito, shadowed them closely, remaining unnoticed. This time Liang Sheng felt a bit more relaxed. The layout of the Hu mansion, though massive, was differently structured from the Fu's, appearing more refined and delicate. At the least, the endless corridor in front of him and the winding stream suggested the taste of the mansion's owner. Moreover, the planning of the mansion subtly invoked the power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. As an array master, how could Liang Sheng fail to notice this? Liang Sheng became more cautious. Seeing that the demonic beasts here are far from simple, he was sure there were secrets in their choice of dwelling underground. Be it the Seeking Truth lineage or the East Victory Immortal Dynasty, their obliviousness made this situation more mysterious. Meanwhile, Qin Ai and the Hu family manager arrived at the reception hall and sat down for tea. However, Liang Sheng noted that the tea was blood red. Although the tea had been treated, it still held faint traces of a bloody smell. How could such a thing evade Liang Sheng's senses? However, these details were beside the point. After playing the initial host, the Hu family manager then departed. Guard Qin, please stay here and wait. I will go and fetch the master. Thank you for your trouble. The Hu family manager nodded, exchanged pleasantries, then walked out of the room without hesitation, leaving Qin Ai alone. Not long after, Liang Sheng, who was hiding nearby, suddenly perked up, his eyes narrowing. The master of the Hu family was coming. Chapter 232, Demon Clan's Last Words, Demon Emperor's Strongest. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp, Underground World. At this moment in the Hu family mansion, Qin Ai was sitting quietly in the reception hall, sipping tea. There was no sign of impatience on his face, as if it wasn't he who was eager to see the patriarch of the Hu family. He was so calm because he knew for sure that the Hu family patriarch would meet him, as he was, after all, representing the Fu family. In the entire underground world, no great demon family could ignore the status of the Fu family, so the Hu family would definitely make face for the Fu family. The same was true when the Hu family and other families sent people to the Fu family. The whole underground world was bound to have such a situation. Moreover, he was also the leader of the Fu family's trading group, and since he was eligible to go to the surface world, no matter which family he visited, they would treat him with caution. If you know this world, most of the demonic beasts don't realize that there is a surface world above, thinking that the underground world is all there is. Thus, ignorance is the source of happiness. If he were just an ordinary member of the demon clan, he might have followed the usual path until death took him away from this world. As Qin Ai was waiting and lost in thoughts, there was a sound of footsteps outside, followed by the Hu family steward courteously opening the door, and a middle-aged man followed behind. This man was simply dressed. Compared to the Hu family steward in his bright clothes, the steward looked more like the master. Who would know that this simple middle-aged man was the patriarch of the Hu family, Hu Weong? As soon as Qin Ai saw Hu Weong, he stood up and respectfully saluted. Fu family trading group manager Qin Ai, I have met the Hu family patriarch. I apologize for the sudden intrusion and hope you won't blame me. Hu Weong waved his hand with a smile. No harm done. However, I believe that today should be the day you returned from the surface world. Why are you in such a hurry to visit my Hu family? Did something unexpected happen on this trip? Hu Weong sat in the main seat as he spoke. The Hu family steward walked out quietly, closing the door. Qin Ai wasn't surprised that Hu Weong knew about the Fu family's trip to the surface world, as it wasn't a secret that the great demon families kept each other informed. Qin Ai found it unnecessary to keep anything secret because Fu Yuanpi came to seek help from the Hu family patriarch with the intention of not hiding anything. Although the underground world is full of powerful demons, the competition between families is benign. Moreover, when it came to matters beyond the heavens, they were united. So when Qin Ai finished explaining the events of this time, Hu Weong couldn't help but frown. How could there be so many human nascent soul cultivators entering the beast swamp? If there were only one or two, it would be understandable, but Qin Ai encountered 5 or 6 and even more afterward, which was quite strange. Everyone knew that since the birth of the beast swamp, human cultivators had abandoned it, and their only requirement for the beast swamp was to disallow the demon clan from entering the human world. However, due to the special nature of the beast swamp, it had been connected to the human world under the new heavenly and earth rules since the ancient cultivation had been destroyed. But in the 10,000 years since ancient times, humans and demons had nothing to do with each other. Please know that they didn't live in the underground world and were active in the surface beast swamp. However, after the incident within the human clan, the so-called wilderness appeared in the human world, a place that could be said to be rejected by the world, and that was difficult to deal with. What's even more frustrating is that, whether it's because of the human arrival or not, a new heaven and earth punishment emerged in the beast swamp afterward, and the two tribes could only help each other during difficult times. As for what happened specifically afterward, there were no records left up to now, but the end result was that the orthodox demon clan escaped into the current underground world. As for those exiled humans, they disappeared, but their influence on the demon race was extensive. Until now, many human customs and cultures still influenced the entire underground world, such as their architecture, which inherited human culture. However, due to the ancestral teachings, all the great demon families knew the truth about the world, while the ordinary demon clan knew nothing, and the great demon families would arrange elite confidants to travel between the surface world to maintain the continuous operation and resource supply of the entire underground world. By now, the entire underground demon city had gone through an unknown number of generations of the demon race, and its structure had been completely established. Inside the room, Hu Weong, after listening to Qin Ai's account, couldn't help but frown. It's strange. For so many years, there haven't been any large-scale groups of human cultivators entering the beast swamp. What's with this sudden influx of human elites? Hu Weong, as the patriarch of the Hu family, naturally knew more about the hidden secrets of the world, so he understood better than Qin Ai how strange this matter was. He couldn't help but think that after the establishment of the underground world, the ancestors of the demon clan had left a prophecy. Since then, the demon clan had been preparing for the prophesied catastrophe for millions of years. However, when the time of the prophecy came, the catastrophe did not occur, and they did not know how long it had been since then. Everyone in the underground world thought that it was a mistake in the prophecy of the ancestors, so they gradually paid less attention to it and simply continued to adhere to the teachings of the ancestors. However, in light of the current situation, it might be that the prophecy was only wrong about the time, otherwise there would be no explanation for the massive descent of the human elites into Beast Swamp. Could it be that a catastrophe was truly going to come to Beast Swamp? With this thought in mind, Hu Weong could no longer sit still and stood up directly. Qin Ai, you have done a good job this time. Since you left a living person behind, we will know the truth after some interrogation. As he said this, Hu Weong started to walk out, with Qin Ai hurriedly following behind. This was precisely the reason Fu Yuanpi had asked him to come. Hu Weong also knew what Qin Ai had come for, although the other party had not said it, it was clear enough, so Hu Weong did not plan to waste any time. As soon as the door of the room opened, the Hu family steward came forward immediately, but seeing Hu Weong's intention to go out, he promptly prepared the patriarch's entourage. However, his action was stopped by Hu Weong. Don't let anyone know that I am going out today. Everything at home should be usual. If anyone asks for me later, tell them that I am in closed-door cultivation. Yes, master, I have noted it down. Hu Weong saw that the steward understood his intention, and then quietly left the Hu mansion with Qin Ai through the side door. He did not want to make a fuss about this before the specifics of the human clan elite's descent into Beast Swamp were clarified. With more people involved, things would be harder to handle. By the time Hu Weong and Qin Ai stealthily entered the Fu family, Fu Yuanpi had already prepared a banquet, waiting for Hu Weong's arrival. Brother Yuanpi. Worthy brother Weong, I'm sorry to have bothered you today, but this matter is of great concern, and I cannot rest without you. The two greeted each other politely upon meeting. Who would have thought that the younger-looking Fu Yuan would be called brother by Hu Weong? It could only be concluded that neither cultivators nor demonic beasts could be judged by their appearance. As Fu Yuanpi finished speaking, Hu Weong waved his hand. We are all demons on the same ship. This is not a matter for just one family. Understanding Hu Weong's thought, Fu Yuanpi stopped being polite and invited Hu Weong to take a seat, ready to elaborate on his plan, but was interrupted by Hu Weong. Brother Yuanpi, since you have invited me, I don't need you to say anything more about what needs to be done. I understand. The most important thing now is to not waste time and get to the bottom of this matter. Since we have this consensus, we better not waste any more time. Why not take me to see the human cultivator now, so I can get a clear understanding of the situation? Since you are so righteous, worthy brother, I will not pretend further. Qin Ai, lead the way, and we will go to the dungeon to meet the human cultivator now. Yes, Patriarch. After Qin Ai accepted the order, he took the lead in guiding the way. Soon, he brought Fu Yuanpi and Hu Weong to the Fu family backyard. Then, they saw Qin Ai walk directly in front of a mountain stone and quickly make a hand seal. In a short time, a hidden entrance appeared on the stone. Master, Patriarch Hu, please follow me. After entering the passage, they found a hidden dimension, a winding path leading to a secluded area, in the darkness, with stone steps disappearing into the depths. Yet Hu Weong was not surprised by this at all. He did not show any fear or suspicion that this might be some kind of conspiracy by the Fu family. He followed closely behind Fu Yuanpi and Qin Ai, walking step by step down. After crossing a bridge of iron chains, the scene before them suddenly opened up. It was a carefully excavated space, with no prison guards visible, but the depth of the area was incredibly mysterious. This was the Fu family's prison. Though there seemed to be no guards here, it would be almost impossible for outsiders to break in, not to mention prisoners trying to escape. Those who could leave the prison were likely headed for death, with no other option. Hu Weong still kept a watchful eye, simply following behind Qin Ai and the others. There was a similar place in the Hu family backyard, though the structure was different, the level of security was almost the same. On their way here, Hu Weong was sure that there were hidden masters of demon venerable or even higher levels lurking around, but no one knew where they were hiding. Although Hu Weong did not find any trace of them, Liang Sheng saw them clearly. He was hiding his shape and stealthily following behind Fu Yuanpi and the others at this moment. No one else could detect Liang Sheng's presence, but Liang Sheng could clearly see the hidden masters of the prison. Unless there were Unification Realm or higher level masters, nothing could escape Liang Sheng's eyes, and even the existence of Unification Realm, Liang Sheng would be aware of. Seeking fortune and avoiding evil was not only the bloodline ability of the Zhou family, Liang Sheng was likely even better at it. The strength of the Fu family cannot be underestimated. Inside the prison, Liang Sheng had already sensed at least 2 demon venerables, equivalent to human divinity transformation cultivators. Even a demon emperor strong person was present, like Hu Weiyang and Fu Yuanpi, the patriarchs, equivalent to the soul emergence realm. Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh, this was only part of the Fu family's strength. If the entire underground world was considered, Liang Sheng couldn't even imagine it. But with such strength, the demonic beasts were willing to hide underground, while the surface of the beast swamp was extremely ordinary and the East Victory Immortal Dynasty was completely unaware of it. If Liang Sheng were to reveal these secrets, it would cause a great uproar in the East Victory Immortal Dynasty, and no one would believe any of it. At this time, Hu Weiyang and Fu Yuanpi had already reached a stone cave where Immortal Dynasty cultivators were restrained by spiritual artifact refined steel chains. Liang Sheng immediately stopped spreading his thoughts, staring intently at the situation. However, inside the prison, the human cultivator was still unconscious with his seals disabled. When Hu Weiyang looked at Fu Yuanpi didn't hesitate. After Qin Ai received the order, he immediately played a hand seal, waking up the Immortal Dynasty cultivator. At this time, they saw the person first unconsciously moan, then slowly open his eyes. However, it took a while for him to become fully conscious. When he saw the situation in front of him, his face turned pale, and his hands couldn't help but struggle for a moment before a harsh sound of chains followed. Soon after, he felt a thunderbolt-like sting spreading inside his body, causing him to convulse and fall to the ground. It took a while for him to come to his senses. Human, don't bother struggling anymore. This is the ever-changing demonic steel pure iron forged by my demon clan, combined with the secret method of the seal, it's impossible for you to break free. So, I advise you not to bring trouble upon yourself. We're still giving you a chance now, hoping you can be aware of the situation. Tell us, why have so many human cultivators suddenly entered the beast swamp in such large numbers? There has never been so many nascent soul cultivators in the beast swamp before. What is the reason for your visit? Qin Ai squatted in front of the prison, interrogating the human cultivator, but the other party looked at Qin Ai with disbelief all over his face. He was fully awake, but his memory still lingered on the scene when they were attacked by Qin Ai and the demonic beast trading group. Who would have thought that such demonic beasts existed in the beast swamp? Speak! At this time, Qin Ai had no patience. He just saw his hand seal unfold, and the cultivator in the prison started convulsing again, continuously screaming. After tormenting the person for a while, Qin Ai asked again, but the other party still remained silent, staring at the 3 of them in disbelief. Finally, the human cultivator discovered the existence of Hu Weiyang and Fu Yuanpi. Could it be that the demonic beast even had demon emperor experts? Because he couldn't see through the other party, Qin Ai could only perceive that they were in the demon venerable realm, equivalent to human divinity transformation realm. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Qin Ai couldn't help but frown. However, just as he was about to punish the other party again, Hu Weiyang stopped him. He didn't want to waste any more time. No matter why the other party didn't speak, it was already irrelevant. Now, the important thing was to find out why they came to the beast swamp. Human cultivator, raise your head and look at me. Hu Weiyang spoke softly, but his voice carried a hint of seduction. Upon hearing this, the human cultivator in the prison subconsciously raised his head. Unknowingly, Qin Ai had stepped back behind Hu Weiyang and covered his ears with both hands, standing back to back with Hu Weiyang and Fu Yuanpi. Fu Yuanpi had no unusual reaction and still stood side by side with Hu Weiyang, unaffected and not resenting Qin Ai's actions. The human cultivator in the prison, who was initially wondering what was going on, raised his head to see Hu Weiyang's eyes and instantly froze. His eyes were dull, but he was already bewitched by Hu Weiyang, becoming like a puppet. Fu Yuanpi didn't seem to care. This was the reason why he had invited Hu Weiyang to come. Because with him, unless they faced an opponent they couldn't deal with, otherwise there would be nothing they couldn't know, and their words would be endless. Chapter 233, Demon Clan Leader Conference, Scheming Against Human Cultivators. Under the Beast Swamp, in the underground world. Inside the Fu family's backyard dungeon. As Hu Weong was casting his enchantment art, the imprisoned Immortal Dynasty cultivator didn't even put up a fight and was instantly captivated. Immediately, a charming voice echoed in his mind, drowning out everything else. Sleep now, and then tell me why you suddenly came to the beast swamp? And how many of you are there? As Hu Weong was entrancing the human cultivator, Fu Yuanpi was standing quietly to the side, equally focused, waiting for the reply. In the dungeon, the human cultivator, his face blank, seemed to consider Hu Weong's questions before mechanically responding. We, disciples following an ancestor, came from the longevity immortal city to the beast swamp to chase down the remnants of the seeking the truth lineage. There are 42 of us, all nascent soul masters or above. Ancestor? Seeking the truth lineage remnants. Upon hearing these keywords, Hu Weong and Fu Yuanpi turned pale. An entity addressed as an ancestor by a nascent soul cultivator was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. However, what caught their attention more were the 4 words, seeking the truth lineage. This exact terminology appeared in the ancestral teachings of the demon clan. Or rather, the current situation in the beast swamp was due to the so-called human clan of the seeking the truth lineage setting foot here. As they thought of this, Fu Yuanpi and Hu Weong looked at each other. Hu Weong then resumed his questioning after calming his emotions. Who is the ancestor you speak of, and how did the remnants of the seeking the truth lineage come about? Our ancestor is Chen, one of the refinement void Dao monarchs of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. Previously, they sent me and other disciples to support Elder Feng Yuan. However, the reason we came to the beast swamp to find remnants of the seeking the truth lineage is because everything is going wrong in the immortal city for Elder Feng Yuan. After all, for Elder Feng Yuan, the immortal city's fortune has been affected by the seeking the truth lineage. Therefore, the ancestor made his move by entering the beast tide in search of opportunity and plotting against the remnants of the seeking the truth lineage to gain more merit. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuanpi and Hu Weong finally understood the human cultivator's backstory. Following these leads, Hu Weong asked about every detail about their circumstances. However, as more details emerged, unrest grew in his heart, as he found their situation to be worse than they had imagined. After all, who would have thought that a human Dao Lord of the refinement void level would personally come to the beast swamp? In front of such a being, even Hu Weong and Fu Yuanpi, both demon emperors, would be insignificant. When no more information could be extracted, the human cultivator passed out and was once again confined in the dungeon. Meanwhile, Fu Yuanpi and Hu Weong returned to their room, sitting there wordlessly with grim expressions for a while. After a long time, it seemed like they had finally digested the information. Fu Yuanpi then spoke again, his face solemn. It seems we must gather for the clan leaders' conference. It's been a long while since we've all come together. Hu Weong nodded in agreement, knowing that under such circumstances, they must unite for the common cause if they wished to prevent anything untoward from happening. Humans were ultimately not their own kind. The seeking the truth lineage, which was rumored to be connected to the underground world, hadn't shown up even once, had they? Considering this, he readily agreed, I have no objections to it. Besides, after so many years, it has to be said that we have become accustomed to our peaceful lives. We previously thought that the great catastrophe mentioned in the ancestral lessons was nonsense, but now, it seems like we were naive. This so-called great catastrophe seems to have just begun. A Dao Lord of the refinement void level. Saying this, Hu Weong did not feel confident that he could withstand a Dao Lord with such great might. It was probably the greatest crisis he had faced in his life. However, he was not entirely panicked. They had their own trump cards given the years they had passed, and the various major demon families in the underground world had their own hidden strengths. What worried him was the possibility that the refinement void Dao Lord might not be the ultimate enemy. If that happened, their fate might be too dreadful to contemplate. Both of them were anxious, but it was not the time for such sentiments. Fu Yuanpi thus put aside his worries. After lifting his head to make eye contact with Hu Weong and giving a slight nod, they tacitly agreed to call a meeting of the leaders of the various demon families. They would convene the clan leaders' conference. This was not a matter concerning one family, but the entire underground demon race. At this time, Fu Yuanpi even felt somewhat grateful in his heart. If the human clan had not happened to enter the beast swamp and encounter Chen Ai, they would have been unprepared and suffered extensive casualties if the humans suddenly appeared in the underground world. Without any hesitation, Fu Yuanpi and Hu Weong both formed a hand seal and chanted a unique spell. In an instant, a subtle chi emanated from their hands and spread throughout the entire underground world. Immediately after, a radiant light appeared in the sky above the underground world, prompting the various underground demonic beasts to instinctively look upwards. What was happening? It had been a long time since the last clan leaders' conference was held. Most of the regular demonic beasts of the underground world didn't know the significance of such a conference. However, the true-blooded descendants of the major demon families were taken aback. They never expected the signal for the clan leaders' conference to suddenly appear. Immediately, the patriarchs of the major demon clans set aside all their work, gathered at Fu Yuanpi's mansion following the direction of the signal's endpoint. Ordinary demons remained unaware, and even the Fu family guards did not know that many demon clan patriarchs had already entered the mansion without them noticing. Liang Sheng, who was secretly controlling everything, couldn't help but marvel at the entry of one powerful demon after another into the Fu family's mansion. The strength of these underground demons was truly astonishing, and what's more, he was sure that this was not the full extent of their power. They must have some trump cards, and at this moment, Liang Sheng had temporarily lost interest in searching for the ancient desolate springs. He now had a premonition that this trip to the underground world would bring him new surprises, and perhaps the secret of the ancient desolate springs would be revealed as well. At this time, he glanced at the room where the demon clan patriarchs gathered, and couldn't help but look at a secluded courtyard in the Fu family's backyard. After the clan leader conference signal was sent, a subtle fluctuation of qi appeared there, and it was undoubtedly hiding a master, at least on the level of void refining fifth heaven. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given Liang Sheng the feeling that it did. However, Liang Sheng quickly adjusted his emotions and focused his attention on the room where the clan leaders gathered. He even had a dark thought that if he suddenly attacked the room before him, the hidden master would immediately counterattack. He was the final guarantee for this conference, and it was because of his presence that these demon clan leaders could convene the meeting so confidently. Inside the room, as the 21 seats filled up, Fu Yuanpi and Hu Weiyang appeared at the main seats. They gently tapped the table, and the room instantly fell silent, with everyone's gaze turning to the two of them. Ladies and gentlemen, the sudden opening of the clan leader conference today is due to a sudden event. My worthy brother Weiyang and I are unsure how to deal with it, and we feel it's necessary to consult with you all. Therefore, we've hastily invited you here, and we hope for your understanding. After apologizing, Fu Yuanpi got straight to the point, explaining in detail the situation of the human cultivators entering the beast swamp. Of course, he also didn't hide any information about the interrogation of the human cultivators conducted by Hu Weiyang, and he clearly stated the cause and effect of the whole affair. When Fu Yuanpi finished speaking, the room instantly erupted with noise, and the initial reaction of all the demon clan leaders was identical to Fu Yuanpi and Hu Weiyang's previous reactions. Of course, their attention was primarily focused on the word-seeking truth lineage. After all, the formation of Beast Swamp Underground World was closely related to these words. However, these messy voices were quickly silenced by Hu Weiyang tapping on the table. They all stopped discussing and once again looked to Hu Weiyang, wanting to hear what he had to say next. Everyone, actually, the seeking truth lineage of the human clan is not the key point of this incident, but their purpose in coming here. According to the human cultivator, both the East Victory Immortal Dynasty cultivators and the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators had the presence of refinement void Dao lords among them. And now, the timing coincides with the so-called Immortal Dynasty competition held in the outside world. Their entrance to the Beast Swamp is, in fact, part of the so-called battle for fortune. So, their encounter with our Fu family's foreign affairs manager, Qin Ai, was actually accidental, and not a specific event. However, these human cultivators have been in the Beast Swamp for almost a year now, and we have been utterly clueless about their presence. According to the human cultivators' information, as long as the ancient desolate springs remain undiscovered, they will not leave the Beast Swamp. Today's meeting is actually to discuss strategies. As for the location of the ancient desolate springs, even we can only vaguely speculate and cannot pinpoint the exact location. What's more, we can't possibly allow these human cultivators to tarnish the ancient desolate springs, as they are a treasure of our Beast Swamp. So, to be prepared for all eventualities, my worthy brother Weiyang and I think that it's better to take the initiative and attack rather than passively await our fate. After all, as long as they are able to encounter our foreign affairs manager in the Beast Swamp, there's a chance that we will encounter them as long as we continue to have foreign affairs activities. With that being said, the only topic I would like to discuss with you today is how to perfectly solve the problem of the arrival of the human cultivators. Because our entire underground world cannot be isolated from the outside world. It's still fine in the short term, but in the long run, the order of our underground world will likely collapse by itself. Let's not talk about other situations for now. Even if we don't care about the ancient desolate springs, who knows when these human cultivators will find the springs? Are we supposed to stay underground and not move for each day that they don't find it? How is that possible? This has always been the pain point of the entire Beast Swamp underground world. Their world's smooth operation relies on support from the surface world, which is why each family has its own trading group. After hearing Hu Weiyang's words, all the demon clan patriarchs couldn't help but fall silent, as what he said was true. However, they were also worried that the proactive approach might not be effective. If they were to expose the Beast Swamp underground world to human cultivators after revealing themselves, they would no longer have the current peaceful life. Hu Weiyang was obviously aware of their concerns and continued, so, to solve this problem, we can't avoid the human clan. Instead, we have to face them directly, and moreover, we must kill them in one strike, not giving them any chance to leak the news. Hearing this, someone's eyes lit up. You mean this time we're going all out, working together to capture the human cultivators in one fell swoop? But the other side has the refinement void Dao monarch, I'm afraid it may be difficult to achieve this with just us alone. Although they understood Hu Weiyang's intentions and the feasibility of the plan, someone still furrowed their brows and pointed out the flaws. Yes, that's indeed the crux of the problem. After discussing this countermeasure with Brother Unpi earlier, we also thought about this issue. The solution is actually quite simple, because the human cultivators have their own problems, as the Seeking Truth lineage and the Immortal Dynasty cultivators are actually not in league with each other, and they are in fact enemies of each other. Since they are so hostile to each other, perhaps we can manipulate them to turn on each other first, and then we just profit from the fisherman's gain. Of course, there is another issue in this plan. We only have a general idea of where the Immortal Dynasty cultivators are, but we don't know the whereabouts of the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators. The Immortal Dynasty cultivators also don't know where their foes are, or else they would have already started fighting each other. Hearing this, all the demon clan heads couldn't help but feel that Hu Weiyang had come up with the perfect solution, and nodded in agreement. Fu Yuanpi, seeing that everyone accepted Hu's plan, felt slightly relieved and began to add his own opinions. So for this plan to unfold smoothly, in addition to our joint efforts, we need to find the location of the Seeking Truth lineage first. Beast Swamp is already under our surveillance, so achieving this is just a matter of time. Then, we can slowly guide the two sides to meet. When the time comes for them to fight, and they are about to decide the winner, we can use our absolute strength to capture them in one fell swoop. After they are captured and sealed by us, we can bring them to the underground world, then it's up to us to decide how to deal with them. Anyway, with worthy Brother Weiyang here, we're not afraid that we won't be able to pry open their mouths, and I believe everyone has no doubts about that. Hearing this, all the demon clan heads couldn't help but burst into laughter, and then they began to strategize and complete the plan's details. It seems that we still have to ask 2 or 3 ancestors to help us this time. After all, the opponent is the refinement void Dao monarch, no amount of caution is too much. Indeed. After they confirmed that the plan had no loopholes, they each took their respective tasks and bid farewell. When the room was left with only Hu Weiyang and Fu Yuanpi, they looked towards the surface. Their previous confidence had vanished. For some reason, they still felt uneasy, but since they had already made a decision, all they could do was follow through, though in their hearts they still sighed and hoped for the best. Liang Sheng was secretly eavesdropping on their plans, and after they had made their final decision, he quietly left the Fu family. Anyway, these underground demons needed some time to target the Qinyangzi and others on the surface, so he might as well take the opportunity to learn more about the underground world. Liang Sheng couldn't help but find this incredible, as previously he thought he only needed to control the Seeking Truth lineage and the Immortal Dynasty cultivators. Who would have thought that there was now an unexpected turn of events with the underground demon race, and the development of his plan might have many variables. But Liang Sheng's mind wasn't overly tense. What he actually cared about was the Seeking Truth lineage, because the expressions of these demon clan heads were peculiar when they heard the words Seeking Truth lineage. Could it be that they had some connections with the demon clan? However, the specifics of the situation still required further investigation over time. But Liang Sheng had a hunch, an inextricable feeling, that the underground world and them were definitely linked, though it was based on nothing but an ineffable sense. Perhaps the results of this trip to Beast Swamp might exceed his expectations. Seeking Truth Lineage, how many more secrets are there? Chapter 234, The Demon Clan's plan brings three parties together, and I, Liang Sheng, am the director. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp, Surface World. At this moment, Chunyangzi had an expressionless face, but he felt somewhat helpless in his heart. So many days had passed, and even with his full effort in searching, he still hadn't found any clues about the disappearance and death of his subordinates. This was just a mere beast swamp. Apart from the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage, what other threats could there be that would cause the cultivators under him to lose their lives? But now the facts were right in front of him, he had no choice but to accept this result. He had a conclusion that perhaps within the beast swamp, there existed a demon venerable, or even a demon emperor. If he could now send this information back to the Immortal Dynasty capital city Seoul Song, it would probably cause a huge commotion. After all, it was hard to believe that such a desolate and barren place like the Beast Swamp could harbor such a powerful demon. This was not the ancient cultivation era. Moreover, although the demon clan did rise briefly after the era of ancient cultivation, they fell quickly. Now, the demon clan had become mere cultivation resources for the human cultivators. Chunyangzi had never thought of being obstructed by the demon clan on this trip. In his opinion, or rather in the opinion of all human cultivators, the demon clan had never been a threat. That's why humans no longer referred to the demon clan, but merely called them insignificant demonic beasts. However, the current situation seemed to have slapped them hard in the face. At this time, Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child rushed from afar to report the results of their investigation. Master, I have led people to spread out up to 1,000 miles away, but we still haven't found any trace of the aftermath. It seems that after attacking our fellow disciples, the demonic beast immediately fled far away. At this moment, even its chi has disappeared without a trace, which is truly astounding. Feng Yuan was also shocked at this point. The Beast Swamp, once not even considered by Immortal City cultivators, now had nascent soul realm and above cultivators falling. It was simply breathtaking. Thinking about this, he believed that the previous bite marks might have been a trick made by someone to mislead them. Therefore, he continued to speak his speculation. This matter is not simple at all. Now if we look back at what we saw before, we might not have been so rash to conclude that it was the work of the demonic beasts. Perhaps it was the doing of the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage, or at least they played a part in it. Otherwise, we would not be able to explain the current situation. Kaiwan Child remained silent when he heard this, while Chunyangzi tapped his fingers in the air. He did not interrupt Feng Yuan because they shared the same view at the moment. Regardless, this trip to the Beast Swamp was full of twists and turns. Not only did it result in the capture of the Immortal City, but even their primary goal of capturing the remnants of the Seeking the Truth lineage had also been hindered and unsuccessful. This operation was nothing but frustrating. However, Chunyangzi did not show this emotion on his face but calmly instructed further actions. Feng Yuan, Kaiwan, you two go and gather all the disciples now. It seems we can no longer continue searching for the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage in this way. If we continue to scatter, we may give the opportunity to be defeated one by one. Yes, Master, I will arrange it right away. Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child immediately worked separately to gather the Immortal Dynasty cultivators, and it wasn't long before all of them were assembled in front of Chunyangzi. After that, Chunyangzi did not act rashly with them, but chose to rest in place. He wanted to deduce some information first, attempting to find a shred of clues within this fog. However, he underestimated the Beast Swamp's ability to block heavenly secrets. He had almost nothing to gain. If he was in the Immortal Dynasty now, there would be no need for him to be so embarrassed. As Chunyangzi sighed, all these situations were actually being monitored by the crawling bugs surrounding them. All the information was transmitted through their neurons, one after another, eventually returning to the underground world. Underground world. Fu Yuanpi suddenly burst into Hu Weiyong's room. Worthy brother Weiyong, good news, those human imperial cultivators have actually gathered together on their own accord. This saves some effort for us, and we can be better prepared without having to spend too much energy on them. Good. Any clues about the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators? Not yet. We have sent people to the place where they had a conflict with the human cultivators and to the possible direction of their retreat. But nothing has been found so far. Moreover, although the divine origin bugs have an extremely strong concealment ability, their speed is not particularly fast. I'm afraid it will take some time to find the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators. That's acceptable, as long as they are still in the Beast Swamp, we can find them. Now we must not let the immortal dynasty cultivators slip out of our sight. As for looking for the traces of the seeking truth lineage cultivators, we can take our time and not rush, so as not to expose any flaws. Worthy brother, you are right. Any other situations? Nothing major, but there are some minor changes. For example, there is still a Luo family trading group collecting resources on the surface. The Luo family's master has sent a message. He has ordered them to stay temporarily in the surface world. This way, we can prevent any accidents and they might even help us handle some difficult surprises. Not bad, this could also be considered as an idle chess move, and it might even produce unexpected effects. In addition, the Elder Ancestor Council has agreed to our request. Since this time it is our initiative to convene the clan leader conference, the final decision is for Ancestor Hu and Ancestor Fu to take action. Hu Weiyang and Fu Yuanpi's expressions were not very good when they said this, but they quickly calmed their emotions. Although there might be more risks than rewards in taking action against the human clan this time, it cannot be denied that the ancestors' end of life is also approaching. The overall situation should be prioritized. After all, for so many years, the underground world's great demon families have advanced and retreated together. Although there has been some internal competition, they still move forward and retreat as one. The underground world has already twisted into a single rope, and there is no need to worry too much. As long as the ancestors' teachings remain, the demon clan will cooperate sincerely. Because each of the great demon families controls a part of the power in the underground world, the world may cease to exist if any family is destroyed. As for whether there is a deeper reason, they dare not think too much about it at this time. In any case, as long as the underground world exists, their alliance will not have any problems, which is enough. So even if Ancestor Hu and Ancestor Fu act as the final helping hand, their hearts are only temporarily helpless, and they are not too worried about it. All for the underground world. By the way, has the time for the ancestor to leave seclusion been determined? When will they come out and meet with us? The time has not been set yet, but once we find the whereabouts of the seeking truth lineage cultivators and make complete preparations, we can send a signal, and they will come at that time, so you need not worry. Alright, this is considered safe. Since everything is ready, it all depends on when the seeking truth lineage cultivators are found. Speaking of the surface world, it seems that we haven't visited it for a long time. I wonder if there have been any changes. Yes, apart from our coming of age ceremonies, when we had the opportunity to go to the surface world, we have been staying here ever since, not as much as the foreign affairs manager going to the surface. Since we have a chance to go out and take a look this time, let's stay outside for a few more days after the matter is perfectly resolved, as a reward for ourselves. That can be arranged, as I happen to have some fine wine. You better keep your word. Both of them couldn't help but chuckle at this point, their expressions indicating that they had relaxed, and their hearts no longer felt too tense. Afterward, they continued to receive messages from other family masters that other families were almost ready, whether it was personnel or some necessary resources, all had been collated and organized, just waiting for their final command. Although they would not take action temporarily, they would not wait too long either. In the end, they had to go out and fight, and they wanted to resolve the issue instantly, not giving the other party any reaction time. Surface world. At this time, there were some small bugs crawling on the ground with difficulty. Their direction of movement seemed chaotic, and from time to time, some of the bugs bumped into each other, as if they couldn't find their specific direction. But who would have thought that it was these bugs that were passing information to the underground world, faithfully executing the previous order to search for the whereabouts of seeking truth lineage cultivators in the surface world. At this moment, Feng Qingzi was leading his subordinates to search aimlessly for the location of the ancient desolate springs. Since their last group search, the scope of their search had indeed expanded greatly, and their search efficiency had increased. However, despite this, they had not yet found any clues about the ancient desolate springs. The springs seemed to have completely vanished after their fleeting glimpse. Feng Qingzi couldn't help but sigh after looking at his companions and the distant sky. No wonder the ancient desolate springs are said to appear and disappear mysteriously. When the desolate regions still existed, the demonic beasts were always waiting for the springs to appear. Because it could grant opportunities for the beast swamp demonic beasts to cultivate and attain enlightenment, and the enlightened beasts would launch a beast tide to seize the world of the desolate regions in order to escape the beast swamp. Meanwhile, the immortal city would fulfill its responsibility in overseeing the situation, and if the desolate region cultivators could not resist the beast tide, they would step in and offer support. After the beast tide disappeared, history would repeat itself, and the beast tide would come again to the desolate regions after a certain period of time. At that time, if the desolate regions were powerful, they would suffer no harm, but if the desolate region cultivators were weak, there would still be support from the immortal city. This situation maintained a strange balance in the desolate regions. However, now that the longevity immortal city is completely gone, even if the beast swamp demonic beasts become more powerful, they would fail to find an attack channel. After Feng Qing's aside a few times, his expression became more casual, as if they were having a casual conversation. In fact, he did this to relax the emotions of his subordinates. Having been on high alert for such an extended period of time and searching with high intensity, even the nascent soul monarch cultivation level cultivator's sea of consciousness had become somewhat worn out. After all, the beast swamp suppressed their perception, making them consume more energy in their search. As the leader and protector, he naturally had to calm their emotions. However, alleviating tension could only do so much, and it was better to divert their attention for the time being, which was the proper solution. His efforts did not go unrewarded, as the relaxed cultivators began to take the initiative to ask, "Protector, I heard that the beast swamp was once part of our Seeking Truth lineage territory, but I don't know if it's true or not. I've only heard Immortal Dynasty cultivators mention this." Nonsense! If it were true, we wouldn't have to flee to other immortal dynasties when Sky Covering Sect was rejected by heaven and earth. We could have simply descended upon the beast swamp, which is even more suitable for our Seeking Truth lineage cultivation techniques. Although the concentration of spirit tools is not very high, it wins in terms of safety. If it were really our territory of Seeking Truth lineage, I'm afraid that heaven and earth would never allow its existence, hence the rumors of the Immortal Dynasty are nothing but baseless. In truth, if it wasn't because of the Immortal Dynasty competition under the Holy Land, I'm afraid we wouldn't have had the chance to enter the beast swamp now. The Protector speaks the truth, but this beast swamp is vast and endless, leaving one helpless, and our search for ancient desolate springs is exceedingly difficult. Feng Qingzi was rendered speechless upon hearing this. Before descending into the beast swamp, he was brimming with confidence, thinking that he could, according to the mysteries passed down by his ancestors, easily locate the ancient desolate springs. No, more accurately, he should be able to lure the ancient desolate springs into appearing. But now, it seems his plans were wishful thinking. Now, they could only painstakingly search step by step. Meanwhile, it was time for the other groups to send back their messages again without them even realizing. After waiting for each dispersed group to send back their messages one by one and Feng Qingzi confirmed there were no clues on the ancient desolate springs, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. But on the surface, he was still full of confidence, encouraging them to continue searching further. During the search, the cultivators below would kill any demonic beasts they met directly, as if venting their helpless feelings. At this moment, no one said anything. After all, most people were in the same state. If they couldn't regulate their moods now, they would probably be unable to focus on completing the task. The individual groups of the Seeking Truth lineage continued to advance in their respective directions, and thereafter, no accidents occurred. However, after a few days, 2 members from one Seeking Truth lineage group discovered small bugs following them after casually getting rid of a demonic beast hiding in the shadows. Underground world. "We've found them." Hu Weiyang and Hu Weiyang stood up immediately upon receiving the news, then without hesitation, called for a meeting of all the great demon clan chiefs once again. "Honored chiefs, after nearly a month of determined search, we finally have news. The Seeking Truth lineage is now in the wilderness area of the surface world. However, they have only been spotted in some areas for now. We still need some time to ascertain the number and cultivation level of their group. But now that we have discovered their traces, the time to execute our plan is not far off. Those entrusted to lure them into one area from our previous meeting can now begin." "Good, I'll arrange it immediately." Upon hearing this, one of the chiefs stood up immediately, but he did not leave. With many arrangements yet to be finalized, everyone needed to move in unison. It would be better if they listened to the entire plan. Following that, Hu Weiyang and the others began confirming their respective tasks. Once there were no oversights, the meeting came to an end and the demon clan heads dispersed. Only Hu Weiyang and Fu Yuanpi were left in the room. They exchanged glances. It was time to signal the ancestor to leave seclusion. Human cultivators must not continue to stay in the beast swamp. Surface world. Feng Qingzi suddenly felt a strange sensation. Because almost simultaneously, he received attack reports from nearly all the groups, which was downright inconceivable. Even though he did not fully understand the situation, he made the general response, summoning everyone for a rally. Not long after, the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators returned and gathered following the message. For a short while, they did not know what had happened. After Feng Qingzi explained the situation, everyone immediately pointed their spears at the Immortal Dynasty cultivators. If it's not them, then who else could it be? Suddenly, at this time, a fluctuation of qi came from a distance, almost instantly attracting the attention of Feng Qingzi and his group. It was the qi of the ancient desolate springs. At the same time, Qinyangzi and others also detected this qi fluctuation. Without much hesitation, they started moving in this direction. Only Liang Sheng, who had hidden in the shadows, was observing everything. Whether it was the Seeking Truth lineage or the Immortal Dynasty cultivators, they were now being played by the demon clan of the underground world. If nothing unexpected happens, the moment the Seeking Truth lineage and the Immortal Dynasty cultivators meet, a battle is likely to break out. However, to discover the secrets of the underground world, how could Liang Sheng let the demon clan's plan go off without a hitch? The next moment, Liang Sheng's figure vanished once again. In this grand play, I, Liang Sheng, am the director. Chapter 235, Exposed Whereabouts, the battle begins. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. Surface World. It really is you. At this moment, Qinyang's mouth couldn't help but curl up involuntarily, although he had sensed something unusual about the qi here previously. Who would have thought he could actually encounter the Seeking Truth remnants here? One could only say that it was finally heaven's fortune working in his favor, and this unexpected joy was like finding a silver lining amongst the difficulties. However, as some were delighted, others were filled with helplessness, such as Feng Qingzi, who had never thought that he would be discovered here by the Immortal Dynasty cultivators. But at this moment, Feng Qingzi could not say that he regretted it, as it was only because of the appearance of the ancient desolate springs qi just now that they appeared here in the first place. What can be done about the will of heaven? Unfortunately, Feng Qingzi did not know that this was due to the scheming of the underground demonic clan. The qi they sensed previously was not the spring eye at all, but merely ancient spring water stored underground by the demonic clan for many years. However, no one would tell Feng Qingzi this truth. The purpose of the demonic race is to lure them out in the first place. So, whether they uncover the truth about the presence of the spring eye or not is not important to the result. At this moment, watching the unexpected encounter between Seeking Truth lineage and Immortal Dynasty cultivators, Hu Weiyang and Fu Yuanpi, who were secretly hidden nearby, couldn't help but exchange smiles. The next thing, as expected, would be a struggle between the two parties, with the fishermen benefiting from it. They would make their move at the right moment, striking directly with a fatal blow. Among them, there were many demonic clan masters, with the most eye-catching being the 3 demonic ancestors who were closing their eyes to conserve energy. Their perfect concealment was only possible due to the efforts of the 3 ancestors, otherwise, Hu Weiyang and the others would not have been able to do so with their cultivation levels. Of course, when Fu Yuanpi and the others first set out, they were somewhat shocked because they initially thought that only their own ancestor was coming along. Who could have thought that the ancestors, in order to ensure the best possible outcome, would make a last-minute decision to increase the party by adding a 3rd ancestor to the operation. In this way, even if something unexpected happens, there would be 3 demon emperor ancestors facing 2 nascent soul cultivators from the human clan, on top of the element of surprise. It is likely that they will succeed with just one move and complete this scheme. However, for now, they must not expose their whereabouts. It would be best to continue lurking nearby, waiting to clean up the mess after the 2 parties have fought one another bitterly. Judging by the current situation, the human cultivators will be making their moves shortly, so they just need to wait for the right moment. Ancestor. After seeing the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators appear in front of them, the Immortal Dynasty cultivator couldn't help but turn his head and call out softly to Feng Qingzi. Feng Qingzi immediately raised his hand to stop everyone, and made a defensive gesture. The Seeking Truth lineage cultivators reacted quickly and immediately formed their battle array. At this moment, none of them chose to flee, as this encounter was completely unexpected, and whoever showed fear and fled first would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, the overall strength of the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators was not on the same level as the Immortal Dynasty cultivators. Their realm of strength was ultimately weaker by a notch. Prepare yourselves, today will be a bitter battle. After giving this order softly, Feng Qingzi's expression seemed calm on the surface, but his heart felt somewhat bitter. He hadn't expected not only would they fail to find the ancient desolate springs, but they would also have an unexpected encounter with the Immortal Dynasty cultivators. It was indeed a bit unfortunate. Was the East Victory Immortal Dynasty's grudge against the Seeking Truth lineage still not resolved? If that was the case, why did they allow the beast swamp to descend upon the outer heaven of Longevity Immortal City? Feng Qingze had no answer in his heart. He could only tell his disciples to be cautious of any ambushes, since the number of Immortal Dynasty cultivators was noticeably fewer than before. Did their opponents want to set up an ambush? But would just a few nascent soul disciples hiding on the side really make a difference? While Feng Qingze was pondering the situation, Qinyangzi on the opposing side didn't think too much. This time, he finally found the enemy. How could he possibly give up easily? With a wave of his hand, the Immortal Dynasty cultivators instantly formed their battle array and began to spread out. They surrounded the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators at a steady pace, neither in haste nor in slowness. This time, the Seeking Truth lineage would not be as lucky as they were before. The Immortal Dynasty would be better prepared, not allowing the Seeking Truth remnants any opportunity. The mysterious figure in the cloak from the last time had not appeared among the other party's team, so who knew where he was hiding? During the last encounter, Liang Sheng had made a sudden move, breaking the plans of the Immortal Dynasty to encircle and capture the Seeking Truth lineage, resulting in the Immortal Dynasty cultivators still harboring a shadow in their hearts. Of course, this time they would not make the same mistake again. Even if the mysterious figure in the cloak appeared again, they would not let him get away. After receiving a secret order from Qinyangzi, Kaiwen Child and Feng Yuan exchanged glances, and immediately retreated several steps. In the blink of an eye, they left the encirclement and began to search the surroundings quickly. If they could locate the mysterious figure in the cloak before making a move, the final victory would surely belong to the Immortal Dynasty when the two sides fought each other in the open. It was clear that Feng Qingze had also noticed the movements of the Immortal Dynasty cultivators and knew why they were doing so. At this moment, he too hoped that the mysterious figure in the cloak from the last time would come to their aid again. For a short while, neither side chose to take the initiative to attack, and instead confronted each other. Both sides were waiting for Kaiwen Child to send a signal. But by doing this, the demonic clan, who were hidden in the underground world, couldn't help but frown. According to what Hu Weiyang had learned from torturing the human cultivator, the two human forces were not supposed to be hostile towards each other in this encounter. Weren't they supposed to be mortal enemies? How could it be that just when they were about to engage in close combat, they suddenly stopped attacking? It was quite strange. They naturally also saw Kaiwen Child and Feng Yuan's searching actions, but they didn't know they were looking for the cloaked mysterious man and thought they were trying to rule out any unforeseen circumstances. As for them, there was not a hint of worry in their heart. After all, with the simultaneous existence of the three demon emperor ancestors, how could the opposing soul emergence cultivators possibly discover them? And it was indeed like that. After Kaiwen Child and Feng Yuan had searched nearly the entire area, they found no problems at all. However, due to his cautious nature, he didn't come to any hasty conclusions at this time. He was prepared to search again. Only when he was completely sure there was no risk would he inform Qinyangzi, as they had experienced too many setbacks before. Indeed, since Feng Yuan entered the Immortal City, his situation had been rather miserable. Every time his plan seemed perfect, but in the end, it was always just one move short of success. It was believed that no matter who encountered such situations multiple times, they would become more cautious, just like Kaiwen Child. Soon, Kaiwen Child had searched most of the area again, just above the hidden location of the demon clan, but he was completely unaware of it. Hu Weiyang and the others didn't show any change in their expressions, but just as Kaiwen Child was about to leave for the next searching area, his face suddenly changed. The hand holding the spirit tool clenched involuntarily, because just now, he faintly felt a sense of unease. This came suddenly and without warning. What was going on? Seeing Kaiwen Child's reaction, not only was he surprised, but so were Hu Weiyang and the demon clan. It was clear that this human soul emergence expert was about to leave, so why did he suddenly stop, looking as if he had sensed danger? But with the three ancestors by their side, they were hidden here and it was impossible for their qi to leak, so what exactly was happening? At this time, the same doubts emerged in the hearts of Fu Yuanpi and Hu Weiyang. They exchanged glances and carefully checked again, but still couldn't find any issues. However, the reality was that Kaiwen Child was staring at their hiding place without moving, and Hu Weiyang and the others of the demon clan were helpless. Could it be that they were really discovered by the other party? It was simply incredible. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Kaiwan Child, even the three ancestors opened their eyes and furrowed their brows. Things seemed to suddenly become a little bizarre, while Feng Qingzi and Qinyangzi were still in a standoff, not making a move against each other. Especially after they noticed the peculiar behavior of Kaiwan Child, they became more cautious and wary of falling into the other side's trap, so it was even less likely for them to strike first. Feng Qingzi even felt a little excited. Could it be that the mysterious cloaked Daoist friend had appeared again and was ready to help them? Qinyangzi had the same concern, but when he saw Kaiwan Child's secretive actions, he decided to make a move after hesitating for a moment. Although he didn't know what was causing this bizarre behavior from Kaiwan Child, since they had already reached this point, he might as well try to test Feng Qingzi and see what had changed. So, to everyone's surprise, an explosive aura instantly formed, followed by torrential fire raining down over the entire area, plunging directly behind Feng Qingzi, as if doomsday had arrived. But then, the expected rain of fire didn't happen, and Qinyangzi's surprise attack was directly obliterated. At the same time, Hu Weiyang and the underground demon race who were watching the show were suddenly exposed. Both Qinyangzi and Feng Qingzi's faces changed dramatically. Hey? Demon clan? And three demon cultivators whose strength they couldn't see through at all. After their faces turned pale, their first reaction was to quickly retreat. Kaiwan Child also didn't hesitate and ran directly towards Qinyangzi's position. The demon clan didn't try to stop them at this time either. Hu Weiyang and the other demons were still full of confusion. How exactly were they exposed just now? There shouldn't have been any possibility of it happening. These were the efforts of the three ancestors. How could their concealment be broken when the human race released spells just now? Qinyangzi had already prepared to deal with the demon clan's appearance during the first move and during the retreat. Fortunately, the demon clan didn't stop Kaiwan Child and they successfully regrouped. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with doubt and disbelief. What exactly was going on? How could there be such strength in the beast swamp? Both Qinyangzi and Feng Qingzi were a bit terrified at the moment, because there were three demon cultivators with fluctuating cultivation levels, obviously on par with them. There was no need to think too much, it was absolutely the existence of the demon emperor level, otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Feng Qingzi's face became even uglier. At first, he thought Kaiwan Child had discovered his own reinforcements, the cloaked mysterious man. He didn't expect it to be the demon clan hiding nearby. Their strength was truly terrifying. In the moment they realized what was happening, he and Qinyangzi exchanged glances without any agreement, then, in a tacit understanding, they both turned to face the underground demon race. Although the Seeking Truth lineage and the Immortal Dynasty cultivators were mortal enemies, when they met, it was either life or death or one side would surrender completely. However, in front of the demon clan, they were ready to temporarily stop fighting and turn their weapons into plowshares. Before they dealt with a different race, they would talk about other matters first. This was the principle of the human cultivator, even if the two parties were mortal enemies, it remained the same. Feng Qingzi even took the initiative to lead his people closer to Qinyangzi. Although the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators were somewhat astonished, they still firmly carried out the order. After a brief moment of thought, Qinyangzi waved his hand and allowed the Immortal Dynasty cultivators to open up a part of the area for the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators to settle in. At this moment, the scene seemed strange to the demon clan. They were supposed to be mortal enemies, yet now they were suddenly on the same side? Regardless of their thoughts, Hu Weiyang and the demons could only feel helpless. What was originally a perfect plan to kill two birds with one stone had suddenly turned into this situation. Moreover, they couldn't understand how they were exposed. Was it because they had been hidden in the underground world for too long and hadn't been in contact with the human clan? Had the human clan's detection methods improved leaps and bounds with time? But no matter how great the progress was, it shouldn't be possible for a soul emergence cultivator to discover the existence of a demon sovereign equivalent to a refinement void Dao monarch, right? If that were the case, how terrifying would the strength of the human clan be? They probably would have discovered the existence of the underground world when they entered the beast swamp. There was definitely something they hadn't discovered, which led to their exposure to the human clan. But now was not the time to think about it. Hu Weiyang looked up at the three old ancestors. At this point, the three ancestral monster emperors had already opened their eyes with indifferent expressions, but they couldn't help feeling a bit regretful in their hearts. They had hoped to catch the human clan off guard, minimizing losses and not giving the enemy a chance to send information. But now, it seemed impossible. However, up until now, aside from the temporary cooperation between the human clan factions, they hadn't sensed any communication attempts from the human clan. This situation couldn't help but make the demon clan members feel puzzled. It could only be said that they didn't know the current situation in the Beast Swamp. After the Ziza independent cultivator sealed off the connection between Longevity Immortal City and the Beast Swamp, their attempts to communicate with the outside world from within the Beast Swamp became virtually impossible to succeed. Previously, Qinyangzi and the others had tried to communicate with the capital but received no response. So when the Immortal Dynasty cultivators were killed by the Demon Clan trading group, Ling Suzi could only watch their life tokens shatter and silently pray. However, Hu Weiyang and the other demons didn't know about this situation. Their hearts were already filled with murderous intent. Since they had been exposed, there was no need to waste any more time. Immediately, the demon tribe warriors charged towards Qinyangzi and the others, who were also well prepared. In an instant, a murderous aura enveloped the entire area, but one person remained hidden and calm amidst the chaos. The one who orchestrated the entire drama today was none other than himself. Who else could it be besides him who unexpectedly exposed the demon clan? Of course, he dared to do this mainly because of the seal placed by the Ziza independent cultivator. Otherwise, if Qinyangzi and the others were able to send information to the cultivation world, there would likely be more variables concerning the Beast Swamp's piece of the pie. Now, the development of the three-party situation was entirely following his script. All he had to do was wait for the dust of the battle to settle and reap the final benefits. At this point, Liang Sheng became increasingly interested in the situation of the underground demon race, because what they used to lure both the Seeking Truth lineage and Immortal Dynasty cultivators together was the ancient spring water. Perhaps the demon clan had some way to obtain and store spring water. If so, Liang Sheng's chances of finding the ancient desolate springs would be even higher. Even if the ancient desolate spring I was not mentioned, under the law of cause and effect, even though the foresight scene was still unclear, his perception would not be short of any gains. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng didn't think about it any further. He secretly calmed his excited emotions, remained even more cautious in his concealment, and decided to deal with other matters later. For now, he would focus on the situation on the battlefield. After all, the main event of the show had just begun, and he had worked so hard to create this situation where the three parties were all under his control. How could he not enjoy it? In any case, this large-scale battle between the two races would undoubtedly be even more brutal than the beast tide in the wilderness back then. As for the outcome in the end, Liang Sheng's mouth couldn't help but curve slightly upward. Naturally, he would be the one to clean up the mess. Chapter 236, 3 heads and 6 arms on the Dharma appearance steel, heart's blood nurtures pure yang heavenly lightning. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. After the demon clan decided to take action, the three parties' troops became mixed together for a short while. Although the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators were temporarily collaborating with the Immortal Dynasty cultivators, they still kept a clear line between them. After all, in the midst of crisis, it is already merciful for them not to attack each other in such a short time, so how could they possibly work closely together to fight a common enemy? However, when the demon clan took action, they immediately gained the upper hand due to the uneven numbers. At the same time, demon clan heads like Hu Weiyang immediately entangled with Kaiwan Child and others. How could other divinity transformation and spirit transformation cultivators gain the upper hand when surrounded by the demon clan? At this moment, the demon clan and the cultivators were fighting fiercely on the ground, but Qinyangzi and Feng Qingzi were still standing still in mid-air. It wasn't that they didn't want to support their disciples, but they were tightly locked by the three demon sovereigns. They believed that as long as they were careless, they would be met with a storm-like attack. In such a situation, although the battle was not one-sided, the human cultivators were at a disadvantage and could only defend themselves for a short while. As for Feng Yuan, Kaiwan Child, and other soul emergence power cultivators, they could withstand the siege of the demon clan heads, but that was all they could do. It wasn't that they weren't strong, but the opponents had more people. They faced many of the same realm demon emperor strong at once. Even if Feng Yuan was a heavenly tribulations chosen, he could only barely protect himself for a short while. As for Kaiwan Child, he was weaker compared to Feng Yuan, but fortunately, Feng Yuan attracted enough firepower, making him a little more relaxed at this moment. As for the Seeking Truth lineage's soul emergence power cultivators, the battle with the demon clan actually ignited their fighting spirit. That's because the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators' attacks were wide open, and their fighting methods were similar to the demon clan, as if they were of the same origin. So under these circumstances, the ones who could hold their ground were surprisingly the Seeking Truth lineage. As a result, the battlefield was extremely fierce, but no one had fallen yet. All of this naturally fell into the eyes of the Refinement Void Dao Monarch, Demon Sovereign, on both sides, and Chunyangzi couldn't help but feel a little relieved. However, even so, they couldn't let this situation continue to drag on because time was definitely on the demon clan's side. In the territory of the Outer Heaven Beast Swamp, they were after all outsiders. Chunyangzi even had an idea in his heart that he shouldn't have left capital city Seoul Song. This is the era of great contention. No matter who it is, once they choose to be involved, they join the great struggle, and no one can predict what will happen to them later. Just like now, he is involuntarily being forced into a competition with the demon clan. How futile! But soon he pushed away this thought in his mind, because no matter what he thinks now, these thoughts are useless. It would be better to think about how to maximize the preservation of his own strength in the future. As Chunyangzi was preoccupied, the three demon emperor ancestors looked at the two of them with increasing caution, unwilling to take action lightly. That's because the fighting scene between the two tribes on the ground below them was too intense, and the demon clan was even looking a bit unsightly. Despite having much more in numbers than the human clan, the battle had only slightly gone in their favor, let alone killing any humans. It seems that life in the underground world was too comfortable after all. Over time, the current generation had lost the decisiveness and power of the demon clan's ancestors in taking action and killing. In the end, it was the lack of combat experience. It seems that after this matter, they must remind the Elder Assembly that in order to prevent such accidents in the future, they must train the demon clan's disciples properly. After all, if the human clan had an equal number, the situation would probably not be the same as it is now. They must practice well and be prepared in times of peace. As for Liang Sheng, who was hiding in the shadows at this moment, he was quite surprised by the scene before him. Because, in his imagination, the human cultivators would have collapsed in the face of the demon clan's onslaught. Otherwise, how could he have taken advantage of the chaos to gain the greatest benefit? Although the situation was different from what he had imagined, he was not in a hurry, as he could see that the demon clan was becoming more and more at ease. As long as they had time, the human cultivators would eventually be suppressed. Meanwhile, in mid-air, Feng Qingzi saw the demon clan gaining momentum and immediately made a decision. They could not give the demon clan any more time to respond, otherwise, they could only wait for death. The demon clan's moves were unstructured, and the opposing demon emperor Strong might not have much experience in combat either. Regardless of the situation at hand, even if he had to take a risk, it wouldn't be a loss. With that in mind, he secretly sent a message to Chunyangzi and directly attacked the demon sovereign. Feng Qingzi suddenly made a move in an instant, which caught the demon sovereign off guard. The three demon sovereigns subconsciously prioritized defense to ensure their safety. Seeing their reaction, Feng Qingzi couldn't help but feel relieved. He swiftly shifted his attack and aimed at the demons below, feigning attack from one side while striking from another. The demon sovereigns couldn't help but feel furious when they saw this. The opponent was a Dao monarch, but he had attacked their soldiers in such a despicable manner. By resorting to bullying the weak, he went against the principles of being a Dao monarch's child. While the demon sovereigns were furious, they also felt ashamed in their hearts. They had just been criticizing the performance of their subordinates, but they did not expect to be so cowardly that the opponent had attacked their soldiers. It was precisely because Feng Qingzi took an unconventional approach this time, directly attacking a group of demon clan members below, that they were obliterated in front of the Refinement Void Dao monarch, their bodies vaporized and their souls perished. Seeing this, the spirits of the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators were greatly uplifted. The protector is mighty. The morale of the human cultivators present surged. The demon clan had little combat experience, and as they lost ground, the human cultivators fought back fiercely. For a short while, the two sides seemed evenly matched. However, in the midst of the battle, Chunyangzi felt it was a pity that they hadn't worked together more tacitly just now. If he had also attacked at the same time, perhaps many more demons would have perished below, but, unfortunately, there was no longer an opportunity to do so. The eyes of the three great demon emperors were filled with killing intent. Feng Qingzi's actions had completely infuriated them. Ashamed, the three great demon emperors stopped confronting Chunyangzi and his companion, and quickly became embroiled in a fierce battle with the demons. Although their attacks seemed calm and subdued, the power contained within each strike was enough to destroy worlds, and Chunyangzi, as well as Feng Qingzi of the Refinement Void triple level, found themselves on the verge of collapse under the relentless onslaught. However, contrary to the situation above, the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators below fought fearlessly and recklessly after being rescued by Feng Qingzi. For a short while, they seemed to have gained an advantage. Seeing this, the Immortal Dynasty cultivators, temporary allies as they were, couldn't help but mock the madness of the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators in their hearts. However, the fervor on the battlefield was infectious, especially given their temporary cooperation, and the Immortal Dynasty cultivators couldn't help but be influenced. Damn it, if we have to die, let's go out fighting. Are we worse than the Seeking Truth lineage? Let's fight these demons. As soon as the words were uttered, all the human cultivators attacked without regard for their own lives, casting their strongest spells, and driving the demons back. Perhaps this description is somewhat inaccurate, it was really just a surge of morale for the human side that caught the demons off guard and sent them retreating in fear. Liang Sheng watched the current scene from the shadows, dumbfounded. The situation had completely taken him by surprise. However, he tried to remain calm. If this were an ordinary war, the demon clan would surely have fallen like a collapsing mountain. But this was a battle between powerful cultivators and members of the demon clan, who were just inexperienced in combat and temporarily overwhelmed by the humans' momentum. Still, the demons were ultimately the stronger side, and once they adapted to the rhythm of the attack, they could quickly strike back. This was not just Liang Sheng's hasty speculation, it was a conclusion based on the increasingly sophisticated combat skills of the demons. From the subtlety of their moves, it was evident that they were gradually gaining experience in battle. Thus, as the lords of the demons above battled the human refinement Void Dao monarchs, the seemingly serene duel above belied a deadly game of chess, with one misstep leading to utter defeat. Thankfully, Feng Qingzi and Chen Yangzi had risen through the ranks of the Immortal Dynasty and boasted extensive combat experience. They didn't rush their moves. With composure, they held their own against the three great demon emperors, creating a stalemate in the situation above for the time being. Below, the clashes were intense, but due to the relatively small gap in individual strength, Liang Sheng found it almost boring. Both sides appeared to be staging a rehearsal, engaging in fierce combat but tempering their moves, neither daring to deliver a killing blow. However, Liang Sheng believed that this situation wouldn't last long. After all, the two races were inherently incompatible, and when facing off against each other, they had only two options: submit or fight to the death. There were no other choices. It was just that now, both the demons and humans had their own concerns. The demon clan sought to capture prisoners alive, while the humans aimed to preserve their strength and safely retreat, as their alliance was only temporary. Under such constraints, how could either side fully commit to the fight? It only looked like they were fearlessly going all out. Liang Sheng glanced at the struggle on the ground and then looked at the explosive battle in the sky, lamenting that neither side had yet revealed their trump cards. For example, Chen Yangzi's pure yang heavenly thunder, the sect's secret weapon, was not as simple to use as So Wu's. Just then, a scream erupted from the lower battlefield as demons began adapting to the rhythm of human attacks. The conflict between the demons and Seeking the Truth was starting to go back and forth. The Seeking Truth lineage gradually let go of their hopes, attacking more fiercely, while the Immortal Dynasty cultivators only seemed fearless in the face of death. In reality, they had merely scratched the surface of the Seeking Truth lineage's tactics. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that the Immortal Dynasty cultivators simply couldn't bring themselves to completely sacrifice their lives for their brethren. So, as the demons began to exert their full strength, a moment's carelessness from a human cultivator created an opening that the demons exploited, resulting in a beheading and the loss of life and soul. With life and death now in the balance, and the heavy scent of blood pervading the battlefield, the fight's momentum shifted once more. As a race of killers, the demons' bloodthirst had merely been suppressed over the millions of years they had spent in the safety of the underground world. But now, as the blood of human cultivators awakened their beastly instincts, the Seeking Truth lineage began to falter under the demons' relentless assault, once again retreating in defeat. Immediately following, the battlefield became increasingly cruel. From time to time, cries of pain from both the demon clan and the human clan could be heard, with more casualties from both sides. The atmosphere on both sides became increasingly intense, and Liang Sheng also became alert, as this was the fierce scene he had anticipated. Liang Sheng observed and was ready to rescue anyone at any time, as he couldn't let the Seeking Truth lineage and the Immortal Dynasty cultivators truly perish here. In order for Liang Sheng's subsequent plan to proceed smoothly, these human cultivators couldn't be wiped out completely. However, under the current situation, he was still waiting. It didn't matter how many people died below, as the real battlefield was between Feng Qingzi and Zhenjiangzi. As long as they can achieve a mutual defeat with the three great demon emperors, it will be Liang Sheng's time to implement his secret plan. Under such circumstances, both Zhenjiangzi and Feng Qingzi were becoming anxious as the blood and qi below erupted. Because they couldn't let their subordinates die here, they entered the beast swamp for their own opportunities, not to send their warriors to their deaths. So, they couldn't hold back any longer. Feng Qingzi understood the character of the immortal dynasty cultivators. He knew that he must take out his trump card now. Otherwise, the other side wouldn't use theirs. The immortal dynasty cultivators were such short-sighted people. After making the decision, Feng Qingzi suddenly looked up to the sky and roared. An ink-colored jade tag appeared in his hand, and amidst the faint glow, the three demon clan demon emperors felt a slight palpitation. However, Feng Qingzi didn't care about their reaction and swallowed the ink-colored jade tag directly into his stomach. Zhenjiangzi saw this clearly. Although they were temporary allies, his face changed, and he couldn't help but shout out. Seeking Truth Lineage, Dharma Manifestation Monument. So Feng Qingzi had such a trump card. It seemed that the last time they encountered each other, Feng Qingzi hadn't reached a desperate situation. Otherwise, if Feng Qingzi had used the Dharma Manifestation Monument back then, it would have been a fight to the death, either you die or I live. The next moment, a painful sound seemed to come from Feng Qingzi's throat, and the three great demon emperors watching the situation became increasingly nervous. Ancestor Hu, one of the monster emperors, suddenly shouted. Quick, stop him from going berserk. Although they didn't know what would happen next, they wouldn't doubt Ancestor Hu's intuition. So, the remaining two monster emperors both targeted Feng Qingzi, leaving Zhenjiangzi behind. However, Zhenjiangzi wouldn't let them succeed and immediately took action to stop them. Even if he had wanted Feng Qingzi to die before, it wasn't the right time now. If Feng Qingzi were killed, the demon clan wouldn't let him off the hook. Their common enemy was their choice. At least they were both part of the human clan, and the demon clan before them posed the greatest threat. Now, Zhenjiangzi quickly took action, and an invisible barrier directly blocked the three great demon emperors. However, this only stopped them for a moment, as the invisible barrier was soon shattered by the three great demon emperors. Seeing this result, Zhenjiangzi didn't show any surprise, as he had already bought enough time for Feng Qingzi. Following a cry of pain in mid-air, a huge figure appeared. This was the town faction divine power of the Seeking Truth lineage, a power only the great ability Heavenly Pride could wield. Dharma Manifestation. At this moment, Feng Qingzi looked more like a member of the demon clan than the human clan. With 3 heads and 6 arms, his ferocious Dharma manifestation was frightening. His eyes were blood red beneath each head, and only deep within them could a trace of clarity be seen. Seeing that the situation was beyond their control, the 3 great demon clan demon emperors retreated simultaneously, temporarily maintaining a safe distance, planning to first observe the situation. Feng Qingzi didn't strike straight away but turned to look at Zhenjiangzi, who immediately understood his intention. Without hesitation, he directly took out the pure yang heavenly thunder, nurtured with his own essence and blood from his sea of consciousness. Invisible and colorless. In front of Zhenjiangzi, it seemed as if there was nothing, but the faces of the 3 great demon emperors changed simultaneously. What the hell was that? Chapter 237, Heavenly Thunder Dharma Manifestation reveals its power, Demon Sovereign transforms to overcome tribulation, Liang Sheng benefits as a fisherman. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. At this moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield was extremely tense. Even though the underground demon race had fully prepared themselves mentally, they didn't expect the outcome to be this difficult. At this moment, under the Dharma manifestation, Feng Qingzi with 3 heads and 6 arms stood tall like a demon god. His presence caused the air to ripple, making it seem as if the earth and sky were collapsing. Not to mention, the invisible and colorless pure yang heavenly thunder in front of Zhenjiangzi made the 3 demonic ancestors of the demon clan even more uneasy. It was the fear-inspiring heavenly thunder chi that the demon clan dreaded the most. Ancestor Hu of the demon emperor made a decisive decision. Both of you, it seems that we have underestimated the strength of the human race. It's time for the elder assembly to send some old friends. However, as soon as the words of Ancestor Hu of the demon emperor came out, it made the other 2 demon emperor ancestors even more suspicious in their hearts. Because they would not doubt the premonition of the Ancestor Hu of the demon emperor. This was the authority that the Hu family had established through countless proofs over time. Immediately, These two demonic ancestors stood in front of the ancestor Hu of the Demon Emperor, but they didn't intend to attack Feng Qingzi and the others. Instead, they wanted to cover and protect Ancestor Hu while he communicated and temporarily withdrew safely. Since Feng Qingzi had already used his trump card, he naturally couldn't afford to waste any more time. Despite his huge three-headed and six-armed body, his movements were agile and incredibly flexible. At this moment, his six arms moved independently of each other. Though striking at the same time, there was no sense of inconsistency. Every attack carried tremendous power, stirring the winds and clouds. For a short while, he single-handedly fought against the three great demon emperors and didn't lose any ground. Of course, this was also because the three great demon emperor ancestors didn't want to have a life and death battle with Feng Qingzi. They just wanted to stall as much time as possible. Reinforcements would eventually arrive, and all they had to do was ensure their own safety, and not impulsively plunge themselves into a crisis. After all, not far from Feng Qingzi's Dharma manifestation, there was Qinyangzi, who, although seemingly didn't have anything in front of him, still made them frightened. As the qi in front of Qinyangzi became increasingly dense, the sky above the beast swamp began to change as well, with dark clouds piling up in a horrifying manner, which the three demon emperor ancestors had never seen before. Dark clouds in the sky pressed down layer upon layer, with occasional flashes of lightning and thunder snakes. The pressure between the flashes and rumbles was tremendous, weighing heavily on the hearts of the demon clan, causing them great unrest. At a glance, one could tell that the situation within the dark clouds was far from simple, and perhaps the next moment would herald thunder descending from the sky. As demons, they were most afraid of thunder tribulation. This was a fear hidden in their bloodline and was innate. So how could they hastily enter the area shrouded by the clouds without first understanding the situation? This was not bravery but recklessness. Seeing the caution of the three great demon emperor ancestors, the demon clan who were fighting with the human cultivators on the ground panicked even more. At this moment, their hearts were beating involuntarily, and they couldn't help but glance at the thunderclouds in the sky while fighting, fearing that the next moment, the heavenly thunder would strike them directly. Under such a restrained situation, how could they wholeheartedly deal with the human cultivators? Thus, for a short while, the battlefield situation reversed once again. Moreover, under the relentless attacks of the Seeking Truth lineage, several demon clan members were continuously injured and killed. Liang Sheng, who was secretly watching, couldn't help but gape in astonishment, as the situation was constantly turning in unexpected ways. No one could have expected that Feng Qingzi and Qinyangzi, who had used their ultimate techniques, could actually turn the tide of battle so quickly. It seemed that having the three great demon clan demon emperors join forces to besiege the two refinement void Dao monarchs was not enough, and he had underestimated Feng Qingzi and Qinyangzi. Dharma manifestation. Looking at Feng Qingzi, who had multiplied his battle strength at this moment, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel eager. If given the chance, he would want to obtain such a peerless battle technique for himself. However, Liang Sheng wasn't too worried at the moment, as even with Feng Qingzi under the Dharma manifestation, he didn't feel any sense of crisis. It seemed that he truly had gained the ability to protect himself, and in this cultivation world, he could be considered a formidable force. Strength was the foundation of one's confidence. Moreover, Liang Sheng still had confidence in the demon clan. They couldn't be annihilated by Feng Qingzi and the others, because of the same reason as before. When the demon clan made their move this time, they hadn't fully prepared themselves mentally, which was why they were caught off guard by Feng Qingzi and his companion. But ultimately, time was on the side of the demon clan, as this was the beast swamp, the territory they had always relied on for survival. Further damage to the demon clan would only be more beneficial to Liang Sheng's plan. He wasn't worried about how the arrival of the demon clan reinforcements would affect him since Feng Qingzi and the others wouldn't drag the fight until their arrival. They seemed to be struggling desperately, having used their trump cards, but in fact, this was all just pressure on the demon clan. Their ultimate goal was still to find an opportunity, strike a decisive blow, and then escape. As the fear of the unknown diminished, the three great demon emperor ancestors gradually steadied their footing under Feng Qingzi's assault. While defending, they remained vigilant of Qinyangzi's attacks, and under such circumstances, their actions eventually gained organization, engaging in a back-and-forth battle with Feng Qingzi. Of course, they were also shocked in their hearts, and they couldn't help but admire the prowess of human techniques. Just a single refinement void Dao Lord could fight against the three great demon emperors. If there were more humans like this, they could hardly imagine the outcome. No wonder the ancestors chose to hide in the underground world, they had this hidden intention all along. Today's encounter only reaffirmed their belief in the ancestors' decision back then for safely developing in the underground world, which was already a great fortune. Just at this moment, seeing the situation once again stagnating, Feng Qingze made another effort. The demon clan, after suffering casualties one after another, were completely stirred up and began to fiercely counterattack due to their numerical advantage. Thus, whether it was the Seeking Truth lineage or the Immortal Dynasty cultivators, several cultivators lost their lives within a short period of time. All of this naturally fell on Feng Qingze and Qinyang's eyes, and they knew they couldn't delay any longer. They had to give it their all. Even if it's a desperate struggle, they must fight for a chance to escape. Feng Qingze, at this moment, suddenly let out a roar under his huge body, between the three heads. Then, they saw three scorching hot beams shoot out from his three mouths, shattering the entire space. Quick, dodge! The three great demon emperors were quick to react and hurriedly dodged almost unconsciously. But beneath the trajectory of the light beams, everything had vanished, leaving only the space itself. Qinyangzi was extremely shocked when he saw this, because the power of these three beams was almost on par with the damage of pure Yang Heavenly Thunder's secret technique, albeit only for a brief attack and not sustainable. If it could be continuously fired, it would be no different from the pure Yang Heavenly Thunder, bombarding endlessly. Even a refinement Void Dao monarch would be severely injured, if not killed outright. The Dharma manifestation, one of the town faction divine powers of the Seeking Truth lineage, was indeed extraordinary. However, at this time, he also noticed that Feng Qingze's face had turned slightly pale, indicating a great consumption of energy. But he didn't stop his attack, and instead shot the beams again, forcing the three great demon emperors to flee in haste for a short while. Qinyangzi. At the moment when the beams disappeared, Feng Qingze suddenly shouted. Qinyangzi saw the three great demon emperors, who had rapidly fled to a spot not too far from himself, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. It was obvious that Feng Qingze had intentionally driven the demon emperors into his attack range, so he didn't waste any time hesitating. Pure Yang Heavenly Thunder. After initiating the Pure Yang Heavenly Thunder secret technique, Qinyangzi couldn't help but feel extremely emotional in his heart. He had never thought that he would have such a tacit cooperation with the Seeking Truth lineage. However, even during this sigh of emotion, he didn't stop his movements. Thunder roared from the sky, and the three great demon emperors, who had just dodged Feng Qingze's attack, had their back hairs standing on end, their minds trembling. Up in the dark clouds, a mind-shattering thunder tribulation was brewing, and its target was the three great demon emperor ancestors. Quick, transform and withstand it. The Hu family's demon emperor ancestor could only hastily remind them at this time since they were already targeted by the heavenly thunder and couldn't avoid the attack. Who could have foreseen that two refinement Void Dao lords would corner them to such an extent before? It was simply unbelievable to even think about it. But that was the reality. What could the demons do about it? At the next moment, three colossal figures appeared in the dense clouds. A white, pure six-tailed fox. A ferocious, unparalleled tiger. And a roaring giant ape. Each of them resembled ancient barbaric beasts between heaven and earth. These were the true forms of the demon emperors after the transformation, and the entire space was left with only their presence. The pressure they exuded after transformation caused all demonic beasts within a radius of tens of thousands of miles on the ground to crawl and roar with fear. Their transformed pressure also made Feng Qingze and Qinyangzi pause in their movements, not to mention the human cultivators and the demon clan below. All of the people on both sides almost collapsed to the ground, and at this time, it was already a great effort for them to even maintain a clear mind, let alone fight. Was this the pressure of a transformed demon emperor? Indeed, it wasn't something an ordinary person could imagine. Liang Sheng, who was hidden in the distance, couldn't help but squint his eyes. However, at the next moment, two equally shocking auras surged rapidly from Feng Qingze and Qinyangzi. This was a critical juncture, and they couldn't let the demon emperors escape. At this time, when they used their trump cards, they didn't fall behind. Moreover, at this moment, the heavenly thunder was ready. This was the heavenly thunder nurtured by Qinyangzi's own blood and was completely different from ordinary pure Yang heavenly thunder. Even Qinyangzi himself didn't want to be hit by such heavenly thunder. Underneath Feng Qingze's three-headed, six-armed Dharma manifestation, he was also silently on guard against the escaping demon emperor. But he was also somewhat shocked when he saw the heavenly thunder's secret technique, and had no confidence in how long he could persist under it, even with his Dharma manifestation. But now was not the time to talk about this. At least they were allies at the moment. He saw a third eye appear suddenly on each of his faces and shot out 3 world-destroying beams once more. The beams in the range of pure Yang Heavenly Thunder's secret technique formed a joint encirclement, and under the dark clouds, the powerful Heavenly Thunder struck down instantly. The huge 9-tailed fox, with seemingly holy and unparalleled pressure, had a murderous look in his eyes at this moment, and flames of anger burned in his heart. Did they really think they could trample on their demon clan as they pleased? They were demon emperors, after all. How could the opponents be so confident in killing them with a non-genuine Heavenly Thunder? All they had to do was withstand this wave of attack, and then it would be their turn to counter-attack. This time, they just had to hold on. Moreover, the reinforcements he had called for were almost here. The other 2 behemoths had the same idea. The world of cultivation with flowers had already been occupied by the human clan. Were they now going to control the beast swamp that they had hidden for 10,000 years? What a sweet deal! Hand over everything to the human clan? The next moment, the gigantic figures of the 3 entities could be seen not retreating but advancing, proactively taking to the sky to engage, ready to withstand the baptism of Heavenly Thunder. Boom! 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 Consecutive Heavenly Thunders instantly engulfed the 3 great demon emperor ancestors, and the death ray in Feng Qing's eyes blasted mercilessly on their bodies. At this moment, it was as if the apocalypse had descended. The humans below couldn't help but cheer loudly while the remaining members of the demon clan turned pale, fear gripping their hearts. However, after Qinyangzi and Feng Qingzi made their moves, they didn't even glance at the 3 great demon emperors under the sky thunder. Instead, they simultaneously attacked the demons below. Quick, run! Feng Qingzi and Qinyangzi each grabbed their disciples and then began to flee in opposite directions. Even Kaiwan Child and Feng Yuan didn't react in time. Wasn't their master winning just now? Why were they running all of a sudden? What was going on? But Qinyangzi and Feng Qingzi ignored their confusion. By this time, Feng Qingzi had already dissolved his Dharma manifestation, and the Dharma manifestation monument appeared in his hand. Go! At this moment, no one in the Seeking Truth lineage noticed the grey color on the faces of Feng Qingzi and Qinyangzi. The previous assault had drained most of their strength. The Heavenly Thunder was still wreaking havoc at the moment. The demons who had miraculously survived under Feng Qingzi's hands were still in fear. As Feng Qingzi was fleeing, they both felt some pain in their hearts because too many people had died this time. Damned demon clan! Who would have known that such a powerful demon clan existed in the beast swamp? If it weren't for the era of great contention and their accidental appearance, no one would have discovered this situation. It was just a shame that they couldn't communicate with the outside world. Right now, they needed to ensure their own safety first. So, despite choosing different routes, Feng Qingzi and Qinyangzi both concealed their bodies with great mana. They did not dare to walk upright openly in the surface world like before. Since the demon clan was powerful, they would not make the same mistake again. However, it was unfortunate that this was the era of great contention. The beast swamp was sealed. If this news could get out, countless mighty cultivators would no doubt come. After all, the existence of such a powerful demon clan, hidden in the beast swamp and never exposed, was bound to reserve a significant secret. How could the human clan ignore this? While they were escaping, the battlefield was still thundering. The lucky demons who had survived huddled on the side, praying in secret. In the mid-air, one could occasionally hear the furious roars of the 3 great demon emperor ancestors amid the flashes of lightning. After several breaths, the thunder finally stopped. In an instant, it calmed down, and there was no abnormality in the whole sky. The human cultivators on the ground had disappeared, and only 2 huge figures with burn marks remained in mid-air. Their eyes were full of rage. This time, they had underestimated the human clan. But luckily, it seemed that the human clan could not send messages to the outside world. They still had a chance. They must seize the time now and let more strong members of the demon clan from the Elder Assembly act together, no longer giving the opportunity to the human clan to perform secret techniques. They had been careless this time. But when they calmed down, they looked at each other, puzzled. When they had just resisted the heavenly thunder, the 9-tailed fox, who was clearly by their side, where did it suddenly disappear? A nameless panic instantly appeared in their hearts because they had not sensed any abnormality just now. How did Ancestor Hu disappear? Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Liang Sheng couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. At this moment, the secret method in his hand was restraining a demon beast. A small, exquisite, white fox which looked extremely cute. Only, it had 6 tails. Chapter 238, Liang Sheng controls the 6-tailed demon sovereign, unraveling the secrets of the underground demon clan. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. At this moment, Liang Sheng was already thousands of miles away from the battlefield, but for a cultivator with his level of cultivation, this distance was just a matter of an instant. He didn't flee far because he was still waiting for the arrival of the demon clan reinforcements, as the matter was not yet over. Only when the demon clan returns to the underground world can this plan come to an end. Although there were twists and turns in the plan, fortunately, the outcome did not differ too much from Liang Sheng's expectations. From the results, whether it was the Seeking the Truth lineage or the Immortal Dynasty cultivators, both sides suffered heavy losses, which can be described as a severe blow to their vitality. Of course, the demon clan wasn't in a good situation either. Not only did they fail to achieve their goal, but one of the demon emperors also disappeared mysteriously. Fortunately, they still had reinforcements, so leaving safely was not a troublesome matter. As long as they wanted to retreat back to the underground world, everything would be completed smoothly. Liang Sheng looked at the unconscious 6-tailed fox in his hand, and couldn't help but smile with the corners of his mouth turning up. He had indeed become a powerful figure. It was Liang Sheng who, when the 3 great demon emperor ancestors were resisting Qinyang's Heavenly Thunder's secret method, forcibly infiltrated and braced the Heavenly Thunder's bombardment, directly taking Ancestor Hu with him. Don't underestimate Liang Sheng's move. He not only endured the Heavenly Thunder but also deceived the other 2 demon clan demon emperors. He simultaneously knocked out Ancestor Hu and took him away without making a sound. At this moment, Ancestor Hu was completely engulfed in deep sleep, and he probably had no idea that he had been captured by Liang Sheng. Having Ancestor Hu by his side was actually a decision that Liang Sheng had made after careful consideration, because considering the various actions of the demon clan, Ancestor Hu was the most important among the 3 demon emperors. Previously, as long as Ancestor Hu made a decision, the other 2 demon clan demon emperors would immediately follow it, which showed his status in the demon clan. Moreover, the fox demon itself had the ability to charm, so it must know more secrets within the demon clan. Therefore, no matter how you look at it, it was the best choice. Liang Sheng thought for a moment, then sealed it again and stuffed the 6-tailed fox Ancestor Hu into the storage ring. What came next depends on the choice of the demon clan. If they still wanted to track down the human cultivators, Liang Sheng would have to take action again. Of course, if they chose to return to the underground world, it would also save Liang Sheng some effort. Thinking of this, he once again focused his attention on the demon clan side. At this moment, the other 2 demon emperors, who had awakened under the Heavenly Thunder, were searching for any traces of Ancestor Hu. It was strange that they had been together to resist the Heavenly Thunder just a moment ago, but as soon as the Heavenly Thunder disappeared, the other party disappeared as well. They had no feeling about this at all. Ancestor Hu had disappeared from their side without any trace, without them noticing anything. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they felt in their hearts. This situation was too abnormal. For so many years, since they had reached the Demon Emperor realm, they had never had such an encounter. How could a Demon Emperor possibly lose perception within their own territory? When this happened, there was only one explanation: someone with great might was scheming against them. In this situation, how could they not be anxious? But now they dared not leave too far to investigate the truth. After all, an existence that could shield their perception was definitely not something they could deal with just the 2 of them. They just hoped that the hidden force was not the human clan cultivators, otherwise. But if it were the demon clan seniors, why would they do this and cause needless trouble? Just then, 4 rays of light rushed from the distant horizon, and as if they had found their traces, they landed directly beside them. The 2 demon emperor ancestors took a closer look and saw that they were the reinforcements sent by the Elder Assembly. Upon seeing this, they breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as the 4 reinforcements arrived, they noticed that Ancestor Hu was not present. They couldn't help but feel tense in their hearts and had a sudden bad premonition. 2 elders, where is Brother Hu? Why is it just the 2 of you now? Is it possible that the human clan is too hard to deal with, and Brother Hu went to track them down? Ancestor Fu, hearing this, hurriedly shook his head and briefly explained what had happened. After hearing the outcome, the 4 demon emperor ancestors who had come to support them couldn't help but frown once again. The situation was worse than they had imagined. It was simply inconceivable that Ancestor Hu could disappear without any trace at all. Moreover, the disappearance was so silent that it was even more troublesome than dying at the hands of the human clan, since they didn't know what had happened. Without knowing the specific situation, there could be many possibilities, but most guesses were not easy to accept. Let's search around for a while and see if we can find any clues. Alright. With the support of 4 more demon emperors, their confidence grew, and they began to gather together and search for traces of Ancestor Hu. Unfortunately, after some time, they still found nothing. However, it was already certain that it was not Ancestor Hu who had left on his own, but someone had secretly tampered with the situation, otherwise, this kind of thing would not have happened. Upon realizing this, several demon emperors exchanged glances with each other. We should retreat to the underground world for now. This matter still needs further deliberation. There are too many doubts in this situation, and we can't grasp the whole picture at once. Not to mention anything else, it was strange enough that our initial attack didn't succeed, but the human clan did not communicate with the outer world. It can only be said that this situation is more complicated than we imagined, and acting rashly may make things worse. As for Brother Hu's disappearance, the Elder Assembly has not sent us any communication at this moment, which means that at least he is not in mortal danger now, otherwise we would already have received the news. What Elder Brother said is extremely true. No matter what, after surviving this ambush, the human clan will surely become more cautious and will no longer swagger. Moreover, the spirit rhinoceros insects we have placed on the surface haven't sent any information until now, which means that the humans must have concealed their traces when they retreated and escaped. Although Brother Hu has disappeared, at least we've learned about the strength of the human clan, which is not to be underestimated. Regardless, this has been a wake-up call for us, and we'll wait for the results of the Elder Assembly's discussion before saying anything else. We shouldn't delay any longer then, let's go. The demon clan's reinforcements hurriedly arrived, bringing with them the remnants of their forces from the previous battlefield, and hastily retreated to the underground world. Liang Sheng saw this situation, and wasn't too surprised in his heart, as everything seemed to be under control. He glanced at Ancestor Hu, who was still unconscious in his storage ring, thought for a moment, and then quietly followed the demon clan, entering the underground world again. He had tampered with the Seeking Truth lineage and Immortal Dynasty cultivators, so they wouldn't lose track of their whereabouts. He might as well see what decision the demon clan would make. Besides, entering the underground world is also known as the dark under the light. Sometimes the most dangerous place can often be the safest place. It's unlikely that the demon clan would have thought that the real culprit who captured Ancestor Hu would follow their large forces and re-enter the underground world. By the time Liang Sheng followed the demon clan to the underground world, the entire subterranean realm was still the same as before, without a single change. On the streets, people were coming and going, and the demon clan's life hadn't been affected in the slightest. It was lively, and the demons in the lower strata were still completely unaware of what was happening on the surface. However, at this time, the upper echelons of the demon clan were in turmoil, not only because the Elder Assembly members were arguing over Ancestor Hu's disappearance, but also because all the major family heads had summoned another clan leader conference. Who could have imagined that this clan leader conference, which had been held only once in thousands of years in the underground world, would be urgently convened twice in such a short time? Each family head's heart was heavy, especially Hu Weiyang's. As the patriarch of the Hu family, he had gone to check the life token the first moment he received the news. Fortunately, the ancestor was still alive and had not perished. This was considered fortunate amidst the misfortune. He had thought that accidents might happen, but he never expected the ancestor to be in trouble. If the ancestor had fallen, he couldn't even imagine the consequences and what would happen to the Hu family afterward. He had no confidence. At the clan leader conference, the various demon clan heads remained silent. In fact, they were merely looking for some comfort and warmth by staying together in a group. Ultimately, everything would depend on the Elder Assembly's decision. They could only hope that everything would have a good outcome and that Ancestor Hu would return safely. This time, there might be a serious problem. While the upper echelons of the demon clan were thrown into disarray, Liang Sheng strolled into a very ordinary demon residence in the underground world. This mansion was unoccupied, and Liang Sheng thought no one would bother noticing it, so he temporarily made it his resting place. At this moment, Liang Sheng took Ancestor Hu out of the storage ring. He was still unconscious, but Liang Sheng continued to feed him a few more elixirs. Chaos Spirit Pill. Although Liang Sheng was already adept at his talent of innocent foolishness, his soul control technique had reached a state of perfection. But just to be on the safe side, Liang Sheng made some extra preparations. This was a powerful demon sovereign, equivalent to the refinement void Dao monarch of the human clan. It was only right to be cautious. Otherwise, a brief rash move might lead to unexpected accidents later, and Liang Sheng would have to spend even more time redeploying a new plan. This would be a loss outweighing the gains. Why not make some more preparations in advance? So, Liang Sheng fed Ancestor Hu more chaos spirit pills. In this way, not only would the success rate of the soul control technique be greatly improved, but Liang Sheng would also have more time to deal with unexpected situations. Actually, Liang Sheng could afford to be so extravagant simply because he possessed an immeasurable amount of cultivation materials and resources. These were all the resources he had acquired from the entire longevity immortal city at its peak. Probably not many people in the entire East Victory immortal dynasty could compare with him. At this moment, Liang Sheng didn't waste any more time either. After feeling that the chaos spirit pills had taken effect, he immediately made his move. Soul control technique. In an instant, Ancestor Hu, who was still unconscious, was directly subjected to Liang Sheng's soul control technique, and a vast amount of memories immediately invaded Liang Sheng's sea of consciousness. Thankfully, Liang Sheng's sea of consciousness had already reached the late-stage soul emergence realm, making it incredibly vast and stable under the light of Zhou Tian's constellations. Even such a huge amount of memories didn't cause too many ripples. Ancestor Hu once again fell into a deep coma, and even though he was in his six-tailed fox form, drool flowed from the corner of his mouth. Liang Sheng didn't mind this, and after replenishing the sealing measures, he sat down and began to read another part of Ancestor Hu's life. Ancestor Hu was named Hu Pei. He was the gifted child of the nine-tailed monster race. From the moment he was born, he carried the hopes of the entire nine-tailed fox race. This was because when he was born, there were nine-tailed phantoms in the sky. This meant that he had the potential to become the Nine Tails Supreme. When he was born, the entire fox race held a grand feast for 3 days to celebrate the occasion. The entire fox race was extremely gentle to him. His childhood was well protected in the family, and almost all resources were poured onto him. No one in the fox race expressed any regret. And Hu Fei did not disappoint. At the time of adulthood, he successfully transformed and became a demon king realm. This speed was rare in the entire history of the fox race family. But that year, Hu Fei began to understand the truth about the world. The world he had lived in happily for hundreds of years was, surprisingly, the underground world. The demon race turned out to be a forgotten and expelled race by heaven and earth. They were disliked by heaven and earth, and in order to ensure the smooth development of their race, and not to provoke heaven and earth, they lived secretly in the underground world. In the year of adulthood, Hu Fei and I went to the surface world. Not just him, but all the elders of the major races had brought their adult children of the demon race, to explore the surface world out of curiosity. When they arrived at the surface world, all the adult children of the demon race were extremely disappointed. Apart from being vast and boundless, the environment of the surface world was even worse than the underground world. Compared to the underground world, here seemed more like a forgotten land. But their elders did not say anything and led everyone to continue to measure the entire surface world step by step. It turned out that the surface world also had demon races, but, in the eyes of the underground demon race, they were not their kind. They were too barbaric, and it was more like a place abandoned by the demon race long ago. In the mouths of humans, they were called demonic beasts. They might live their entire lives in confusion, and only a few demonic beasts could break through shackles and become existences similar to the underground demon race. Nevertheless, they would still not be accepted by the underground world. For the survival of the demon race, the underground world and the surface world could not communicate. Under the protection of the elders, they explored the surface world for a full 10 years before Hu Fei finally understood why they did so. It was because the demon ancestral land was here, this place was their root, and besides, it held the treasure of the demon race, the ancient desolate springs. As long as the ancient desolate springs existed, the demon race could survive. Although the underground world seemed to be flourishing, it was actually like a rootless duckweed that needed to obtain sustenance from the surface world. The seemingly desolate surface world had countless resources for the existence of the demon race. It was the gift of the ancient desolate springs, which allowed them to hide in the underground world and continue to develop after being rejected by heaven and earth. The underground demon race's adult ceremony of going to the surface world was taking place because it was their inheritance and fundamental. In the latter part of the adult ceremony, the demon race elders allowed Hu Fei and the others to act freely, because nothing could replace the experience gained from actually exploring. But Hu Fei was different. After setting out alone, he was quickly taken back to the underground world. It was because Hu Fei encountered the ancient desolate springs. After falling into it, Hu Fei was confused, but it seemed as if he had left something behind. From then on, Hu Fei stayed in the underground world and never went out again. He grew up smoothly and steadily until now, when he entered the Demon Emperor realm and became a member of the Demon Race Elders Council. His position in the Demon Race Elders Council was also extraordinary, as he had awakened the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's heavenly fate divine ability. Not to mention his experience with the ancient desolate springs, Hu Fei played an irreplaceable role among the demon race. For these reasons, many secrets of the demon race were never hidden from him. This time, the mission to capture human cultivators in the surface world took place because they believed that they had a good chance of success, and it was also due to Hu Weiyang holding a clan leader conference that Hu Pei entered the surface world for the second time. Originally, after the human race was captured by the demon race, Hu Fei would use the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's heavenly fate divine ability to obtain the secret of the beast swamp from the human race. That was why Hu Fei was the one orchestrating this plan. However, unfortunately, things were full of twists and turns, and in the end, he fell into the hands of Liang Sheng. This was also the reason the other two demon emperors suspected that someone with great might had taken action, and chose to stay in place waiting for reinforcements to search. After absorbing Hu Fei's memories, Liang Sheng opened his eyes. After a while, his murky eyes regained their clarity. After all, it was tens of thousands of years' worth of memories. Even with Liang Sheng's vast sea of consciousness, it made him feel a little mentally lost. However, despite this, it was worth it as the harvest this time was enormous. With this thought, Liang Sheng looked in the northwest direction, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Although he couldn't find the ancient desolate springs, taking a look at the ancient spring water would be nice as well. The next moment, there was no one left in the abandoned house. Chapter 239, The Demon Ancestor's Prophecy is indeed correct, the great calamity has arrived. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. Surface World. At this moment, in a desolate place, a sudden wave of unusual fluctuations occurs. However, there is no trace of living creatures within a 100-mile radius, so no one detects the anomaly. Then, a team of people suddenly appears. They are none other than the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators who previously fled. The unusual fluctuations just now were caused by Feng Qingzi applying a secret method to hide their tracks. After escaping from the pursuit of the demon clan, Feng Qingzi led the surviving Seeking Truth lineage cultivators non-stop, only wanting to quickly get away from the battlefield and avoid being discovered by the demon clan. He is not complacent about his successful escape with Cheniangzi through their trump cards because he knows that this successful escape is just a fluke. While fleeing, he had already sensed an extremely powerful qi coming towards the battlefield. Unexpectedly, this should be the reinforcements of the demon clan. So, if the opposition had been more cautious previously and not exposed their whereabouts, or if they had waited for reinforcements to arrive before taking action, then neither he nor Cheniangzi could have escaped, even if they used all their trump cards. Under these circumstances, Feng Qingzi naturally has self-knowledge, and where would he be complacent? But at this point, when their party has not discovered any demon clan pursuers, Feng Qingzi can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Eventful times, such as the era of great contention. At this time, the Seeking Truth lineage originally wanted to take advantage of the Outer Heaven Beast Swamp descending on Longevity Immortal City, using this opportunity to seek chances for the Seeking Truth lineage to return to the Immortal Dynasty. But unexpectedly, after landing in the Beast Swamp, they discovered the Demon Clan's big secret. The previously desolate Beast Swamp was not only inhabited by ordinary demonic beasts struggling to survive, but also by hiding powerful demon clans. Moreover, judging by Cheniangzi's reaction at the time, it can be known that the East Victory Immortal Dynasty did not know the real situation of Beast Swamp. From this, it can be inferred that the Demon Clan's scheme cannot be underestimated. The Demon Clan has been silently developing in a hidden corner unknown to humans. Who could have expected this? If it weren't for their accidental encounter with this situation, the human clan would still be completely unaware of this. Unfortunately, the Beast Swamp is now sealed off by powerful beings, and they cannot convey information to the outside world. Otherwise, the elders of the cultivation branch of Seeking Truth would be shocked if they knew about this situation. It can only be said that finding the chance for the Seeking Truth lineage to be forgiven by heaven and earth is harder than ever. In addition to the Immortal Dynasty cultivators trying to block them, they might now have to count the Demon Clan as well. Feng Qingzi thought about this with a heavy heart, but at this time, he did not slow down. Instead, he continued to lead his cultivators to escape at full speed while constantly concealing their traces. It was only when they were sure that there were no living creatures around them that they would reveal themselves and go full throttle. Feng Qingzi had already guessed that the reason they were accurately discovered by the demon clan previously was that the demon clan used some unknown means to probe their location. Now that they have safely left tens of thousands of miles away, it proves that his guess is correct, so he will naturally be more careful about hiding his traces. However, although Feng Qingzi is cautious of the demon clan, he does not shrink back. He is still looking for the ancient desolate springs, only feeling more urgent now due to the addition of the demon clan. Having gained another enemy, their goal of finding the ancient desolate springs has become increasingly difficult, and he can't help but sigh. Is it so difficult for our seeking truth lineage to return to the immortal dynasty? Why has it come to this? At the same time, the immortal dynasty cultivators are also almost simultaneously concealing their traces. However, at this time, the concealed means is not of Liang, but of Kaiwan Child. Mustard Seed Mastery is the main divine ability of Lingsu's lineage. When it comes to concealing traces, there is indeed no one more suitable than Kaiwan Child. Under the Mustard Seed Mastery, all the immortal dynasty cultivators hide in a small piece of gravel and move quickly. Liang can't help but feel shocked by this. If they had known about this earlier, they should have done so, but who could have thought that there would be powerful demons in the beast swamp before? Previously, their impression was that only demonic beasts were scattered throughout the beast swamp, and their goal, besides the seeking truth remnants, had not been concerned about anything else. But now, with the appearance of the demon clan, it has proven that they were completely wrong in their journey, not to mention being ambushed by the demon clan earlier and losing many disciples as a result. However, fortunately, only a few good hands were lost. Feng Yuan, Kaiwan Child, and other leading disciples did not suffer too much damage. At this moment, Kaiwan Child's face suddenly turns pale. Seeing this, Liang quickly sends a pure mana into his body. Using the Mustard Seed Mastery to hide traces and rush on the road, let alone hide so many powerful cultivators, naturally consumes a lot of mana. Therefore, even if Kaiwan Child is a soul emergence late-stage cultivator, he would have trouble maintaining his divine ability for a long time. This is also the reason why Liang and his party did not even consider this way of traveling. It is simply not worth it. But now the situation has changed, leaving them with no choice. Feng Yuan remains silent in the corner. Truth be told, the one most affected by this trip to the beast swamp is Feng Yuan. After experiencing fate and heavenly tribulations, Feng Yuan is full of confidence in his future. How many people in the world can survive such fate and heavenly tribulations? He had never doubted his identity as one of the immortal dynasties chosen of his generation, so he also wanted to take advantage of this golden era, to further himself more. However, since he had entered the longevity immortal city as the patriarch, his journey had been fraught with difficulty. He did not even understand what he had done wrong that led to such an outcome. Liang naturally saw all of Feng Yuan's reactions, but he didn't know how to comfort Feng Yuan. Because this time Feng Yuan was confronting a mental block, perhaps only when Feng Yuan resolves his predicament by himself could he return to his previous state. Thinking of this, Liang silently sighed in his heart, wishing he could make contact with the outside world. Perhaps in this way, the immortal dynasty could deploy powers, occupy the beast swamp, and by then, they would have more choices. As for now, the world is difficult, self-preservation comes first. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp, Underground World. Herbal Medicine Hall. Never would the immortal dynasty cultivators imagine, that in the exceedingly desolate Beast Swamp Underground World, a herbal medicine hall like this would exist. It closely resembled a mortal world, but such a strange situation was appearing among the demon clan. At this time, Liang Sheng was standing on the street, watching the comings and goings of people in the herbal medicine hall. He couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Who could have thought that this was actually the residence of the Elder Assembly? Even the heads of all the major demon families didn't know this secret. Only after becoming a member of the Elder Assembly, would they enter it and then remain concealed. If it were not for the memory of ancestor Hu Fei, perhaps Liang Sheng would not have thought that this seemingly inconspicuous herbal medicine hall would turn out to be the most mysterious place in the underground world. At this time, Liang Sheng stood outside and took a few more glances at the situation inside the herbal medicine hall. He shook his head and walked away. No one on the street noticed Liang Sheng, and the order in the herbal medicine hall was still maintained. But deep in the herbal medicine hall, there was a secret place. There were about a dozen elders sitting. The demon emperor ancestor from the Fu family, who had previously besieged the human cultivator, was among them. At this moment, he was recounting the battlefield situation at that time. About the strange disappearance of Ancestor Hu, all the demonic ancestors had a bad premonition in their hearts. If Ancestor Hu had directly perished, perhaps their hearts would not be so heavy. But Ancestor Hu's life token was still there, yet he mysteriously disappeared without leaving any clues. This means that the situation is more serious. Previously, we did not anticipate that the human cultivator had such measures, so we didn't react at the time. By the time the Heavenly Thunder secret technique disappeared, we discovered that Ancestor Hu had also disappeared. Could humans have tampered with it behind the scenes? This possibility cannot be excluded. After all, we had a premonition before. The demon ancestor prophecy was probably not non-existent, just that the timing was disordered. If it is really the work of the human clan, then what should we do next? The human cultivator has disappeared after breaking through, presumably they have learned their lesson, and have completely concealed their trail. We were after all careless. If we had known earlier, we should have given it our all from the start. We were indeed somewhat careless, underestimating the human cultivators. While the demon clan elders were fiercely discussing, a humming vibration suddenly started on the table. Everyone couldn't help but look at the messaging jade token at the head of the table. The leading elder glanced at everyone and picked up the jade slip. His expression became even more gloomy, even somewhat shameful. Hu Weong just sent a message asking about the cause of Brother Hu Fei's disappearance. It seems that the Hu family is already in some disorder. The other elders remained silent upon hearing this. Because if any of them were to also mysteriously disappear, their families would probably react the same way. This silence lasted for a good while. After a while, someone finally continued the discussion with advice. All right, since such an accident has already occurred, regardless of what happened to Brother Hu Fei, it is highly likely to be related to the human cultivator. In that case, we might as well ignore these trivial matters and focus all our efforts on finding these human cultivators. As long as we find them, we will have a bargaining chip in our hands. Yes, we after all didn't take the demon ancestor prophecy to heart before. Otherwise, if we had put forth our all from the beginning, those human cultivators wouldn't have been able to escape. And even if they do have a trump card to escape, Brother Hu Fei would probably not have had an accident. But this time the human cultivators fled in haste, which indicates that things have not reached a completely disastrous point. What Brother Yuan said is correct, but if the demon ancestor prophecy is indeed accurate, then we should also go to the surface world to take a look, because whatever is supposed to come will eventually come, and there is no escaping from it. Yes, it's just a pity that Brother Hu Fei disappeared suddenly this time. Otherwise, we could have had another leader. Having him prophesy and divine the situation would definitely save a lot of trouble. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent again, but soon someone broke the silence again and continued to come up with suggestions. All right, since everyone has reached a consensus, there is no need for us to waste time here. We still have to continue searching for Brother Hu Fei. As long as he is not dead for a day, we will search for a day. Without the Hu family, we cannot overcome the demon ancestor prophecy catastrophe. The second point is the escaped human cultivators. We must find them, because the human cultivators of the Seeking Truth lineage are mentioned in the demon ancestor prophecy. We need to get them in our hands, the initiative will then be in our hands. We'll see what secrets the so-called Seeking Truth lineage is hiding. I think it's a good idea. I have no objections either. Since everyone has no objections, let's start acting separately. Brother Yuan, Brother Hu Fei, we'll leave the tracking to you. If necessary, you can ask for the assistance of a few cultivators from the major clans. Don't worry, you guys just go to the surface world and pursue those human cultivators. It's possible that Brother Hu Fei's clues will eventually be obtained from the human cultivators themselves. I hope so. Alright, everyone, don't be sad. Our old bones haven't been to the surface world in a long time. We might as well take this opportunity to reminisce about our youth. Ha ha ha. Old Yuan, you really know how to talk. Afterwards, everyone in the elder assembly disappeared without a trace, laughter fading away. They were already splitting up their two groups, each carrying out their own tasks. As Liang Sheng walked along the street, it was as if he sensed something. He turned his head and looked at the herbal medicine hall, not realizing that a smile appeared on his lips. The moment the demon race elders left the elder assembly, no one could blame him for going to the depths of the herbal medicine hall. According to Hu Fei's memory, that was precisely the location of the greatest secret of the underground demon race. Even among the members of the elder assembly, not everyone could enter it at will. Of course, this situation did not apply to a few important members, and one of the demonic ancestors qualified to enter there was none other than Hu Fei himself. This indirectly showed that Hu Fei's status within the elder assembly was extraordinary. Liang Sheng originally intended to seize a suitable opportunity to infiltrate it. But now, it seemed that a great opportunity had presented itself. He could quickly and smoothly enter this hidden location, and since this was the case, Liang Sheng naturally wouldn't hesitate. He promptly turned around and went towards the herbal medicine hall. However, to avoid affecting his plan in the herbal medicine hall, he couldn't let the elder assembly members have time to notice the movements within the hall. With this in mind, Liang Sheng didn't hesitate at all. He quietly took out a communication jade slip, input his plan directly, and then instantly transmitted the message. After that, Liang Sheng headed directly to the herbal medicine hall without wasting time. "I'm counting on you, Master. This time, I need your help in executing this plan." Longevity Immortal City. Liang Sheng's mansion. At this moment, the free and unrestrained Zize lay leisurely on a reclining chair, while Huang Yifan stood by and served him, just like before. It really could be said that the master and disciple of Liang Sheng had identical temperaments, both enjoying life to the fullest. Just then, Zize opened his eyes suddenly. After he took out his communication jade slip and read its contents, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. He truly did not expect his disciple to encounter such circumstances in the beast swamp, and it seemed he had underestimated what would happen during this era of great contention. But if it weren't for this, his disciple wouldn't have discovered the hidden underground demon race within the beast swamp, who was secretly gathering strength. He thought for a moment, reviewed his disciple's plan, and found it to be flawless. Without any further intervention, he directly executed Liang Sheng's plan. With a wave of his hand, the barrier around the outer heaven beast swamp instantly disappeared. Almost at the same time, all the cultivators in Longevity Immortal City looked up at the sky. Why has the outer heaven beast swamp reopened? Anxious cultivators, thinking of Feng Yuan's previous soaring into the sky, went straight to the outer heaven beast swamp. The next moment, their hearts skipped a beat. That's not right. When they flew up, they found that they could only enter but not exit the beast swamp. This made these rash cultivators extremely frustrated. They were not prepared at all, but now they had somehow entered the beast swamp. Facing this unfamiliar environment, how could they be at ease? However, they soon realized that although they couldn't leave the beast swamp, their communication was unimpeded. At least they could maintain contact with the Immortal City, so it wasn't too bad. They were basically the vanguard of their respective clans, and if there were any opportunities, they could call for more cultivators from their clans to enter the beast swamp later. But at this moment, those most surprised were not the Immortal City cultivators, but the hidden Feng Qingzi and Qinyangzi who continued to search for the ancient desolate springs. They noticed the anomaly as soon as the barrier changed. When they found out that they still couldn't easily leave the beast swamp but could communicate with the Immortal Dynasty world, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No matter what, they were not fighting alone. At least they could ask for help from the external world. With these thoughts in mind, Feng Qingzi and Qinyangzi didn't hesitate to transmit a message back to the Immortal Dynasty world. Their idea was quite simple: when their reinforcements arrived, the threat from the demon race would be greatly reduced. By then, not only could they ensure their own safety, but they can also find out whatever secrets the demon race is hiding. It appears that the Heavenly Dao ultimately does not forsake us human cultivators. In times of crisis, it has given us a chance to survive. As the Seeking Truth lineage and Immortal Dynasty cultivators were excitedly discussing their plans, the members of the demon race's elders who had just split up to investigate the surface world simultaneously changed their expressions. They were, of course, aware of the dangers of human cultivators being able to communicate with the outside world. So they looked at each other, noticing that everyone had serious expressions on their faces. It was truly worthy of being the crisis predicted by the demon ancestor prophecy. It seemed that they might not easily overcome it this time. Previously, the underground world had been peaceful and prosperous, but numerous problems had arisen after the appearance of human cultivators. One could only say, the great calamity of our demon race has arrived. Chapter 240, Powerful Human Clan Reinforcements, Liang Sheng enters the demon clan's secret land. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. Surface World. At this moment, Refinement Void Deo Monarch Liangsheng suddenly descended upon the beast swamp with others, and the nearby demonic beasts sensed the danger and fled in haste. It's no surprise that they appeared in the beast swamp so quickly, given that the beast swamp emerged outside Longevity Immortal City, which in turn is an affiliated city of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. Naturally, they were the fastest to reinforce the beast swamp. This time when Liangsheng brought people to the beast swamp, it wasn't just him who was a refining Void Deo Monarch. In total, there were no less than 10 refining Void Deo Monarchs in the reinforcements who had ascended to the realm. Previously, only Cheniangzi had descended upon the beast swamp, which could be attributed to Longevity Immortal City being the location of Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child's opportunity. Naturally, other refining Void Deo Monarchs would not interfere. However, when the underground demon race was exposed, Emperor Dongsheng immediately made a decision. After all, it was the era of great contention, and they couldn't be too cautious. If the news of the demon race's resurgence were to be known to the other immortal dynasties, they would certainly gather around East Victory Immortal Dynasty quickly. As the saying goes, is not my race, their hearts must be different. Although there may be disagreements and even competition between the various immortal dynasties, it's normal. But once it comes to the demon race, there's only one outcome, which is a fight to the death. So, when Emperor Dongsheng learned of the situation, he didn't hesitate and immediately issued an order for all the refining Void Deo Monarchs in the capital to gather at Liangsheng's mansion. This time, with Emperor Dongsheng's command, all refining Void Deo Monarchs had to abandon their selfish motives and accept dispatch together. After arriving at the beast swamp, they could even compete with each other, but they couldn't jeopardize the grand plan, or else they would bear all the consequences. So this time, including Liangsheng, a total of 10 refining Void Deo Monarchs descended upon the beast swamp. However, before this, they noticed the change of ownership in Longevity Immortal City. At this moment, the Immortal City Lord was Zhou Shen. After Liangsheng and the others arrived at the Immortal City, the other refining Void Deo Monarchs looked at Liangsheng a few more times, intentionally or unintentionally. It was unbelievable that Feng Yuan, a proud and late-stage soul emergence cultivator who had crossed the heavenly tribulation, lost to a nascent soul master. But they didn't have much of a reaction, as they weren't fools and knew that there must be more to the situation. However, Liangsheng still felt a bit humiliated. Regardless, the result now was that Zhou Shen was the city lord, and that was an unchanging fact. But he didn't have any thoughts of teaching Zhou Shen a lesson now. As a great might of the refining Void Deist realm, how could he openly bully the weak? Moreover, who knew who the true mastermind behind all the scheming was? Now that it was the era of great contention, and with the appearance of the demon race, it was better to be cautious. So, Liangsheng didn't pay any attention to the gazes of the others, didn't even glance at the city lord mansion, and ordered to enter the outer heaven beast swamp directly. Their goal this time was to eliminate the demon race in one fell swoop. As soon as they entered, the Zize independent cultivator slightly opened his eyes and then ignored everything. Now, he didn't know what his disciple was plotting, but they had already communicated. Since his disciple was confident in letting him weaken the seal, there must be a plan. This is a disciple of my Zize sect, who can compare to an ordinary person. Thinking of this, the Zize independent cultivator closed his eyes again, lying on the recliner, basking in the sun, completely at ease. The era of great contention, hey! After arriving at the beast swamp, Liangsheng and the others headed straight for Cheniangzi's location without stopping. This time they had no intention of concealing their tracks. After all, they didn't come to the beast swamp with the idea of leaving safely. They were here to eradicate the demon race under the order of Emperor Dongsheng. Of course, if possible, Liangsheng had other ideas. Originally, the beast swamp was a scheme by their disciples Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child to seize fortune through the tides. In addition to eradicating the demon race, he also wanted to rely on the power of other refining Void Tao monarchs to completely deal with Feng Qingzi and the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage. But now, Liangsheng was just thinking about it, as the Immortal Dynasty cultivators could also reinforce the beast swamp, so it was expected that the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage would also take action. As such, it wouldn't be so easy, and they never underestimated the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage. After all, if they were that easy to deal with, couldn't the Unification Realm Venerables of Emperor Dongsheng simply solve it? Why would they let the Seeking Truth lineage inherit until today in Zai Immortal Dynasty? Liangsheng didn't think too much at this time and went straight to where Cheniangzi was. As for the spirit rhinoceros insect they found along the way, they didn't care at all. This time they were here to flatten the beast swamp's demon race. Since it was inevitable to fight, why hide? At this time, the spirit rhinoceros insects were transmitting information along the way, naturally also informing the underground demon race elders council about the arrival of the immortal dynasty reinforcements. Upon receiving the news, the demon emperor ancestors fell silent one by one. In fact, this was expected. They only thought that the human race would reinforce, but they didn't expect them to come so quickly and with such strong strength. It should be known that having developed in the underground world for so many years, the demon race, up to this point, only had a dozen or so demon emperor ancestors. Of course, it couldn't be helped. After all, the beast swamp was desolate, and cultivation resources were limited. It was already a blessing from heaven to achieve such results. They couldn't ask for more. Seeing Ling Suzi and his party come to help, the Demon Race Elders Council, who originally planned to split their troops in two, changed their minds immediately under these circumstances. They gathered everyone together again, putting Hu Fei's whereabouts aside for now, as at least her life token showed no issues. This time, they must unite and cooperate to have any chance of overcoming this crisis, otherwise, they were afraid that the road ahead would be filled with hardships and dangers. At this moment, most demon emperors and demonic ancestors in the demon clan had the same thought. It's no wonder that this great catastrophe was foretold by the demon ancestor, it's truly extraordinary. According to the previous information, the humans clearly didn't get along and had split into two factions entering Beast Swamp. If the human cultivators they encountered earlier were just one side's reinforcements, then the other side must also have reinforcements arriving. With this, the situation was likely to become even worse, and it was unknown if they could successfully overcome this disaster. Thinking of this, these demon emperors and demonic ancestors decided to stay on the surface world and act cautiously to prevent any accidents. As a result, they didn't pay too much attention to the underground world, which was exactly what Liang Sheng had anticipated. Underground world. Backyard of the herbal medicine hall. Now Liang Sheng suddenly appeared there, unnoticed by anyone. He even looked up at the sky above, where the beast swamp on the surface was located. Are the demonic ancestors in a mess at this moment? After all, Zi's independent cultivator weakened the seal on Beast Swamp. Both the Seeking Truth lineage and the Immortal City cultivators were able to re-establish contact with the outside world. In this way, the secret of the strong power of the demon clan in the underground world couldn't be hidden any longer. Even if they didn't know about the underground world, the existence of the demon clan was now a fact. And the human clan would never let the demon clan continue to live in Beast Swamp, they'd decisively want to eradicate them. In the past, no one cared about the beast swamp in the Immortal Dynasty world because the human cultivators thought that only ordinary demonic beasts lived there. It was tasteless to eat but a pity to discard. Even when the beast tide appeared in the desolate regions, no one paid attention to it. As long as the beast tide could be annihilated and they retreated back to the beast swamp, that was enough. But now, the situation has completely changed. After Hu Fei and other demonic ancestors appeared before Feng Qingzi and Qinyangzi, their strength had become a threat to the human clan. Since they were already a threat, it's necessary for human cultivators to eliminate the demon clan while they're still budding. The human clan would never allow the demon clan to live in the beast swamp. At this moment, the surface world must be in chaos due to the reinforcements from the Immortal Dynasty and the Seeking Truth lineage. But Liang Sheng didn't have any thoughts at this time. He didn't want to see the chaos on the surface. Now, he most wanted to see the biggest secret in the underground world left behind by the Demon Race Elders Council. Among them was the previously mentioned ancient spring water used by Hu Fei and other demons to entice the Seeking Truth lineage. Since the ancient spring water could be preserved in the underground world, perhaps it could help to find the clues about the location of the ancient desolate springs. Liang Sheng didn't need absolute certainty, as long as this secret place could give him a direction to find the ancient desolate springs. After all, for Liang Sheng, it didn't matter whether it was the human clan or the demon clan, he cared only about his own strength. After all, time had no meaning to him. As long as he had his Dao protection, achieving longevity was easy for him with the talent of innocent foolishness. At this time, Liang Sheng glanced at the still unconscious Hu Fei in his storage ring, and in the blink of an eye, a small six-tailed fox appeared in reality, still sound asleep. In order to enter the Elder's secret land, Hu Fei's cooperation was needed. Although Liang Sheng already had all of Hu Fei's memories, he still needed Hu Fei to go there in person in order to successfully enter the demon race secret realm. Not to mention finding the ancient spring water, since only the demon clan could enter the secret land. Based on Hu Fei's memories, they only had memories of entering the secret land, but once it involved the final location, it was all chaos. At this time, Liang Sheng couldn't risk destroying Hu Fei, so he'd rather let the six-tailed fox's body take him into the secret land where he could find the secret himself. As for Liang Sheng's own safety, he wasn't overly worried because he had ways to protect himself. However, it was nearly impossible for Hu Fei to fully cooperate with Liang Sheng's actions. He had to take complete control of Hu Fei. In other words, Liang Sheng had to use the soul control technique to fully manipulate Hu Fei, making her nothing more than a puppet without any thoughts of her own. Liang Sheng was a decisive person, so for the sake of seeking the ancient desolate springs, he had no choice but to deal with Hu Fei's cause and effect today. It was survival of the fittest, no one could blame anyone. With that thought, Liang Sheng no longer hesitated. The next moment, the unconscious Hu Fei's body suddenly trembled. Liang Sheng's eyes were like whirlpools. If someone were to stare into his eyes at this moment, they'd likely be instantly dazzled. This was the highest realm of the soul control technique. Even so, Hu Fei still had no memories of the secret land's ultimate location. One could only say that the demon clan's means of protecting their secrets were too perfect. With no memories of it themselves, there was no possibility of leaks. Unfortunately for them, Liang Sheng, who had mastered the perfect soul control technique, was now prepared to manipulate Hu Fei to enter the demon clan's secret realm and seek the truth. Immediately after, they saw Hu Fei's small six-tailed fox body starting to sway and stand up, mechanically heading towards a locust tree at the back of the herbal medicine hall. Liang Sheng followed closely behind, and then he saw Hu Fei's fox paw lightly touch the ground. The next moment, a deep, void-like hole appeared. At this moment, Liang Sheng didn't waste any time and directly used the mustard seed mastery to transform into a grain of sand, stealthily hiding among Hu Fei's fox fur. Even if others possessed the mustard seed mastery, they might not be able to enter with the six-tailed fox without causing any disturbance, but Liang Sheng, who had the data panel concealment attribute, was able to do so. Immediately afterward, the six-tailed fox didn't hesitate and jumped directly into the void entrance, disappearing from sight. Upon the locust tree in the backyard, a subtle chi flickered, and the entrance vanished. The shopkeeper who was covering up for the herbal medicine hall seemed to sense something, hurriedly running into the backyard, only to discover nothing, rubbing the back of his head in confusion. What was going on? A world of nothingness. That was Liang Sheng's first impression of the demon race secret realm after transforming into a grain of sand and hiding on the body of the six-tailed fox. It seemed like everything here was non-existent. However, Liang Sheng wasn't impatient. Instead, he followed Hu Fei's memory and controlled the body of the six-tailed fox, continuing to drift in the void without any anxious feelings. After all, the demon sovereigns of the Demon Race Elders Council had no interest in the underground world at the moment. The sudden reinforcements from the human cultivator would definitely give them a headache. In other words, Liang Sheng now had ample time to go deep into the secret land and search for the ancient spring water always guarded by the underground demon race. Liang Sheng couldn't help but have a strong feeling that once he found the ancient spring water, his chances of finding the ancient spring eye would be much higher than at present. With this premonition in mind, Liang Sheng soon calmed down and continued to rely on the six-tailed fox to move forward. He didn't know how long they had been walking before the void scene in front of them suddenly changed, and a tomb appeared, suspended in the nothingness, looking out of place. However, Liang Sheng controlled the six-tailed fox to move forward without any hesitation, facing the tombstone head-on and continuing onwards. When they reached the tombstone, it was completely blank, without any symbols, let alone any engraved text. This was the last place in Hu Fei's memory. Liang Sheng didn't know what would happen next, but he knew that the ancient spring water was obtained from within. With a slight sigh, Liang Sheng wasted no more time and saw the six-tailed fox suddenly raise its claws under his control. Then, a drop of essence blood fell from the fox's claws, dripping onto the blank tombstone. The next moment, the entire tombstone shone with a dazzling light. Immediately afterward, a piercing sound emerged from the tombstone as it slowly lifted, revealing a dark entrance. Seeing this, even though Liang Sheng had witnessed such scenes several times in Hu Fei's memory, he couldn't help but feel a bit disgusted. It could only be said that the demon clan's aesthetics were truly difficult to describe. From the backyard pagoda tree onwards, the existence of this secret realm seemed to follow this bizarre artistic style. The demon race deserved to be regarded as different races in the heart of the human race, no matter how their underground world's layout resembled the human world, they had only learned the superficial aspects. However, as the tombstone entrance appeared, Liang Sheng couldn't help but frown, because a strong smell of blood now filled the air, an odor which Liang Sheng had never experienced before. Throughout his journey, Liang Sheng had witnessed numerous casualties from the beast tide disaster, but no matter what, he had never encountered such a strong smell of blood. For some reason, Liang Sheng's heart tightened a little. Although he had Hu Fei's memory, he still lacked the memory of the final scene in the secret land. After all, this was his first time personally experiencing the scenes from these memories, so he was still a bit nervous. This current situation was just too bizarre. Even the appearance of a tomb he had previously considered insignificant now seemed unusual under this smell of blood. However, since he had come so far, and although he felt slightly uneasy in his heart, fortunately, there were no ominous signs, so he remained calm. Besides, the ancient spring water was inside, and Liang Sheng could not give up. He controlled the six-tailed fox without any hesitation, swiftly entering the tombstone entrance. However, this time, the grain of sand that Liang Sheng had transformed into did not enter with the six-tailed fox. Instead, he separated a part of his consciousness, hiding it in the body of the six-tailed fox. Hoping that everything would go smoothly on this trip and find the ancient spring water, Liang Sheng made this arrangement out of caution. Despite the lack of ominous signs, since there was no memory of the final scene, he decided to let the six-tailed fox explore the situation first. Next, Liang Sheng, transformed as a grain of sand, floated in front of the tomb, expertly concealed, as if nothing was there, while his consciousness seeped into the sea of consciousness, remotely sensing the divine sense within the body of the six-tailed fox. He could only hope that nothing unexpected would happen.